In Sweden yesterday for the first time in a couple of years, and first time actually since 2022 at this ground. The blue pitch looks amazing, the weather looks amazing. Get ready, because still plenty of action to come from this location in Landskrona. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECS Sweden Landskrona, and it starts right now. This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket, day 2 of this European cricket series, as we've gone up to the far north of Europe, although we are in the south of Sweden, and right now the weather is turning it on. Looks like a fantastic day for cricket. So we're starting the day with match number 6, first of 5 today, and we'll see two teams that will desperately want the win. It's Seaside taking on Ariana CC in this one. Stefan Gooch has the big coin. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Ariana to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. It is heads.
We will bet first.
Okay, good luck. Have a good game.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you.
Ariana have won the toss. They're having a bat.
There you go. News from the toss is that Ariana CC want to have a hit, and why not? They do have a very powerful lineup. They're the team that did qualify for the ECL this year, but unfortunately never played a competitive ball because of the unprecedented rains that were sweeping through the region. But they are on the park here, and they had a bit of a mixed day yesterday. They put big runs on the board in both games. First game, they put 150 on, weren't able to defend it. We'll come to that in a moment, but first it was the other Ariana side, Ariana Keefe, that were pretty heavy favourites going into match 1. They put 117, restricted pretty well by Malmö, who ended up chasing it down with 13 balls to spare. Mubarak was sent up for a bit of a pinch hitter role, did a very good job, 40 off 14. And Kaiser Mania, he was player of the match for 3 for 4 and an important Maximo late in the piece. Seaside back in the European Cricket Series. Side we saw all the way back in 2020 for the first time, and a couple of times since then, but they didn't have a great start. Restricted to 100, and then Malmö chasing that down with 7 balls to spare, thanks to Bilal Zagam, the keeper. Pacing his innings pretty well, 41 not out. Haidaracham was pretty important as well in that with 3 wickets. Then the Ariana Grande, the Ariana versus Ariana matchup. No love lost between these two sides. Ariana CC looked to be in a good position, 156 thanks to a lightning half century from Gujarat. But Ariana Keefe, despite being 1 for 1 after 1, Nasser Baluch came out and absolutely torched it. His first 50 became his first century on the network, 112 not out of 33. And unbelievably, Ariana Keefe got home with an entire over to spare. So a pretty incredible first 3 games. And it wasn't to be finished there, because then of course we had Seaside versus Ariana in the second, in the 4th match of the day, and that was the first time they played. That's the match that you're about to see here. So this is the rematch you're about to see. Now yesterday Ariana CC 159, took all 4 points against Seaside, restricted to 85 for 8. Gujarat with another lightning half century, 53, but this time it was in a winning team. And then the last game of the day, Ariana Keefe getting some revenge on Malmö, who beat them in the first game, actually taking all 4 points in this one, winning 157 to 105. So after day 1, Ariana Keefe end up on the top of the table despite losing that first game of the day. They did win their other 2. Malmö in second place with 6 points out of a possible 12. Ariana CC on 5 points. So bring the changes there. Raheem Safi comes in for Seaside. He's a pretty important player. He's likely to open the batting. And the big news is Jadvest is captaining with a broken finger. He's decided to take the gloves. More about that in a second. For Ariana CC, Absa Khan comes in. He's listed to open. So again, 4 changes for them. Sami Ibrahim Kill listed down at 10. He actually opened the batting yesterday, so pretty surprised if that's where he bats. But anyway, it should be pretty interesting. Yeah, so Jadvest, he was my player of the day yesterday for catching a high steepler with an obviously broken finger that was strapped up. Ariana CC, you can see the big favourites here. But, yeah, more about that in a second. The clock ticks over to 9 o'clock. Here we go with Abdul Haq, the archetypal left-hander. First one is not to cover. Ibrahim Kil doesn't bat number 10, he bats number 1. Well, there's a surprise. And, yeah, so Jadvest is keeping... He has put an extra bit of foam on that broken finger that's in a splint, but it was also tied to his other finger. So I'm not sure there's some sort of custom solution that he's gone for. But anyway, warm welcome to everyone who's watching on the network this morning, ECN European Cricket Network. Beautiful day, I will say that. Plenty of sunshine, 14 degrees. Expecting 19. That's balmy. Abdul Haq's character, Bonda Sawari, charges him in the air. Not quite carrying. Long off's back. Safi. He's a real freak. He can bowl fast right hand and left hand. That's another story. And he whacks Maximos. Yesterday we had exactly 100 Maximos in the day. 1,266 runs at an average rate of 13.1 and over. So I tended to think we'll end up in that kind of 130 par. 60 wickets. That's one day of European Cricket Network cricket. And quite a high wicket rate, 6.2 per 10 overs on average. We had more 6s than 4s, but only just. Got him! He's gone straight through him. Ibrahim Kil is his own worst enemy there. He charges himself into trouble. He yorks himself, and Seaside get an early strike. It wasn't really the Purple Power performing yesterday, but they know this is a bit of a do-or-die day for them. They play 3 times here on day 2, and they get a dangerous hitter. Ibrahim Kil gets caught up on the long march to nowhere. You can see where it bounced. If he just stayed at home, it's probably a very drivable ball. But Abdul Haq strikes early, and it's 2 for 1. Before we go any further, just want to say big congratulations to Rob Thompson for 24 months as a member of ECN. Rob, congratulations and many happy returns. Kader Sadat, the keeper, comes out at number 3, batting a little bit higher than yesterday. Sadat. Well, Sadat starts aggressively, but he's going to be gone. Couldn't have picked him out any better. Oh, it's nice to be beside the Seaside this morning. He just had an open field except for one man that was at deep square, and he's picked him out. It's a golden duck for Sadat, and Abdul Haq's on a hat trick. It's 2 for 2, and what a dramatic start to day 2. Because it's a pretty good shot, really. He said, hold on, what? You could see his reaction because he hit it and he was impressed for about a microsecond, and then he saw where it was going. So, crazy start to this one. Good catch low down as well. That's Afan Arif out there on the boundary. So, hat-trick ball. We did have one over the weekend, Lara Maritz for MCC, teammate of someone you might hear from very shortly, in theory. And waiting for hat-trick number 21 to start a new page. You don't expect to be batting so early when your number 4 is Azai. He normally attacks. Hat-trick ball. Oh, hits him right up on the handle, and the gloves push right back. Oh, what a start to this one, Seaside. Just a struggle of a day yesterday for them, really. They had some injury issues, some availability issues, I know. The team, I remember all the way back in 2020 in their European Cricket Series in Göteborg, also known as Gothenburg. They won all 6 games and then won their semi-final before losing the final. Last ball of the over. Oh, another charge, but this one hits him right in the unmentionables. What a good over from Abdul Haq there. Ariana CC, 3 for 2 after 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and don't worry, I'm not alone here on day 2 because Tina Goff comes into the comedy box. Welcome to Sweden for your first ECN experience here.
Thank you very much, Vinny. It's a pleasure to be here, and what a start as well for Seaside. They need a big start as well, don't they, after yesterday?
It's a brand of cricket I think you're going to like. Just quietly, though, 13.1, that's pretty good going yesterday, but have a look at the Liberation Series run rate. 15.2, including a 2:08 chase in the final. I know you were busy playing over the weekend, but you must have caught some of that, and that was quite amazing.
I caught the final, actually, and I tuned in at just the right time. And then when I saw that Julius went, I was like, okay, game over. And then suddenly from nowhere, what a chase.
Yeah, the Blampede Stampede in the final. Anyway, here's Hussein. Down leg side. Called a wide. I thought might actually flick something on the way through. Now, there's Jadvest, who's keeping with a broken finger, ring finger on his right hand, which, I mean, I think is absolutely insane. But it reminded me that 2 years ago, when we were in Sweden, we had Christian start in that competition, who are also from this region. But they had 2 injured keepers, and in the end, they decided to go with the original keeper, but just trying to use his legs to stop everything. And if you think I'm joking, I'm not. Right, that's in there. Should be a third. It will be. Oh, let it get very low on him there, but that's going to be out. Umar Chowdhury takes the catch. And Hussein chips in with a wicket. Zazai goes. And what a horror start for Ariana CC. Still missing a couple of their key players, including Nusratullah Sultan. But this one, I thought he was going to botch it for a second, but he makes no mistake. And it's like a football scoreline at the moment. It's 4 for 3 after 7.
Good catch. I mean, it would have been a much easier catch if he took a couple of steps forward, but he made it interesting. Nice down low there from Chowdhury.
I think once he had committed to it, he didn't want to take another step and become unbalanced. He just kind of lurched forward. At least he does get his head down towards the line of the ball there. So, new batter comes in as Nasser Bacha, the captain. Yeah, that was an incredible week of cricket in Jersey. The men and the women, I will say, as well. Some of the hitting in the women and the cricket skills on show was quite incredible. But also, I want to say congratulations to you for the clean sweep over Greece.
Thank you. Thank you.
The Greek Empire falling to you there. And, of course, you had 7 matches, right? You won all 7. And, personally, another MVP trophy.
Yeah.
Stop it.
That was a good weekend.
Oh, jeez. I hit him on the gloves and popped up. Could have gone absolutely anywhere. Broken-fingered keeper, Jadvest, jumps all over it. I'm trying to work out if he's actually had to take one yet behind the stumps. It's also got the captain's armband today. Look at that. Oof. What a start, though.
It's been a great start, and yeah, I'm just watching his hand when he goes to keep. It looks like his right hand's kind of a bit lame.
This one will be 4. Just lose this line there, Hussein. That'll run away to the boundary. Yeah, we haven't had too much time for chit-chat yet. But, yeah, tell us about your tour of Greece. How did you enjoy it, on and off the field?
Oh, it's a beautiful country. I've never been to Greece before. I suppose Corfu, well, it counts as Greece. It's got its own little style, and we were smashing plates on the first evening.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Angry with some of the umpiring?
No comment. We went to a restaurant, and there was this old man enticing us in, and of course, as soon as he sees 15 German girls, he was all over it. And
all right. Oh, that could be another one. Bowler's after it. Can he get there? He can't. Oh, it's a tiny now. He almost got a run out. He almost puts it up somewhere of the fielder that was coming in from mid-wicket. The world's tiniest Bermuda triangle that forms here. Look at it. Oh, and then I was worried if he does throw this, Abdul Haq might have had to take a trip to Jadvest Hospital. Geez, that's a lot. I've had a couple that could have been out. Yeah, smashing plates is super fun.
Yeah, I mean, the captain got a plate smashed over her head.
Wasn't expecting you
She
to say
consented.
That. In the air, gone! And that's going to be 4 out. Again, it was hit hard. Now Batcher's gone for a single. And Roger, that rubber ducky is 10 for 4 after 11 balls. Oh, what a start.
He actually hit that really well, but he just picked out cover perfectly. It was a nice shot, though.
The irony here, looks like a bit of a held back slow ball. But what the irony here is that when they've mishit balls and popped them up, they've been safe. When they've actually hit the balls well, it's gone straight to the field. A Batcher is dismissed. We've had 2 wickets in the first 11 balls, and it's 10 for 4.
Yeah, that's another 1 to 4. And yeah, it's a nice back of the hand slow ball. He just rolls his hands across the seam, picks out cover perfectly. And Saiful Hassan, nice catch from him. I think Ariana, are they the first ever team on the European Cricket Network who are camouflaged against the pitch?
Well, I suppose we do have some green teams on the green pitch, but there's certainly a nice little caloric effect. Anyway, Bazayubi comes in. He's a pretty decent hitter. And he almost nicks off first ball. Well taken by Chad Best behind the stumps. And that's the end of the over. 2 for 7 off that one. And it's 10 for 4 after 2. Yeah, let's have a little bit of a look at the table maybe after yesterday. And how it works basically is 5 teams in this tournament. 4 teams will make the finals on Friday. 2 teams will get the double chance. And the other thing is that each team gets a day off. So Ariana Keefe have today off. Hissingen's had yesterday off, so you see they haven't played yet. So in a typical day, a bit like that, 2 teams will play 3 matches and 2 teams will play 2 matches. And of course, 8 matches before we got to make the cut. 8 matches per team. Pretty wide open at the top, but at the bottom, Seaside only took 1 point out of 8 yesterday. You can see they really want it this morning after Ariana took all 4 points against them yesterday.
That's a big game for them, isn't it? They can't afford 3 losses in a row as side Gilani comes on.
Oh, Gilani, this is going to carry. Oh, had to come forward there. Pandya Rajan has kind of got deer in the headlights. He just stayed put and it blasts past him for 4. But I've got to say, I think with a bowler like Gilani, who's a national team bowler, saw him at the ECC last year and also in the Tour of Austria, I think that's a bit more of a key position because you can get good players out there.
You can see what he thinks about it. He was kind of trying to stop the boundary, didn't commit to the catch, ended up doing neither, much to the disgust of Gilani.
Oh, gee, felt that one. Ow. Watch Chad Vest here. This one, if I had to pick, I'm pretty good at picking which finger things are going to hit. That was one that was right to the hot spot.
Yeah, there you go.
I want to go back to the Kristianstad keeper who ends up keeping basically with his pads as some sort of blocker. This is a strategy which didn't last the 10 overs. All right, high in the air. That's not going to be caught. It's going to go to the outfield. Pitch is just inside. Abdul Haq comes up firing. A little bit surprised they didn't go back to him. Gilani's guy, he can bowl any time, but just I think that Abdul Haq's a genuine swing bowler that got 2 wickets in the first over. But again, just shows you, Seaside. They're no easy beats. I know people, they might have just seen him yesterday and seen, oh, you know, this is a team that isn't going to make too much of an impact. But I think this morning you can see a bit more what they're all about.
So what was the strategy after the pads? You have to tell me.
Oh, Will. Good shot. Really nice shot, Sawari. Proper cricket shot, this one. And steps towards it all the way, going towards the covers. Slams it for a boundary. Yeah, the strategy was they said, oh, so if he's injured, can we change the keeper? And we said, well, yeah, obviously. And I think they did know that. They were just kind of trying to save face a little bit. Hello to anyone from Kristianstad that's tuning in. And actually, Wafa, one of their players, was a wild card for Ariana CC in the ECL that never got to play, obviously. On the chart. The meaningless charge is it's a difficult strategy, I think, when you're 20 for 4 as well, because not much can go right and plenty can go wrong. Yeah, but Wafa bats with his hands around the wrong way, and he is a proper smasher. Yeah, he's a freak, basically, in all the good ways. He was the original cross-handed bandit back in 2020. Since then, I think we would have had, I reckon I could pick an 11 of people that bat with their hands around the other way.
I don't even know how that would feel.
I've actually stopped calling it the wrong way. I just call it the other way, because who am I to judge? You should say, I've seen people hit 100-metre sixes with their hands the other way around.
Have you tried it?
Yep. I can't do it. I actually tried it a couple of years ago in Sweden. 21 for 4 after 3 when Wafa was playing in Mashta, which is just out of Stockholm. I mean, I could hit it, but I couldn't, my hands were working against each other, not together, if that makes sense. But like I said, I could probably make a team of 11 now. I've seen so many. Bakhtiar Tahiri in Spain, Balwinder Singh, who's played for Austria, Musa Ahmedzai, who currently plays for Switzerland. So we're talking about national team players as well.
For the bowlers, would you go ones that, bowl off the wrong foot, or?
Oh, yeah, you could do that.
Both
Ambidextrous
patterns,
bowlers. Yeah. I don't know if we've had 11. We have one umpiring, actually. Oktay Galami can bowl right and left-hand spin. All right, so they're going to go to Safi now. This is in the air. It's going to pitch just inside. And that's going to be for... Safi's another guy. Well, he can, if required. So it's... Safi's into the side today. Again, I don't know if I would make the double change when you've had 2 bowlers take 2 wickets in their first over. I know it's a bit of a gamble because you can always bring them back, but it's always like the mood of the game can kind of change in that time.
I'm not sure why you change when you've got your 2 openers picking up 4 wickets between them.
The other thing is, though, Safi, he's a rocket. He's a really, really fun player to watch. And you can see that one really zips through. So he's getting an opportunity pretty early. Didn't play yesterday. Yeah, good morning to everyone in the chat. And a few well-dones coming in to Rob, who's 24 months as spanner today. Oh, that's the first one that kind of overpowers Jadvest behind the stumps.
You can see he tries to go with his left hand and right hand comes through at the last minute.
To be fair, that was kind of more of a left-hand take. Yeah, but Safi's a guy we saw for Gothenburg City. I always say Gothenburg because that's the way we say it, and that's the international way to say it. But here they say it more like Göteborg.
Huh.
I looked up why that is, by the way. All right, high in the air. Anybody? Oh, he's dropped it. Gets closer that time. Gets the fingers on it. Throw comes whistling in. And oh, geez, it's almost going to go for 5. It will go for 5. Oh, no way. It went through 3 human beings on the way back. Oh, and sometimes, you overcompensate. You drop the catch.
He just whistled it in because he knew he'd messed up there.
Yeah, and have a look. 1, 2, and then Gilani, he wasn't really moving by the time I got him. He fumbles it, and that's 5 runs. Pretty sure it was 5. Yeah, the Kazoni ran 1. Oh.
To be fair to the second line of defence, it did take a slight turn.
The second line of defence. Oh, it's a proper ECN special right there. Ayubi gets the strike, so where he gets 5 off a ball that he probably should have been caught off. Oh, good comeback. So Safi, when he was playing for Gothenburg City back in 2021 when I was here, and he was whacking runs, he was everything. And then he's bowling like this, right? And then I did a double take. He was bowling exactly the same but left-handed and about the same pace and everything. And I was like, is he left-handed? And I've only just noticed. It's like, oh, no, he can bowl both.
I can barely bowl 1, let alone 2.
Last ball of his over. 10 off it. Oh, and he lids him. Ayo. That's our first dinger of the day. Saweri will get the obligatory concussion test. Looks like a fairly genuine apology. And so that's a good hook shot. I love a bit of byplay. I don't think about the players in this region. They all know each other really well. And then he goes to apologise and says, I don't want you to apologise. Don't want to do it again. I love it. Nice to see that. At least I think he's all right. It's the end of the over. 32 for 4 after Valentina. Welcome to Sweden.
I'm loving it already. We've had a 5. We've had a helmet hit. We've had kicks up the bum. What more do you want?
Oh, boy. Still think they might want to look at, especially with genuine pace bowlers. I think your deep third fielder, you got to have one of your key fielders there in the first half of the innings. I think now Gilani's gone down there. It's nothing against Pandya Rajan. He was kind of thrown a bit like a frog in a pot of boiling water there a couple of times. But anyway, still a very good start for Seaside. One thing we saw yesterday was teams rebounding from difficult positions. Obviously, we had the big Ariana Keefe chase where they were 1 for 1 chasing 157, won easily. So this is where Seaside, they got to find a way to double down. They go to Hakeem, another new bowler. That's in the air. Catch a ball or not, and that's the bite. There's a bite out of the ground there, and if there wasn't, probably it's caught. But Saweri picks the construction side of the boundary and gets a maximo.
He just chipped it up in the air, and fielder out there was interested for a while. Would have had to have climbed the builder's ladder there to try and get that one.
It's actually a great tactic. But, 6 runs as signalled. What a start. Oh, now oh, no. Oh, good luck stopping that. It's an attempted Yorker or something, but it goes over the batter's head on the full. It Yorks the keeper, Jadvest, who showed very little interest, rightly so. This is barely on the screen, and it's going to be the minimo, no ball plus 4 buys.
Yeah, even with 2 functioning hands, you would have got that one. Immediately turns around and says,
It's a feel. I know you've been playing the T20 format over the weekend,
Yeah.
which I'm not going to call it slow, but it's a little bit more pedestrian. You've been brought back to earth with a shock here.
This is what we like.
Free hit then. And it is hit. Goes leg side and it's going to go the journey. Maximal Saweri holding up this innings at the moment for Ariana CC.
Can I tell you my favourite Greek word that I learned?
Please.
Oppa.
Oh, yeah.
I just say it all the time now.
We were talking a bit of Eurovision yesterday, and one of my favourite ever entries was the Greek entry from around, I'm going to say, 2009. And it's just called Opa. And it's everything you would imagine. How would you describe, if you had to define Opa after this ball, tell me how you would.
Well, we have something similar in German, which is Uppsala. But I was saying Oppa when I was trying to get up from a chair yesterday in a lot of pain from playing, 7 games in 3 days? And it's Oppa. And then the Greeks love it when you say it. So it's just, I feel a bit Greek now.
That's cool. It's a beautiful country.
Speaking of Greek and Eurovision. Going to go for a dot.
You throw in a broken-fingered keeper and a team that's lost 4 early wickets. It's an explosive combination. He goes one-handed there, cops it. He's going to have 2 broken hands by the end of the day, Judd Best, who luckily does work in a hospital. He says, I work in a hospital, to me. He said that earlier, and I said, yeah, and lucky you do.
Bit of self-treatment.
Anyway, no, continue, please. I want to hear more.
So I think I must have been 8, 2002, had a Eurovision Song Contest CD. You could get the CD
Really?
of all the songs. And the one that somehow is still in my head is the Greek entry, which was called Sagapo.
Okay.
But Sagapo was written in such a way that all the letters must stand for something. I've never found out what they've stood for.
Well, in this age of
Came
technology,
fourth.
you can probably find out. That'll be the end of a very entertaining 5 overs of cricket. It's 50 for 4. Here's the funny thing, Ariana CC, they're actually slight favourites, despite those 4 early wickets. Welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here. Hey, Tina's back, everybody. She's masquerading as a player. I won't say pretending because you were the MVP of the series. But what does it feel like to be back in the commentary box? And does playing feel a bit strange now that you've done so much commentary?
Yeah, it does feel strange. I felt a lot of pressure in the first day. I was like, people know me now. I can't fail. And then I got bowled out through the gate for 1. So, it happens. It happens.
But obviously you had more good moments than bad moments there. And congratulations to all your German teammates as well. Looks like you had a cracking time. Always like your social media because you're giving a little bit of a behind the scenes as well. But we're excited to have you here in Sweden.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. The blue pitch, the sun is shining. The pitch is as blue as the sky. I heard it was pretty cold yesterday, so I've obviously brought the Greek sun with me.
Brought magnificent weather. Hassan is going to come on in over number 6. And Tina, I know you're actually going to come give me a little bit of a mini break over the next couple of days, and then we'll rejoin on Finals Friday. So, yeah, big thanks for coming. I know originally you weren't on this one, but Phil got switched over to the night series, so that meant that you are here. Shot. Look at this. This is perfect timing. It's going to bounce off the brick wall. Saweri is the one kind of man that's holding this innings together at the moment. These guys hit the ball so hard, honestly. And they have that good kind of, I don't know what you'd call it, but just the right amount of crazy for T10 cricket. They're fearless. That's probably the word I'm looking for. But we have seen a few crazy things as well this morning. Saweri on 42 out of 54. Now that's in the air, and he's timed it perfectly, and yep, it's our first netter of the day, Maximo! And 6 more to Ariana CC.
Oh, there he goes climbing up into the well-manufactured net as well.
You
showed me it earlier. It's genius,
I mean, I thought originally that's an end-of-the-day job, that we just get all the balls at the end. But they seem pretty good at getting him in real time. The other thing is the net did get breached yesterday, and I believe still there's a bit of a hole in it at one point. Saweri moves to 49. Well, he's going to come back for his 50 here, and he's going to get it. Shouldn't have gotten 2 there, but congratulations to Ariana Saweri in a fighting knock, 50 off 24 balls. And Yeah, you can see there, he's all business, ready to go again. Knows there's more work to do. I will say he's been fortunate with a couple of moments. For example, the 5 when he actually got dropped.
I'm going into a deep dive on Sagapo.
Yeah,
the
please do.
2002 Eurovision. Johnny in the chat has informed me that Sagapo means I love you. So that makes more sense.
So you don't think it's an acronym?
Well, it is, the way it's written. So I'm going to do more. Apparently it's quite a controversial song, but the lyrics, every time you need my love, before you enter in my world, give the password. And of course the password is Sagapo. I feel like Eurovision lyrics as a whole.
Sounds a little bit like a Tom Cruise, Nicole Kidman movies from around the turn of the century. Anyway, it's 63 for 4 after 6. Haven't really even had a chance to get in the chat because it's been going crazy so far. Hello, Johnny Heason. Good to see you. Jeffrey Mobb's in there. And Jeff saying, congratulations, Tina, on you and your team's efforts in Corfu.
Thank you very much.
So he says, hope you get a net or two in. But is he talking about a net, practice nets, or just hit a couple into the net?
Test it out. I mean, I've got my cricket bag with me, which was a choice given that I had to wait 2 hours in the airport yesterday.
That was one of the questions we had yesterday. I don't know if you were tuning in for that bit, but is Tina bringing her bag, or did she drop it off? And I thought, well, maybe one of her teammates can just drop it at her house. Then I realised how big Germany is.
Yeah. So I have one teammate who lives in Hamburg as well, but she's going straight, I think, somewhere else in Greece for a party. Luckily, I'm getting picked up in the car, so I can dump all my stuff in the car and drive back down to Hamburg. But running for a train yesterday with 24 kilos on my back, 8 kilos on my front, and wheeling another 23 kilos was not ideal after a 2-hour delay.
Did you have room for your trophies?
Trophy singular. I can bring it in.
Just one, I suppose.
Yeah. We've got the team trophy that made its way back to Germany, which was an identical replica of the World Cup trophy. It was actually a lovely trophy, and that's a lovely shot for 6. It's right off the middle of the Bav Saweri, and it's a one-man hitting machine at the moment. He moves to 61. So only 13 runs have not come off his bat.
Yeah, and this is a real Swedish smash kind of innings that you're watching right now, where they lose wickets, but they give zero you-know-whats about it. So where it is, 61, yeah. I'm doing a very ECN thing right now during this innings. I have taken the job from the crew of translating the Chinese menu for lunch from Swedish into English. Got him! There's the moment. Because Sawari, he's been the one propping up this innings. Saif comes on, gets whacked for 6 first up, but now that critical 5th wicket falls and it breaks that partnership. End of a brilliant 61 from Sawari, but he has to step aside. It's 74 for 5.
Big wicket. Perfectly bowled right at the top of off stump. Took a bit of pace off it there, did Saiful Hassan, and swung all around it, but good knock from Aryan Sawari, given that wickets were falling all around him. He was 4 for 3, 10 for 4. He managed to get his side up to 74 for 5. 61 he scored off 29. Good knock from him. At least gets his side to somewhere like a respectable total.
Yeah, I mean, still plenty of cricket to go in this innings, still 3.5 overs. So where he was in a partnership there of 64, and his partner Bazayubi is currently 1. So it tells you all you need to know. Zagul comes out. Can Saif double down? Tries a Yorker. More of a full toss first up. Seaside are fun to watch. I mean, you can already see that. They've actually bowled a different bowler every over, despite having a brilliant start.
Why not?
That's democracy. Or is it socialism? Won't go there. Outside the off stump, it's going to be a wide. But I mean, that shows they do have a lot of options, though. I just think when you got, it'll sound like a broken record, but Abdul Haq took 2 for 3 in the first over, never brought back. Hussain took 2 for 7, never brought back. Yeah, the ball's been okay. Right, in the air. This should be another one. It is going to carry, and it's taken. So Ayubi goes after labouring for only a single, and Saif with the double strike. He joins the 2-wicket club. Shahriyar Hassan takes the catch in front of the bite. And that's the 6th wicket down now. Ariana CC, 76 for 6.
Nice catch, just skewed off the side of his bat, and 1 wicket always brings a second. That's in the middle order for Haryana. All 4 of them have gone for a single run. Baz Ayubi joins the collection. Still 1 ball left of the 7th. Saiful Hassan picks up his 2nd wicket in the over. Almost overran that one. Just bent backwards, took a nice catch. That brings next batter to the crease, Hamid Arabzai.
Yeah, Arabzai also a pretty handy bowler. But Saif able to get the critical breakthrough of Saweri, and then also able to get a follow-up breakthrough. Ayubi is gone, so you got 2 pretty much brand new batters at the crease. Well, that's in the air as well. Is that catchable? It's going right back. It is catchable, and it's dropped. Safi into the side. Now he's going to rocket one to the keeper's end. And it will be stopped. Now, Safi normally a pretty good fielder. He did make it. He had room to spare. Arabzai gets lucky, gets dropped on naught.
So just on Greece, Eurovision 2002. So they came 3rd in 2001. So they were like, okay, 2002 is our year. We're gonna go big in this year. So they had this whole internal competition to see who'd represent the country, and there were some really good entries, and then Sagapo won by a landslide. But if you listen to it, you'll be like, how's this one won? And it's like this robotic costume, and it turns out that he had his costume donated by the Greek police, so he was actually wearing anti-riot gear during the Eurovision Song Contest. That was his costume. And I mean, to everyone in the chat, if you haven't heard Sagapo, look it up. It did terribly. But it's
created memory for you. And we're creating memories going all around Europe, of course. This is our northern fortnight, basically, I'm calling it, because we're a week here and a week in Estonia with a 4-day overlap. Before we head back down to a bit more south in Romania. It'll be pretty warm by then, I think. Anyway, I'm going to go back to Gilani. I'm curious to see who they actually bowl now, because they've got 3 overs. They can bowl whoever they want. Gilani, saw him and breaking into a slightly new look Swedish side in the second half of last season. And he follows him this time. He's late on it. That could actually go quite a long way. 49 metres. Oh, now it's a bit of hesitation. And, not collected cleanly. Zagul is going to hustle. Adves was pulled away from the stumps. Gave a little flick at the stumps, but so some of the replays do look like Benny Hill replays. I mean, this one here, it does look like a bit of a sketch, especially with the reaction, the genuine hands in the air. Yeah, it's been a fun morning already. Zagul. Oh, now they're going to run. Oh, and he's almost going to run him out. I mean, you can't accuse him of not being aggressive enough. And then I think they're running pretty much anticipating the keeper's probably not going to take it. Said, yeah, okay, let's go. But it's one of the all-time great bat swings that will result in a bye.
He ends up on one knee somehow. Still manages to get through a run from that position. It's quite impressive.
81 on the board. Zeroing in at the stumps again is Gilani. But Gilani, he's such a good bowler, can't buy a wicket. Just had a million catches put down off him yesterday and a few ground fielders that got away. Almost like he'd taken the last drink out of the fridge in the team club rooms. Anyway, 82, still 14 balls, I should say, left in the innings. This time, well taken by Jadvest. Even the kind of the regulation balls are still extra exciting this morning with some of these extra dynamics.
I think the blue pitch just adds another dimension to it as well. It's my first sighting of it. I've got to say, Vinny, I'm absolutely loving it, especially in this sun. It gives the contrast as well. There's already enough green around there. I think I'm an advocate for more blue pitches. Or any other colour, to be fair. Yellow would be quite nice.
Yeah, true. Good Yorker, but also well played. Zagul, who will retain the strike as the end of 8. Gilani again goes wicketless, but doesn't go for too many. None for 14. As the score is 83 for 6. Yeah, we had this debate at the time when we first saw the blue pitch back in 2021. should every country have its own kind of national colour as the pitch? So, okay, so this is a very Swedish colour.
Yeah.
Then you go to the Netherlands, you're playing on orange pitch.
Why not?
Germany, you could probably go black. I don't know about the... then
Gold.
leaves-
You know,
Yeah.
Gold.
black.
Or, you know, striped.
Yeah, you could just... Yeah, why not?
It'd be
You
good for
could-
the bowlers.
You
Different
could also
channels.
have the wicket-to-wicket stripe
Yeah.
if you wanted.
Or the wide lines could
Yeah.
be, everything that beyond the wide line could be a different colour. That
That's what I
helps
mean.
the
Yeah,
umpires,
you could go in Germany, you have the red with the yellow lines, maybe.
Could share the pitch with Belgium.
True.
Or they go the other way on it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but let us know your thoughts. Who's got a real different kind of colour? You don't really see any countries wearing purple, although Scotland's kind of gone that way.
Yeah.
Because you don't see purple on many flags. Do you know that's because most of the flags obviously have been around a long time, and it used to be so costly to produce purple.
Well, it's a royal colour as well, isn't it?
That's why.
Yeah.
Because it would cost so much to produce purple. And yeah, and obviously they wanted the flags to be mass-produced and for all the public to be flying the flag and showing their patriotism.
Well, they've got the thistle in Scotland, which is purple flower. I think that must be where it's come from.
That looks good.
I like
All
the
right.
purple kit, yeah.
10 balls to go in a really fun first game. Beats him upstairs this time, Hassan. Again, we now know that at least one of Abdul Haq and Ashik Hussain, who took two wickets each in the first 2 overs, will not bowl because they've decided to go back to Hassan here. And he's going to get crunched through point. Nice back foot drive from Zargo. It shows he doesn't try to hit this as hard, but still hit pretty hard, and the result's going to be a boundary.
Jules in the chat saying Sweden's entry in Eurovision this year just translates as let's just sauna.
Does it? Well, yeah.
It's very Swedish.
I brought up the Eurovision Song Contest because, and I think this first semi-finals tonight, isn't it? Tuesday. It's Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Because Sweden are the favourites. Zargle misses.
I feel like they're the favourites most years, to be fair.
True, they're right up there. You know, Jadvest is box office, and he can take a regulation take and turn it into an event. He sprints, and he basically stares him down.
At no point does he leave the creases. Yeah, okay, yeah, he steps out there, but he's making sure they're not taking a single. He's running up to the stumps every single time.
Zargle, for a guy that's almost dislocated his shoulder, he's swinging so hard. He's 9 off 11, and it's the end of 9. It's 89 for 6. Hassan will finish with a number for 19. I guess we'll see if they bring back one of the openers or not. Having said that, expected score 100. Seaside, it's a bit of a litmus test for them because this isn't a gimme, considering how they batted yesterday. They had some issues, to say the least. In their 2 games, they scored 100 and they scored 88. Having said that, they've got a bit of cover coming back in with the bowling today, and they will go back to Safi. So that has to be the first time I've seen both openers get 2 wickets and just be discarded.
They didn't even concede many runs. Abdul Haq conceded 3 and Ashik Hussain conceded 7.
Is this a retire out or what's going on here? Or is he just getting some more equipment?
No, he's going off. So it looks like that will be the end of Zargle.
Zargle is going to step aside. 9 off 11. I'll make that strategic replacement. 89 for 7 then as we go into the last over. Safi is going to spear this one down the leg side. It's a pretty good take by the broken keeper, Jadvest, but they were always going to get a run there. It's actually really good running because it's hard to imagine how from here he's going to be able to get up in time to throw the stumps down. And the replacement is Asmaul Haq Sahak. Not often you see retired out with 6 down, but there's barely any time left.
Also at the non-strikers then, so you might not even get a chance to hit here.
Well, now he's on strike. Now it will be a miss. So there's your 3rd extra of the over. It's a proper beg, borrow or steal kind of innings. Got a ball from Manoj.
Speaking of retirements, did you see what happened in the UAE?
Yeah, we
Qatar
talked
game?
about it yesterday a little bit.
Mental.
Solidarity for the girls. Real average killer as well. Just having to cop the duck.
Is there no way they could have...
Four
no.
by. Oh, no.
no.
Hold on. Where'd he come from?
Backstops in down.
Make that 1 by. then almost overthrows. Yeah, I mean, no issue with it.
No, absolutely not.
But it also kind of highlights that it's pretty dumb that there's a rule that you can't declare.
Yeah.
Because it's, if it was already a rule and you're like, okay, but someone's obviously thought of that rule and said, hey, you can't declare. Because limited overs cricket's only been around like 50 years.
But
so it's not like for hundreds of years it's been the way.
It's only 20 overs, right? I think in 50. I mean, I've declared in a 50 over game.
You can't. Well, you're not meant to. Not in the international
Well,
level.
we've brought. It wasn't international. It was Oxford versus Cambridge at Lords. We put on 200 odd.
Yeah.
Weather was coming. We retired after 35.
Sporting. In that context, it's sporting. But it's so, because we've actually, like everything, before it hit the mainstream, in ECN, it hasn't happened, but it's definitely been discussed. So it's been discussed in the same situation where a team needs the win. They're worried about, they think they've got enough runs. And Corey was with me and we said, yeah, you just retire everyone out.
Yeah.
It's not a problem. All right, throws himself at this one. Gets a fair bit of bat on it. That'll spin away for 4 runs. So it takes him up to 99.
My question is, why didn't they... Isho's opened the batting for UAE, got 100 odd. Why didn't they let her stay not out?
Yeah, I know.
They retired her
100%.
out. I'd be like, no, I'm staying here. Everyone else can retire out.
Yeah, and who drew the straw where they didn't have to be out?
Yeah, I think it was the number 11.
There was a zero.
Yeah.
But then also, I don't think we'd make them go through the rigmarole of like coming out and tapping. We could just say, I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you see, there was a picture of like 5 of them padded up at the side, all running on and off.
Unnecessarily laborious. Oh, drops it.
I think cricket's slogan sometimes can be unnecessarily laborious.
Yeah, definitely. But I would just say, I don't think I've really seen anyone say it's not in the spirit of the game, which normally someone will think that. Hopefully he's all right here, Safi. I wonder if he'll just switch to bowling left-handed because he just copped it in the right hand. Still can do up his shoelace, so it can't be that bad. But yeah, bring in a rule that says you can declare. It's your innings. Do what you want with it.
Yeah. I mean,
if you can declare 2 innings in a test match at 0,
you can stand there and just not hit a ball if you want. There's nothing stopping you.
Yeah.
You can talk about spirit of cricket all you want, but
spirit is, you could even say that you're giving him a chance to chase it, a better chance. Anyway, couple to come. The 100 is up. And it'll be 106 after this. Haku is selectively inserted. He's going to come to the races with a maximal 6 carreras. I would say this chase is now in the awkward category for Seaside because they're going to have to hit their highest score in the series so far.
it's pretty much do or die for them as well. They've lost their first 2. Don't think they can really afford to lose the 3rd. I mean, it's top 4 that go through, but they don't want to be stranded at the bottom.
And again, I don't want to be that guy, but they had 3 bowlers they could choose, whoever they wanted, and they didn't choose either of the 2 openers. If you're a fan of sundries, you would have enjoyed that last over. Let me run through it. Don't really want to. 2 wides, a bye, 2 wides, 4, 1, 6, and a bye. And that's the end of the 10th over. The scorers, we're going to need a bigger box to score that one. But it will be 107 for 7 after 10. The victory target will be 108 for Seaside, searching for their first win in the series.
It was a strange one from Seaside. They got off to such a good start. It was 2 for 1, 2 for 2, 4 for 3, and 10 for 4. And we thought, okay, the openers are firing here for Seaside. That was Abdul Haq and brilliantly executed Yorker, the left armer, and the right armer, Ashik Hussain. They picked up 4 wickets between them, and we thought, well, they're just going to carry on. We might have an early finish here, but for some reason, Seaside, they turned to their other bowlers, and they used 7 of them in total. That was a nice slower ball, which was caught there on the covers. That was Ashik Hussain picking up another wicket. But then they just kind of left the door open for Ariana, and Ayan Saweri, he walked straight through at 61.
Yeah, and didn't he ever? I mean, without his innings, it's going to be bad trouble. Left turn at Albuquerque time, and how do you take 0 into 1 into 5? That's how you do it on the European Cricket Network. Then Saweri, that's a great shot actually over cover. I mean, it's smart. If you've got that in your arsenal, there's value there. I'll say he had a mixed time behind the stumps at best, but I certainly enjoyed watching him just trying to improvise wicket keeping with a badly broken finger that he's been advised against playing by not just doctors, but his whole family and friends group. But anyway, they love their cricket here. Not often you get on the European Cricket Network. And the purple bringing the power early. Eventually, Saweri would go. That would change the innings somewhat. Courteous trying to catch the stumps as they came back towards him. They were Safi that got the breakthrough. But yeah, the fact that I never went back to any of the openers that did damage early. I find a little bit curious. But then they had this little run back. And towards the end again, they went to Safi, maybe because they wanted him to have another over because he hasn't played yesterday, but he was a little bit erratic to say the least. But anyway, a good game in progress. I just think that if Ariana CC are able to pick up early wickets, they can probably put the heebie-jeebies into Seaside. This one's up for grabs, I think, Tina.
Yeah, 100%. Seaside, they're not exactly full of confidence, having lost those 2 games yesterday, and they know they need to win this one. It wasn't the best of finishes either. They had the chance to throw the ball back to the 2 openers. They went to Safi, and then the 10th over went big. It's just a bit... They kind of let this game go out of their grasp, but still 108, if you told them that before the game, they'd say, yeah, okay, we can probably chase that.
But, I mean, look, 18 extras and 61 to Saweri. Well, there's 79 out of the 107, although quite a few avoided ducks. Only Sadat went for a golden. They just weren't able to get to double figures either. But it was a very Swedish kind of innings. It was kind of must-watch TV. And there we go. Strange figures. 2 for 3 for Sahibzad Abdul Haq and 2 for 7 for Ashik Hussain. Then they were told to hit the pine. Saiful Hassan chipped in with a couple of wickets in his over. Galani also, shout out for him. He's pretty luckless at the moment. Still couldn't pick up a wicket. None for 14. We'll take a break then. Back in just a few minutes. 108 will be the victory target. Can the Purple power their way to their first victory? Or can Ariana CC go 2-1? This is anybody's game. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. My pleasure to be with Tina Goff as well. And we will both be back very, very shortly for more ECS Sweden, Landskrona.
are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back to match 6 here in the ECS Sweden, where Ariana CC, they've put some runs on the board, probably not as many as they would have hoped, as they finished 107 for 7 off their 10 overs. Seaside, they desperately need the points. If they manage to chase down this total in 7 overs or less, they'll not only take home their first win of the series, but a bonus point win at that. As for Ariana CC, well, they beat their opposition yesterday, and they've got a tough task here if they want to do it again. Restricting Seaside to 74 or less will see them bag all 4 points. It was a bit of a curious innings, wasn't it, when at the start we thought Seaside, they might skittle through Ariana, and they had them 2 for 2, 4 for 3, 10 for 4, but it was just the one-man stand of Aryan Saweri who boosted his side up to that score above 100. He scored 61 off 29. In fact, he was the only one of the Ariana CC batters to get into double figures. Extras was the next highest scorer with 18. Otherwise, just a couple of runs at the end. In fact, Zargol, who got retired out, he was the next top scorer with 9. So it was a strange one for Ariana CC, but they probably consider themselves lucky that they got up to 107. And they'll fancy their chances here, I'm sure, to reduce Seaside to a total less than that, especially given Seaside, they lost both their games yesterday, including one to Ariana CC. That was by 74 runs. As we go into the run chase here, it's Rehman with ball in hand, and it's going to be a wicket first up as Hassan goes for the big swing and just manages to get a bit of an edge on that. And it's a smart catch there at that point. It came to him sharply, and that's the nightmare start for Seaside. They've lost a wicket on the very first delivery, and well, Ariana CC, they did something similar at the start of their innings. This is the perfect start for them. You can see there, Sharia Hassan went for the big swing. It was there to be hit. Just a low full toss, a bit of a loosener from Atta Rehman. He'll be very happy to have picked up a wicket with that delivery. And Seaside, first ball, first wicket. Well, he has a little chat to the incoming batter. Not sure how many words of wisdom he can give for his short stint at the crease. They swap helmets. And Seaside, well, there's better starts, isn't there? You can see what he was trying to do. It was there, and he just completely lost his shape, and it was a smart catch in the end to dismiss the man. It's Raheem Safi now. It comes in to bat. With a task on his hands, you'd say pretty much Seaside have to win here to keep their chances alive. Of course, it is only the one group. It's 5 teams. Top 4 go through. But if you lose your first 3 games, it's going to be a big uphill task to get back into it. Seaside, they thought probably they were in the perfect situation this morning, getting those early wickets against Ariana, who won 1 and lost 1 yesterday. But it's a nightmare start for them here, and perfect start for Ariana Atta Rehman. Nice delivery. It's hit straight down the ground. Should be stopped there. That is done by Sami Ibrahimkil. So we're into day 2 here. There's 4 days of group stage action. Of course, then culminating in finals day on Friday. Seaside, I'm sure, would just be more than happy to be at finals day after their start yesterday. But the top 2, they have that double chance to get through to the final, and 3 and 4 will then have to face off in the eliminator. We'll have to win 2 games then to get through to the final. Change of angle here for Rehman against the left-handed opener in the form of Saiful Hassan, who just knocks that away into the leg side for a single. Sensible, I think, for Seaside at the moment, especially losing that wicket off the very first delivery. Just need to settle themselves down here. They don't need to go completely wild with that target, probably below average. And you can see there the wind predictor as well, very much in that Goldilocks zone. Almost in the super Goldilocks zone, but you can see actually my tired eyes were not deceiving me. The target was 107, 108 to win. You can see it's gone up to 113. And I think that's because the new Batu came in. He came in a little too slowly for the timer. The penalty has been applied, which is, again, sloppy from Seaside, not exactly what they want when their series is on the line here. It must have been Raheem Safi then coming in. You can see that they swapped the helmets as well, didn't they? And when you've only got the 60 seconds, you need to get there in double quick time. Didn't manage to do it, so an extra 5 runs for Ariana CC. So the Seaside chase now moves up to 113, and they finish the first over 2 for 1 with that wicket off the very first delivery. So it's all happening here. We're expecting a golden ball, hopefully sooner rather than later. I'm on a bit of a drought, so hopefully Vinny can help me out, see if we can end that one soon.
No need to get personal, but it is 23 matches since the golden ball, and yeah, I was actually doing exercises in Malta, actually. I did. I'm on a bit of a hot streak, because then I had the one in finals day as well on Friday. But we couldn't believe how quickly the matches have stacked up again. So we're already over 20, and that was just, it felt like a couple of days ago. Anyway, here we go with over number 2. Arabzai is going to open up. Seaside not hitting too many in the middle. They're actually minus runs so far after the first over. They're basically 1 for -3. It reminds me, actually, the opening day in Jersey, we had a crazy game where there was a 2-over period of a team. Basically, they were only about 15 away from victory. Spitfires then lost 5 for -2 in that period, where the balls were going down and the runs were actually going up because of the same thing. So yeah, strict 60-second limit, and it was calculated that Safi spent too long getting out there at number 3. So he hasn't had the greatest return to the European Cricket Series so far, Safi, but he's facing up now, and he's going to launch one. That could be the one that gets him going. So now he's in credit. Maximo 6 carreras.
Nice flat hit, and gets himself at least on the scoreboard. Maybe just taking his time to get out there in the middle, but at least getting into positive figures there.
I just remember Safi in 2021 just having an absolute heater. He scored 342 runs in the series, 8 wickets. And this time he'll carve it out for 1. That's all they'll get. But this is kind of pre-Grizzly era as well. So he was striking at 230 back then, which is a very good rate. He scored 350s in the series, hit 37 sixes. But he's also he's got that kind of X-factor quality about him. Kind of does everything fast. Arabzai. Saif was very good yesterday, but Seaside just batting himself into a little bit of a hole here. You see, they're not even favourites now. I still think the par will end up being around about 125, 130 here. This is only just below par, but Seaside have been below par with the bat so far in the series. They were hoping someone like Asafi would come in and obviously bolster the batting, and so far, a mixed start. This one will be a wide. So yeah, I want to say a quick hello to everyone as well. that's watching it on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. I know a lot of people watching on Fan Code as well. And of course, with the IPL suspension, really shone even more of a light on us, which we're always happy to accept. That's smashed straight into the gap, and that's going to be for Wasaif. I like this shot because he was getting a bit construction site happy, wasn't he, earlier in the over? But if it's outside off, hit it outside off. That's exactly what he does, and he gets the value, 4 runs.
He just stays in the right side of the ball, doesn't use much footwork, just comes down the pitch and slaps it away. Lovely hit. It's a bit too much width on offer there from Hamed. He's going around the wicket here, just needs to get it coming in to the left-hander just a touch more. It's a better delivery. It's always a bit dangerous when you drift onto the pads of a left-hander, but if the ball just follows them, especially when, well, from personal experience, your eyes light up when it's going down leg. But it's not always the easiest shot when the ball just cramps you up for a bit of room.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So pretty tight over, all things considered, by Arab Zain on for 13. And it's 15 for 1 after 2. So just thinking with the fence around the construction site, would it have been a better strategy? 'Cause I used to love the boundary fence. You know, going back a while, you'd have the white picket fence, or, you know, in the era I grew up watching cricket, the fence was a metal fence was the boundary. But you could go a little bit baseball. You could have the fielders climbing the fence, trying to take big catches.
Crowd catches.
Yeah.
Building site catches, builder catches. You know.
Well, they do wear hard hats. That's probably good. I just feel that Safi could come off here, and if he does, it's going to be destructive. This one's just over the top. He's going to have a couple of lucky moments, though, if he's going to survive. Mid-off was up in the circle, was still in the power play, and the third over starts with 4 runs.
A safe enough hit. The fielder here in front of us, Nasser Bacha, was interested for a while. It's always a nice tactic to go straight back down over the bowler's head, unless they've got that Southern Cross field. It's a safe enough hit. But yeah, Safi feels like he's got to go big here.
A bowled, though, jammed in. Rahman coming back to bowl another over, which is something we didn't see quite bizarrely in the first innings. We saw 7 individual bowlers bowled. I've got no issue with that in itself, but both openers took 2 wickets and were very, very tight, and they never bowled in the innings again. Slower ball this time. Safi goes after it, and I think that might have just bounced inside. It's pretty close to hitting the rope.
I was wondering whether that hit the rope on the full.
I thought it might have as
it?
well. Just inside. Yeah, but it was pretty close to a 6. Instead, it will be 4. And Seaside just trying to recover. Obviously, Safi copped a 5-run penalty for being slow to the crease. 50-50 game, though, at the moment. He's on the walk now. Safi, such a funny one. I don't think you can give it out. It was tailing a bit, but he was so far down the wicket. Have a look at this. So even though it hits him in line, I just think you'd be guessing. I think it's a pretty good decision.
Yeah, I think it's going down leg side.
Almost off the screen here when it hits him.
Certainly not. Oh, it's difficult, even with the AstroTurf. I learned that the weekend as well, because I've not played for a while, and different AstroTurfs are different, just how bouncy the pitches are.
True.
Unless it hits you right in front of middle on the full, it's so hard to give LBWs.
That's the thing. But that one there is a good example of, if you actually look where he bowled it from, even though it hits him, I think probably the impact's middle stump. But with about 3 to 4 metres plus to travel, is probably with the angle slipping past. Saif tries to go construction side again. Now we'll go straight off the toe of the bowler, just a single. So Ariana CC certainly playing themselves into a reasonable position. Seaside with plenty of work to do. It's 25 for 1 after 3.
Ariana at least have the runs on the board here. 5 more than they probably thought they'd have because of that penalty awarded to the fielding side, because of Safi being slow to the crease. And, well, Safi's probably the one for Seaside who has to get the runs here. There's not an enormous amount of experience in that batting lineup. Of course, they've lost the early wicket of Hassan as well.
Yeah, it's true. But as we've seen throughout this series already, in the short amount of time we've been here, and if you lose wickets, not necessarily a death sentence to the innings, because you do get reasonable amount of depth here. I think we saw that yesterday, especially with some of the teams that have been to ECL. You know that they've got a player group that are all confident, they're fearless. And we saw, 8s, 9s, 10s coming out and hitting 6s straight away. As we're going to have Upside Khan bowling over number 4. And it's going to start with a full toss, and Saif goes up and over the offside. Maximo! Just think it's a better shot from him when he doesn't premeditate. I think sometimes he makes up his mind. He wants to go leg side, but we've seen he's a good hitter over cover. And sure, as the full toss should be put away. It's a good shot selection. It's a good comeback, though. Good comeback from the bowler. That's the other thing yesterday. You talked about the bounce that you do get in most artificial wickets. But I think that the real tactic yesterday was getting it up and trying to bowl full, trying to hit that Yorker. But if you don't quite get it right, it can travel. But this one travels straight to Ibrahim Kill, who takes the catch. So Saif was very straight there, wasn't he, Sammy? But it'll be a wicket for Absar Khan. And this game takes another turn. Seaside 31 for 2, kind of deep in the crease. You saw him charging the ball before, and he kind of uncharges. And Ibrahim Kill makes no mistake.
Both these batters were looking to hit down the pitch and got away with one just about in that previous over, did Safi, but Saiful Hassan this time goes a bit too straight, doesn't quite get enough on it, and it's a nice catch from Ibrahim Kill. You can see he just doesn't get his foot right to the ball, just opens up a bit and kind of tries to hit inside out, only manages to pick out the grateful hands of the fielder there. Second wicket to fall, 31 for 2 halfway through the 4th.
Just got a feeling we're in pre-Tingle territory. And Seaside have played a golden ball, by the way, and so have Ariana CC. Would you like the stories?
Absolutely.
Nicked 4. So Chowdhury with an poco de suerte. Sada wishes he had the kangaroo boots there to jump up a bit higher, but nothing you can do about that. 4 runs. So I know everyone loves a golden ball story. Let me take you back in time. And in 2020, I wasn't commentating because I happened to go back to Australia in late February, and it made sense to stay there when the world took a bit of a turn. Yeah, but anyway, so 2020 I wasn't commentating. As this is going to be flicked away, and that's going to be 4. So I want to check the boundary. I assumed this couldn't have gone all the way, but it's a long way from us. Let's have a look. It has gone... Oh, no, it's gone for 6. Wow. Maximo. Very well hit. And, yeah, 6 signalled. Beautiful flick away. Shows you how this grizzly ball flies. Anyway. Now another little flick away, and there's nobody back on the boundary here, so that'll be 4 more. So... They do lose a wicket in the over, but it goes magical. Real handy one for Seaside. And at the end of 4, it's 45 for 2. Okay, we're going to take a step back in time. So, yeah, 2020. And to be honest, we didn't even know that this would blow up the way it did. It did partly because of Corona and the fact there was no sport on. I was keeping an eye on it, obviously. And Golden Ball 1 was all the way back in Alicante, and actually... Madrid United, who we'd actually saw it in the ECS recently, they won that first ever Golden Ball. But Golden Ball 2 was in Gothenburg, and it was Seaside versus Jönköping. And I remember this one really well for a couple of reasons. It was back on the 14th of July, 2020. Seems so long ago now.
Oh, it's 5 years.
Feels like 50 years. Hit hard, but straight along the ground. And pretty good fielding by Ibrahim Kill, just a single. Bacha getting the over here. It was a bit wet. So this wasn't at this ground. It was in the Gothenburg ground. And it was scores tied last ball. So not golden ball yet. Scores were tied.
Yeah.
I think I said that. Full toss turned away. And Chowdhury will get a single. So as he swings at the last ball, it's full toss knee high. He accidentally lets go of his bat while the ball's halfway down. So by the time the ball reaches him, he's just stuck and gets hit on the pad. LBW.
What can you do in that situation?
Nothing. I mean, it's debatable when the bat left his hands, but he definitely lost control before the ball, and the bat, gone. LBW. And then he's trying to run, and he's batless. And then, this is, spring productions at the time, now 2 circles. Magnificent job they've done for us. But back then, they hadn't done too much cricket, and particularly in ECN. As this is clipped away for 2 here on the slide. They're going to take on the arms. Pretty good throw, actually. They will get back for 2 runs. And on the golden ball, we did show it, but only from the wide camera because we were in the they just assumed that was the end of the game. They went to have lunch. And so you just hear the ambient music over the top, and you see, apparently it was a really good one. Apparently it went out to deep mid-wicket. It was a bit of fumble. They get enough to it. But you have no sense of that atmosphere because the players look like little ants. And even in the background with the music over the top. Ooh, that's certainly worth a shout. Umpire showed no interest. The 50s come up for Seaside. Again, it's a very tight game. Let's have a look here because I hit some oh, your inside edges it. That's why. Big nick on it. So that was golden ball 2.
Right.
Which featured Seaside. Well bowled. That's the kind of length that at least makes it tough for the batter. And so Batcher does a good job. He battles. And we've got a game on, folks. It's 51 for 2 after 5. So that was golden ball 2. I'll take you through golden ball 3 in a second. But first, let's have a look at the Premier Division of the ECC, where Sweden will be competing in Group C with Scotland, 11, Jersey, Portugal, Finland and Switzerland. 6-team groups this year, with only the winner to go through to the championship group at the very end of the ECC window. And there's one thing about those groups, there are no easy groups. If you say you've got a tough group, then you say, which one would you rather be in? And normally they'll go, oh, good point. Okay, that should be great. We've got 20 teams in the men's Euros of cricket this year in the Premier Division.
Yeah, we've got the Western Meltle just before that as well. So it's going to be, what's that, just probably over a month at Cartama. It's going to be great. And then a month in ECCW in December as well.
Do you think you can clear your schedule so we can borrow you a little bit during that period?
I'm sure I could make something happen.
Make you an offer you can't refuse. Can you drop any bombshells about the Shields, by the way?
Ooh.
Flicked away. This will be stopped. A bit worried he was going to overrun that.
I've had some names floated my way for the icons. I've had to dig into my contacts book as well. So if any of those contacts that I've passed on will come off, I can say it's going to be incredible. As only just about gets back in there.
Yeah, if that hit, I reckon he was out. Are you icon worthy?
I don't think so.
Got him. Chopped on. Safi doesn't really fire here in his first game. Gets a couple out of the middle, but that time just a little inside edge. Cleans up the stumps. Sahak with the attack, and Seaside 52 for 3.
Straight through him. He went for another big shot. Not sure it was really there to be played. It did stay maybe a bit low to get an inside edge on it in the end.
Not necessarily one for the purists, but...
Well, we were talking about the Bouncy Astro. That one just didn't come up at all.
Yeah.
That one didn't even really go up much past his knees.
You do get a little bit of variation. Obviously using a very hard ball with the pronounced seam. The ball's always pretty new in the T10 game. Zafi goes for 18. Will be docked the 5 out of his pay. So let's call it a net of 13. And the score is 52 for 3. Okay, so that was Golden Ball 2. Golden Ball 3, Ariana Grande. Ariana CC versus Ariana Keefe in 2020. This was a separate series, but that was here. Nicked and wrong foots the keeper. Yolani gets lucky, gets 4 first up. Just going to highlight something here. As a keeper, it is tough, but you're trying to reduce the amount of times you are wrong-footed. So see how he's drawn to his left foot there? And actually isn't that far from him. So what I used to try and counter that is I wouldn't want to stand outside off too much at all. I'd want to stand as far left as possible. And then maybe you've got to play on that. But it was a pretty significant deflection.
He was moving a lot when the ball was bowled there. It's hard to
see where he's setting up outside off?
Yeah.
It's too wide. And now that's in the air. And it should be out. Bowler's called everyone out. Sahak takes it. Easy as you like. Galani goes 4 and out. And Seaside hitting a bit of a crossroads here in the chase. It's 56 for 4.
Nice claim there from Sahak. Just a big swing there. A bit of an ugly one there from Said, and Sahak make sure he clears everyone else out of the way.
Yeah.
Takes it comfortably.
You're pretty happy there's no one else around. There's no confusion. Galani just not necessarily firing with the bat so far. 56 for 4. Yeah, even that next ball, then I look at the keeper and I notice same thing. So I'm not looking like a hawk all the time at the keepers, but that's just something little that, especially if it's an in-swing bowler, now this is pretty much a neutral, but you don't want to be caught with your weight on the left foot. It's very hard to then dive and take an outside edge. Arif, the new batter. He's going to angle this one away. Again, they might look for 2 here. Probably not on. It's okay. It's hard to have a chit-chat here, isn't it, with this pace of the game. But I'm going to take you to Golden Ball 3 now, which was Ariana CC versus Ariana Keefe. And Oktay Galami, who's an ambidextrous bowler. These stories just get greater, don't they? He's actually umpiring this series, not playing at the moment. But Ariana Keefe were well, first, we'll look at this, because this is up in the air. Can he get in time? He does, but he's not able to turn him to catch. Abraham Gill is an outstanding fielder. Did get there, but couldn't hold on. And it will be the end of the over. Check it out here on the replay. As Chowdhury comes out and made good ground. Actually in the infield by the time he intercepts it. But it will be the end of the over. 58 for 4. So Ariana CC were actually batting, and they needed 2 to win, obviously, on the golden ball. It gets hit out to deep square leg. I still remember it because you can see on the replay, you can see the horses in the background, and there's still horses here. Picked up Nusratullah, who's he's not seeing him at the moment for Ariana CC. He's a massive unit. He's like their big hitter. Has to run 2. They had to run 2. The throw comes in. Keeper gets a bit of an awful bounce, fumbles it, and then is scrambling around and ends up slapping it. Misses the stumps. Nusratullah dives in for 2. And then scenes. It's a long way across here, and he's been given out. Chowdhury will have to step aside. Batcher with his first wicket. We'll check it out in the replay, but it wasn't a huge appeal from everybody, but I think he just gets a long way across. Let's have a look. Does it straighten it all? I mean, I can see where he's going with it.
You can see the base of the stumps, which is always a bit of an indicator for how far across the batter is. But
an umpire's call. I mean, you wouldn't be sure it was missing, put it that way.
Yeah.
But also, it was looking a bit leg side-ish. But in the end, the umpire's got a decision to make. Let's have a look. This is what the umpire sees, basically. And he can totally see, he thinks only a bit of the ball has to hit a bit of the stump as well. So, and he also jumps across towards the offside, makes it look even straighter, I think. So, look, in the end, it does get given. It's 58 for 5, and Hakeem's got to come out. Somebody's going to stand up for the Seaside team here. Who's it going to be? That'll help. That'll be a wide. So anyway, I was just to finish the Golden Ball 3 story. So Ariana CC win it, and even though basically the batter then takes credit and stands up and punches his chest, putting his arms as in, yes, I've done it, which he did.
he was present.
But yeah, if you want to go back, you can look up Golden Ball Compilation Volume 1 on YouTube. And you'll see both of those, including the one that just has the music over the top. Seaside versus Jönköping.
Let's check that one out. Hey, we might have a chatter cameo, because Stanley said in the chat that he didn't realise this game was on. He lives just beyond the trees.
No.
So he's going to come. He says he might go along the walkway and wave to the camera. I said he should come on. We'll say hi to him. Stanley, if you're still listening.
Well, Stanley, if you're on that side of the ground, give us the ball back, because that's been smashed away. In fact, 6 off the edge. If you can't smash it off the edge, Hakeem goes maximal. Are we in for a big finish? Yes, Stanley, fantastic. And do you have any background in cricket, Stanley, or did you grow up with cricket? And you can you just come to the igloo. You probably have a couple people trying to stop you on the way, but just tell them that Vinny sent you.
That gets you in a lot of places, doesn't it?
Not always. Oh, he's got him, has he? He has. Oh, he's just tried to bump that one out. Hakeem was off a thick inside edge. And that will be a 6th wicket down. What a good bit of athleticism from the Ariana CC skipper. He had to change direction here. The ball just kind of hung in the air, didn't it? Stopped his shot, and a nice catch low down to his right. So Muji, unfortunately for him, it's the end of the road for him. He'll be out for 6, and the score now 65 for 6.
That was a strange one. He tried to adjust the shot there, only manages to just chip it up in the air. It's a nice catch there from Nasser Batcher, his 2nd wicket in the same over.
Stanley, you're so naive. He said, I see the game might be over shortly. A T20, I think, so maybe I've got no time.
Always
Stanley, you got time. We're here until 8 o'clock. Here's Abdul Haq, who digs out a Yorker and digs it out pretty well. That could go for 4. It does go for 4. So Abdul Haq, who we saw on the first over of the day, take 2 wickets and then basically not feature again. Maybe low full toss, but it was a pretty good ball from Batcher. No fine leg in play. So Stanley, we have T10 matches, not T20. We have T10 matches. Each match is approximately 2 hours, slightly less than that. And we run them at 2-hourly intervals. So we've got matches today basically at 9, 11, 1, 3 and 5. It's only the first one. Straight hit. Oh, what a take. Batcher with a play of the day style. For no reason, risks his bowling hand. Tina, sometimes cricketers are crazy, and this would be one of those moments. Oh, what a grab. Did he take it?
Ish.
Upon further review, I'm rescinding my call. I think that hits the ground. Anyway, end of the over, and it's 70 for 6. Need to get a move on here as we get ready for the second game of the day. Hessingans will be in for the first time. Great to see some of their players. Their captain, Gokul Srinivasan, was a real character when I was here last time. And they're always a good team out of luck in the ECS. Let's see if they can make a bit of an impact this time. They did qualify. 15 teams qualified, or 15 teams tried to qualify for this tournament. Only 5 made it, and Hessingans one of those. Malmö looks like they're a little bit undermanned here on a Tuesday. So they want to build on their 2-1 record yesterday, including beating both Ariana sides. Hassan Zaigam comes in, perhaps to open up with Bilal Zaigam, who was pretty good behind the stumps yesterday. Also, they had a good mix of pace and spin options, Malmö. And that game is starting in around about 35 minutes. Stanley, see, I told you there's more cricket. In fact, Stanley, maybe we can get a green shirt on you. Here we go with the 8th over, and it's going to be Sabi Ibrahim Kill to bowl, and he starts with a big wide. Well taken by Sadat. It's actually pretty good. You know, you could actually say that's a no ball.
He's right back in the crease as well.
Anyway, he gets away with it, just a wide. Won't make too much of a difference now. Oh, the old slippy fielding. Jeez, where did it all go wrong for Seaside here? They are now fading away. They need someone to have an absolute heater. I mean, I say that, but it's not even 15 and over they need, which in the Grizzly era is very achievable, but just getting shut down here by Ariana CC. Oh, missed twice. For some reason there's a backstop back. He'll keep it to 1 by. Well, Abdul Haq was the hero early on. Can he be the hero with the bat? Well, maybe, maybe not. Going, but gone. It's going to be a hole out for Sahib as Ibrahim Kill gets the wicket. Spin to win. At Seaside now, they're real long shots in this game, which looked so winnable for so long. It's 73 for 7.
We thought their batting lineup might just be a bit fragile, and that's what it's proven to be, with the last 4 batters just going for single scores, and Sahibzad, he has to go for 6 off 4. Nice catch in the deep by Nasser Batcher, but never really had the distance on it. You can see he was taken a couple of meters inside that boundary rope. Well, the 5 penalty runs certainly didn't help, but even with that target 108, you'd say that they're struggling here. They need to get funky. That was certainly a nice shot from Jadves, who's a all-action field batter. All-action fielding there on the boundary as well. I think he stops it in front of the rope here.
I think it seems okay. Just checking the feet here. It seems all right, and then slaps it. Yeah, no problem. And Jadves batting with a broken hand. Already showing a bit of innovation there. 39 or 14. All right, it's in the air, short boundary, and that's going to be 6. Crashes into the fence. Maximal. Well, Arif, who's a genuine bat. You know, we saw him batting right up the top of the order yesterday. So this would be a great time for him to chip in. That one is going to head bitewards. It's the best we came up with yesterday was calling that area the bite, because it looks like someone is taking a bite out of the...
I don't mind that. The building bite. The building site.
Very clever.
Yeah, thank you.
Get a piece of this, but not the whole thing. Stop is made. He does retain the strike, which might not be a bad thing for Seaside. It's 81 for 7 after 8.
At least picked up the bonus point with that 4 and the single. But you'd imagine, especially losing those 2 games yesterday, Seaside, they really need to get a win here. Of course, they've got a few games still to come. They'll be coming back 3 times actually today. They've got games 1, 3 and 5 today. But you can't just keep on getting on one of these losing streaks, and they're staring down the barrel of a 3rd defeat. Of course, every team has enough games. 8 games each, so they've got time to get points on the board, but losing the first 3 is certainly not a position you want to be in. I suppose for them, the slight advantage is that it's only the one team that gets knocked out. So
yeah, that's true.
Unless you, but at what point do we start counting them out? If they lose the first 4 halfway through, not picking up a win, probably.
Higgins are the real kind of unknown quantity, I suppose, although we have seen them before, but not for a while. So let's see how they're playing. All right, pick us over the game so far. They're going to go to Arab's Eye. Arif needs to try and win the battle with 16 and take this to a finish. Here we go with the 9th over. He will get 4 first ball. So Arif just seems like the man with the plan at the moment, doesn't he? They are playing from behind, but they're just hanging on. 4 runs.
Perfect start. That's more of what they need. Pretty much on off stump. Somehow managed to squeeze it away to behind the square. Doesn't matter how they come though. 28 now needed off 11. A couple more boundaries. This could certainly get interesting. They want to certainly get into the final over, needing less than 20.
Exactly. Even 20 seems like a stretch. They've had a good start to the over. They want to turn this into a big one. Pressure kind of back on the bowler now. Arabs are... The bowls are wide. Now we're 4%. I think when the last wicket went down. They've grown up to 24. Maybe with that wide, they'll get a bit of a kick as well. Maybe 26. Supercomputer just kind of turning away. 27. Jeez, 6 now break this game wide open. Big miss though. He wants the wide. I don't think so. Yeah, he probably tries to hit that straight instead of, or even leg side. No, it's definitely not a wide. He implores him. What do you think? I'll tell you something's funny in it. Unless this is a 6, I'll continue. He could be gone here. Little edge. Take it on the way up. And Arif, he's going to go despite a brave effort. It does look like Seaside are fading away. That one, not quite over the shoulder, but about shoulder high. And a thick edge. Well taken by Sadat behind the stumps. He's a very accomplished keeper. And so Arif goes, and Seaside, there'll be more head scratching, I think, for them, because this is the one that got away. 86 for 8. And we'll say it, probably the 50th time, that they never brought back their openers that had destroyed the top order. 4 wickets in the first 2 overs, and you don't bowl either of those 2 again. I think that's a tactical misstep. Pandya Rajan comes out to bat. I was going to say as well, now my Swedish is very limited, but I know, for example, taximike. Thanks very much. If you know Swedish, can you throw a couple of useful phrases into the chat? Just thinking.
Cricket or otherwise, you know.
Life.
Useful life phrases.
Yeah, cricket would be good as well. Like, oh, what a shot or something, or, you know.
Maximo.
Well done.
Well done. Bravo. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the
Keep
German
it simple.
series.
I do find the vowels quite challenging in Swedish, but it is fun language to watch.
It's a strange one because Danish is similar-ish to German to the extent that you can pick up slight things. And then just over the border in Sweden, I have absolutely no idea what's going on.
People tend to group the northern languages together, but they're quite distinctive. Yeah. Don't even get me started with Finnish. I'm going there next month. But anyway, it's the end of the over. Pandya Rajan with... Oh, no, we've still got one, pardon me. Pandirajan will face up.
This needs to be a 6. At least get it to below 20 in that final over.
Like an edged 6. That's well bowled, though. No, he could be gone. Oh, jeez. I think it might have been out if it had hit the stumps, but anyway. Oh. Race Carr versus Ball. Carr wins, Ball second, bat a third. Anyway, it's 89 for 8. You're pretty brave if you're driving your car. I know they're delivering things back and forth to the supply area, but yeah, we saw a couple of windows get hit in Jersey, which made sense if you saw the ground and how far these balls were getting hit.
It looked like a beautiful ground as well, Jersey.
Beautiful ground, actually. And I actually toured Farmers as well on my day off. Farmers won the ECL, of course, and they only have turf pitch, so I was there. There was trainings going on. It was beautiful. It used to be a farmer's field.
Mm-hmm.
Got him, and that's 9 down. 24 required off the last over. Judd Best has been brave today, but that was always going to be tough. Trying to hit it to the short boundary. That probably makes sense. But full and straight, crash go the wickets, and it's 89 for 9.
And just forced Jadvest to do something. He was trying to lift it into the building site. Probably actually that could have been one that if he just stayed where he was, he could have hit it leg side. It's all shoulda, woulda, coulda here for Seaside, the 9th wicket to fall. And it could be facing an all out here. They've still got 5 balls left to face.
We got about 25 minutes before the next game. Are we going on a Stanley hunt in between games?
I think so.
Let's do it.
We don't know if it's a he or a she, or
That's true.
there's someone walking their dog there.
Don't prejudge
It could be anything.
them.
I'm just waiting for someone to wave like a maniac. And then we'll try and catch them on camera.
This is full, and Hussain comes out number 11. This would be one of the all-time great wins from here. I mean, it seems impossible, but all they need is 4 sixes, or if you want to go for the golden ball, 3 sixes and a 4. And Minimo might throw a cat amongst the pigeons. They just run out of wickets here, haven't they? Sahak, 3 for 8. Won't get this out of the ground, so this pretty much should be it. But I've seen some pretty dramatic things on this ground. I've seen a golden ball. And in that golden ball, by the way, Prasenjit Behera from the Helsingborg Royals, after having it explained to everyone 10 or something times, apparently he said to the umpire, oh, so if I just get 1, it's a tie again, right? And he taps a 1.
The eternal tie.
Doesn't realise they've lost. And then everyone's celebrating around him, and he's saying, what? I got a 1.
What did he hope would happen next?
I think the referee and everything explained everything.
Yeah.
Golden ball is what it is. And then at the last moment, he said, squarely umpire, so that 1's okay. And he's like, maybe didn't hear him. He's like, yeah. So I don't know. That might have been lost in translation. But he was definitely a bit confused. It would have been out. But instead, we'll go to the last ball after an overthrow. So up to 94. So again, the batting woes continue as a fairly ambitious Seagull looks like it's chasing the ball.
Oh, that Seagull is getting really close.
Oh, no. Well, we'll stay with this.
Is that Stanley?
I'm distracted. Last ball will be hit, and it'll be hit pretty well. In fact, it will be taken out there. A very good catch. So the Seaside batting woes continue. Just not able to get more than the 100 once again. They're all out off the last ball for 93. A fairly ominous-looking bird is joining in on the celebrations, keeping a watchful eye. But their margin will be 19 runs. Ariana CC end up sweeping their series against Seaside.
Yeah, it was comfortable in the end, even with those 5 bonus points. Ariana CC, even if they had 108 or 107 on the board, they would have defended it comfortably, as the Seaside innings just never really got going. You can see that just about 24 minutes we're going to get going as well for seeing Hissigans for the first time against Malmo, who are 2 for 1 so far, but Seaside they're now 0-3. Certainly left to pick up the pieces of their first couple of days, but they've not got too much time. They'll be coming back in games 3 and 5, and they need a win from somewhere.
Yeah, Malmo underhanded in the next game, but at least they've got 2 wins under their belt, as we will hover around for the next 20 minutes before the next game. Let's have a look. And Seaside will worst possible start. The ball never even touched the ground at any point, and there was already 1 down. Ariana CC But they're a team, though, the Swedish T10 champions last year. That's why they qualified for the European Cricket League this year. And they're showing a bit of that form here. Seaside just couldn't quite put a whole game together. They certainly won patches of it. I think I said earlier on, if Safi comes off, they win. If not, maybe not. And he just couldn't quite find his A game in his first appearance for the week. But I'm sure he'll be back, and we'll get to see Seaside 2 more times today. So it's a huge day for them. Eventually, a big inside edge from Raheem onto the stumps, and he had to go. We saw Gilani come and send the keeper the wrong way the first ball, but the very next ball, he skied one, and just the wickets kept on tumbling. Meanwhile, that required rate was climbing.
Yeah, no one really got going. Umar Chowdhury, he was the top scorer with 20. He then fell for that LBW, probably just shaving a bit of the leg stump. And the problem was for Seaside, they just never got any partnerships going. Wickets falling at regular intervals. That was a nice caught and bowl from Sahak. That was the end of Saeed Gilani. Hafan Arif, he flashed a couple to the boundary, but again, one big hit too many, and he was caught nicely there. That was the end of Abdul Haq. Nasser Bacha taking that one. They at least were able to hit a few runs here and there, but it was certainly not enough for that big total. And that was a nice catch by the keeper. That was still on the rise as it was taken by Kadir Sadat. In the end, it was just a procession for Ariana CC as they walked to their second win of this series.
Yeah, it was last great hope, Arif, I think, getting caught behind. And then I think when we saw Jadvest go, we knew that it was all over Red Rover in a game where they just seem to be so on top. And again, there's so much time in a T10, more than you realise. And let's not forget, at one point, that they were, what was it? It was 3 wickets down with only 4 on the board, and 4 wickets down with only 10 on the board. At the end of the second over, it's 10 for 4. You say, how are they going to get out of this? But they did steadily. They built from there in the first innings. The next 5 overs after that went 11-11, 18-13, 15. And just built what ultimately would be a winning score. 20 for Chowdhury, was actually the top scorer in the end. Safi with 18, though he did cop 5 pens for being late to the crease. Saiful Hassan with 13 opening up. Arif tried hard for 12, but it was just a bridge too far, and Seaside fall to their 3rd consecutive loss to start this European Cricket Series. Sahak was a bit of a machine, wasn't he? 4 for 11, just knew where to find the stumps. 2 wickets for Bacha, and every single other bowler finished with a wicket as well. We'll take a break then. Might go Stanley hunting. I do have to perhaps get my helmet on in case that bird comes anywhere near me. It looks pretty ominous. But it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Great to have Tina Goff with me for day 2. And the action continues when we return to Landskrona for more European Cricket Series.
say, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company here on a very sunny Tuesday in Landskrona in the Skåne region in the south of Sweden. Now coming up, we have match number 2, and well, so far we've only seen 4 of the 5 teams. Now we'll finally get to see Hisingens, who are the fifth team in this competition. They're taking on Malmö, who had a bit of a mixed day yesterday, but a pretty good day nonetheless. Let's see what happens at the coin toss now for match number 7.
Malmö to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's come down heads. What would you like to do?
We're gonna ball first.
Good luck. All the best. Have a good game, guys. Malmö have won the toss. They're bowling.
Malmö winning the toss and electing to bowl. That has been their modus operandi so far. And they did have 2 very good wins in their first 2 games, beating both Ariana sides. Then they just had a bit of a speed hump, if you like, in match 5 last night, not taking a single point in the return matchup against Ariana Keefe. But they will feel, you know, they're probably feeling a little bit sore after the 3-match day yesterday, but they'll feel they're in the swing of it at least. And it's a big question mark for Hisingens, who we have seen before in the European Cricket Series. They can kind of get with the pace straight away. I think the first game kind of sets the tone for the rest of the week. So another really entertaining clash ahead. Tina Goff, it's great to have her with me today. And Tina, it's almost time for the start of match number 7. The news from the toss is Malmö. Once again, they've won the toss. Once again, they're going to bowl. Over to you as we get ready for the first ball.
Thanks very much, Vinny, and welcome back to the beautiful Landskrona cricket ground where the sun is out. We're into match day 7 as we delight in those drone shots. Stanley, we're looking for you somewhere. If you're here, come and say hello. And yeah, as Vinny said, Malmö, they've won the toss and elected to field. Good news for them, but bad news that actually they look like they're down on numbers. Maybe some work issues, some schedule conflicts. They've brought in 3 new players. Hassan, Abdullah and Mohammed come in for them. Hisingens, of course, they had their day off yesterday, so it's a late start into the tournament for them. It'll be interesting to see how they go. Captain Gokul, he will be wanting to get his side off to a winning start. They've got 3 games today, as of course do Seaside, who we saw fall to a disappointing defeat this morning against Ariana CC, but Hisingens got 3 games today and then another 2 tomorrow, so they'll want to get their campaign off to the perfect start. The win predictor has it more or less in that Goldilocks zone, 45% to Hisingens and 55% to Malmö, who of course already have 2 wins under their belts. They won the very first game of this ECS Sweden, beating Ariana Keefe by 7 wickets. Then they came back immediately in game 2 and romped to a win against Seaside by 9 wickets. The only loss they suffered was the final game last night, where they got pretty much battered by Malmö, losing that one by 52 runs. So it's no surprise to see them go out into the field. The 2 games they've won so far, they have chased on both occasions. They'll be wanting to repeat the hat-trick here to get their game, match day 2, off to the perfect start as well. Malmö, they've just got the double header today, so they're playing Hisingens in this one, game 7 of the series, and then they'll come back immediately in game 8 against Seaside. So a big couple of hours for them, for the men with the blue and the green kits. And Hisingens, well, they've got a little, what would you call that, a spotty number with a bit of paint spatter on the side, the dark blue and the yellow of Hisingens. We just get ready to start here. It looks like it'll be Hassan Zaygam with the ball in hand for Malmö. Chaitanya Kilari will face up the first ball. He's joined out there in the middle by Nitin Ramakrishna. Nitin, he's got 79 on the network before. Got that one not out. He only played in 2022. He had a good 2022 though, 232 runs on the network. Chaitanya, his high score came back in 2021. That was 35. So room for him certainly to maybe even try and register his first half century on the network. First ball coming up from Hassan. Here we go. He starts off with a slightly slower one. It's chipped over the covers. There's 2 fielders out there, but it goes through the bite. 4 runs. Perfect start for Hisingens into this series. Just standing slightly outside the crease there was Chaitanya. Despite the 2 men out there, picks his gap perfectly. There's Wahab Hassan in front of us here, long off. And then a man slightly further round on the deep cover boundary. It's a good comeback ball though from Hassan. And the way the commentary igloo is set up here, it's cuts off a slight bit of both sides for us, so we have to rely on the cameras here, or leaning very much forward out of our seats to see to that deep cover region, also to cow corner. But there is a man out there, deep cover. 2 fielders, of course, are allowed outside of the ring in the first 3 overs in the power play. And slightly dragged short, and they're going to go for a quick run here. Direct hit. There would have been slight issues, but the ball gets thrown in. Actually, it's a easy single there for Hissingens. Yes, it's a big day for Hissingens with their first 3 games. Also a big day for Seaside. Big swing, and that's the first wicket to fall. It's the first ball from Nitin Ramakrishna, and it'll be a golden derrick for him as he just flashes at that one. Gets a nick through to the keeper. And, well, it's the keeper who has to depart for Hissingens, and the keeper behind the stumps for Malmo, Bilal Zagam, takes a nice catch there for an early wicket for Malmo. It's the first wicket to fall in the series for Hissingens, 5 for 1, still in the first over. And not the start that Nitin would have wanted to his campaign, falling for a first ball duck. Probably one of the only batters actually in this Hissingens lineup with runs under his belt on the European Cricket Network, but he does depart on this occasion. It's just a length ball there from Hassan, and it was just played down the wrong line there from Nitin. A good start here from Malmo, who certainly want to pick up their 3rd win of this series, especially on the back of that defeat late last night to Malmo. It was a big one as well. 4-0 loss, losing by over 50 runs. New batter Gokul Srinivasan gets himself immediately off the mark with a hit through the covers, and they're going to come through for overthrows. It's a bit sloppy there from the bowler Hassan, who at least fields the ball at the top of his mark, so he doesn't have too far to go. It just comes off his chins there. He's just a bit of a sleepy Tuesday morning for him. Picks up the ball, stands right back to the top of his mark. Nice delivery there from Hassan. Almost chips it straight back up, does Gokul there. Actually lucky not to get it into the hands of the bowler. But that is the end of the first over, an eventful one at that. Hassan picks up his first wicket. 7 runs coming off it for Hissingens. As Vinny joins me back in the igloo, and we take a look at, well, we had the Premier Division earlier, now we've got the Challenger Division, 2 groups. And a few island matchups I've seen before as well. We've got Malta, Cyprus, and we've got Guernsey, Isle of Man.
Well, we had Malta and Estonia playing recently. They're in different groups at the ECS this year. And it will be in Estonia very, very shortly. We were there on Thursday, actually, with Rico and Marco. We talked a bit about Marco yesterday. He was in the chat. I do think Group 2, though, if you go on last year's performances, Group 2 is a bit of a group of death. Oh, he's bowled him. And Kilari is going to play all around this. Hassan, who's just telling me how sore he was. He might feel a little bit better after that, because it's a picture-perfect Yorker that splays the stumps. And Hissingens in early trouble at 7 for 2.
A fear for Hissingens early up here. That's a beautiful delivery from Wahab Hassan. It's not the kind of delivery you want first up from a new bowler. And Chaitanya Kilari, well, he got 1 to the rope, but wasn't able to contribute much more, and he has to depart. It's the 2nd wicket to fall for Hissingens. They're 7 for 2 at the start of the 2nd. Wahab Hassan into the attack, immediately into the wickets.
Just moving the ball around so far, and swing it stump to stump. You saw it, that little leading edge, which straightened down the line. This one, feet not really going anywhere. And Kalari, unfortunately for him, it's a short stay at the crease, as we'll get Vivek Sharma coming out at number 4.
Hissingens just needs someone here to score a few runs, put a partnership together. Well, that will certainly help. It's been signalled wide on field. I think they're going to look for the no ball here. As it seemed to keep on rising here. We'll take a look. He's down low, so maybe that just about saves him. He's not standing tall there. It is Vivek Sharma, but they are going to change the call. It will be a no ball then, so maybe this is the little shot in the arm that Hissingens need to kickstart their innings It'll be a free hit coming up. Did they run through a single? I don't think they did run through a single, so it will be Vivek Sharma still on strike for this free hit. Just a bit of a misfire there from Wahab Hassan. That's a better delivery, so he gets away with it. That's the delivery. He should have bowled on the first occasion. So that one zips through to the keeper. Hey, Vinny, we missed Stanley. He was in the tree line.
What? He was in the trees, was he?
With his binoculars.
Are you serious?
But he says he'll come back in the afternoon. And as Johnny pointed out, he's more than welcome to come into the igloo. So
he
we're
spotted
on Stanley
us.
watch
So
still.
he's basically scoped us out.
Should we be worried?
Maybe.
It's up in the air, but it's been absolutely cracked. Vivek Sharma, he takes one look at that and just looks down to the floor. He says, yep, that one's gone all the way and then some.
Here's the thing. When you have dangerous levels of bat velocity, occasionally you're going to get it in the middle. And that was an absolute blast from Sharma. 6 runs.
It looks like he's got a very big bat. Maybe he's just a small guy, but his bat looks like about twice the size of him. I don't know. It's like a long handle bat. He wants to get a single here. In the end, Gokul at the non-striker's not really interested.
Yeah, been a bit of hit and miss so far. The hits have been good for Hissingans. They'll be hoping they can turn this around. Still 30% here. So, yeah, Sharma. I only saw him play 2 matches back in 2022 with a higher score of 8 not out.
Oh, he goes big again, and there is a man out there, but it's the building site that is reached in the end. It does go all the way as well. But just look at his bat there. It seems to be up to his waist. I don't know, maybe it's just an optical illusion. He's not the tallest of guys. Certainly dwarfed there by Gokul. That was a nice hit over the covers. 6 runs straight into the bite, into the scaffolding there. It's certainly a hot spot.
I mean, the batter should have to get that because he's already wearing a hard hat. Now he's got 12, and that is his highest score ever on the network. But yeah, he's very powerful arms, Sharma. It's pretty clear. Hassan getting put in the back foot now, last ball of the second.
Goes down the pitch, and that's going to go, it's going to hit the rope. It's going to go all the way for 6. That one hit the boundary rope on the full, popped up. There's another powerful shot from Vivek. He's quite low at the crease. He just kind of stands and delivers, and that one just gets swatted away. And it turns into a nice little over for Hissingans. 19 runs coming off it. Takes them to 26 for 2 off 2.
Extra points for the swagger as well. He's coming out there looking very, very good. Okay, so 3 teams have a 2-1 record now. But see, Malmo, because they dropped that point last night, they have, and they actually dropped a couple of points along the way. But Seaside, they're a long way behind. Hissingans then, if they could start with a win here, they make Seaside even more nervous, I think. Here's Hassan Zagam into the lineup.
Just hit away into the cover. Should just be a single. So Hassan picked up that early wicket, of course. Just the 4th delivery of the game. His first over went for just the 7. He's come back here for the second over, his second and final over.
Yeah, I'm looking at, just catching up with the chat. I'm so happy that Stanley is a local. I want to know, did he hear the cricket and then, or did he like Google it and then find us? I want to know how you found the broadcast, Stanley. At least people know that we're real and we're not in a simulation because, yeah, we do exist. I just know most of our viewers can't be here with us physically, but yeah, we're not faking it.
The name Stanley now will always be associated with Malta for me because we had the one side there who had just the best names. There was a Stanley Caroli. There was an Ebin Bobby, which Rico described as like a character from Postman Pat. That one's just a bit of friendly fire.
Well, I'll give you another famous Stanley. Stormin Stanley Norman from Jersey.
Yeah.
That's one of Rhino's favourites. Also, we saw Special Agent 611 Barney Aston in the recent series, but he was only wearing number 11 because there was no 611 jersey.
Oh, it wasn't Stanley Caroli, it was Shanley Caroli.
Oh, okay. Now you've totally thrown me.
There was Tom Thomas, who, of course, should have been nicknamed Satnav. Tom.
Very good.
Hassan Zagam, good spell from him so far as that one zips through to the keeper. A couple of swings and misses here from Gokul. Just needs to get bat on ball. He's 3 off 5. Vivek Sharma's going well at the other end, 19 off 7.
Yeah, and so a lot of people getting Australian Open vibes in tennis. We talked about it yesterday with the blue pitch. Now you've seen it live. Still a fan?
Absolutely.
Srinivasan trying to get going.
Half appeal there. Hit something, but just goes through to the keeper. No appeal from either bowler or keeper.
He jams into the ground here. See, it hits the toe of the bat and still goes down again. So I think it's a good call. Get the occasional one of these that actually hits, that looks like a bump ball but isn't, but I think that one did definitely go down into the pitch.
Do we know what they're building on the building site to the left here?
Looks like some sort of apartment complex, but
Okay.
I must admit, I'm not entirely sure. Certainly big.
Final ball of the third. Tries to go big. Doesn't get anything on it. Again, Gokul Srinivasan at the big swing. So just the 2 singles coming off that over, and Hassan Zaigam finishes on brilliant figures. 1 for 9 off his 2 overs. And despite that second over, it went well for Hissingens. Not had too much either side of that. That's why at the end of the power play, they've lost those 2 wickets. They have 28 runs, but Gokul here, who came in at 3 off 7 so far. Vivek Sharma just needs him to do something. Of course, he's the captain of Hissingens, so it'd be a bold move for the captain to retire himself out, but he needs to get back on ball sooner rather than later.
And also, if he's going to be in this key position, he wouldn't probably want to retire himself, because then where does he go next game? Does he just try again? He'd be hoping that things can turn around for him here, but certainly has been tough. And Sharma, well, that's the thing. I mean, he's kind of gone cold a bit now, hasn't he? After he whacked 3 big sixes.
He hit 3 sixes and then got a single on his next ball, but then just watched at the other end as Gokul faced 4 dot balls in a row. But Vivek's got a chance here. Kaiser Manir into the attack for Malmo. That one's knocked away for a single, so you think it's do or die here for Gokul. He's got 5 balls of this 4th over. Really can't afford to face any more dots. He's faced 4 in a row.
Okay, looks to me, after doing a little bit of research, that they might be, because I thought it must be, maybe it's something sporty they're building here, because this is the sports centre, right?
Gokul does find not quite the middle of the bat, but I think it's going to go all the way. It's another one that seems to jump off the rope. They'll double check it from here. It looked like the rope just jumped up.
Yeah, I thought it might have even cleared it. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, it's on the rope. Wow, talk about centimetre perfect. That's 2 ropers. What if it hits the rope on the full, you get like 10? Like, it's a pretty hard target.
Well, I was thinking that, but I don't know if you saw the rope in Corfu. That was,
yeah.
I think they stole it from the marina. It was girthy.
Yeah, I know that rope. I've seen it before, and I was impressed.
Less impressive was the fact that they had a load of rusty nails holding it in place. And then we pointed out, probably shouldn't have these
In the
rusty
break,
nails.
I'll show you. We were at that ground, and it rained 3 years' worth of rain in 2 days just before we arrived. And let's just say, I've got some footage of just me walking off the ground, and you can hear, and you're like, oh, it's actually the ground, because then you see me go over the boundary, right?
Bologna vibes.
Yeah,
Gone down.
yeah, that was a comparison that was made. Yeah, but apparently, and I'm happy to be corrected here, but it could be a new aquatic centre that's being built. So apparently they're planning to build a new football stadium here and an indoor swimming centre. And already, I think the football, I think we've heard that. So I think this is the indoor swimming facility. It'll feature a 50-metre pool, a 25-metre pool with height adjustable bottom, along with a play area for children. That's what I think it might be, but happy to be corrected.
Our man in the trees, Stanley, obviously the local knowledge.
Stanley would actually know.
Yeah, he says in the chat, this used to be a high school, and this is the football pitch that we're playing on now. And the only thing left from the high school is the gym, which I assume is that building that you can hit with a big shot through the covers. And they're building apartments all over at the moment. Well,
I thought it was apartments, but now I'm thinking maybe it's something to do with something sporty as well. But anyway.
And flash down to third. Should just be a single. It's well fielded out on the deep there.
Do you like the colour scheme of Malmö as well? I mean, both teams looking very nice, but they often get called the Sprite bottles. I remember from before, again, other brands are available. but isn't that a Sprite colour scheme if ever you've seen one?
I don't mind it. I quite like the continuous fade from the shirt into the trousers. I like the two colours, the bright blue, bright green. That's well bowled, but it's equally well here, and it's going to go down the ground. It's going to burst through the hands of Haidar Ashtam. He would have struggled to catch that one inside the rope, but just burst through. 6 runs. Take a look at that on replay, how close he was to catching it. He never really seemed comfortable under the ball, though.
It's always heading under him. I was just wondering if he's still in play. Look at the feet. He's borderline. But yeah, insult to injury. It does go for 6. So that's the end of the over. 43 for 2. Hissingen's just recovering from a pretty rough start. And I think they can certainly thank Sharma for making a bit of a difference here.
He's 26 off 9. Gokul at least trying to work his way up to a runner ball. He's 10 off 11. 15 runs coming off that. Kaiser Munir, 4th over. 43 for 2 off 4. And it looks like, well, having dropped one in the field, maybe he gets a chance with the ball now. This is Ashtam who comes into the attack.
He's pretty wily, Ashtam. So that's what they did yesterday, Malmo. They had these spin options in the middle that were able to shut things down pretty well. Srinivas on strike.
He picked up 3 for 11 in that win by 9 wickets against Seaside. Starts off with a wide here.
Yeah, I mean, remember, line belongs to the bowler. For me, it's straight over the line.
Yeah, it started well inside the line, just kicked up off the surface. We'll have to re-bowl that one, though. It's Gokul on strike. Hits that one firmly through the covers, and it's a nice shot, actually. It's going to go for 4 runs. There's a man on the deep here in front of us at long off, but he had absolutely no chance of going round to that one. Gokul, at least getting himself into a bit of form here as the dive was put in the covers. Would have taken his head off.
That was a nice shot, actually. It was a good shot. It had the width. Of course, bowl's already giving you plenty of width normally. Yeah, but it's a beautiful straight drive. Straight back cover drive, I should say. And Srinivas will just get a single. This will be interesting to see how Sharma deals with it. I got a feeling that he's going to be trying to whack it out of the ground.
Yeah, well, he's done it on a few occasions so far. Gokul does his job, getting himself off strike. 1 short of the 50 here. He tries to whack it out of the ground, and he succeeds. Says hello to the builders there at the swimming pool / apartment complex. 6 runs, gets his side into the 50s, 55 for 2, halfway through the 5th.
That's a beautiful shot and a beautiful bit of footwork. Look, he comes and gets this on the half volley, commits to the shot. Often people get there and then they kind of lose their form and try and hit across it, but he hit that beautifully. So once again, we see an innings that has some early wickets, but then has this kind of rebound phase where someone's clicking right now. Sharma, 32 off 10.
Just taking his time here. He's done a good rebuild job so far, having come in at number 4, seeing those 2 early wickets fall. Good comeback ball, though, on that occasion from Acham. Just squeezes it away for a single.
Yeah, it was the quick one, wasn't it? Just kind of threw him off a little bit. Credit to Sharma. I mean, he didn't go crazy on it. Just was, I suppose, semi-respectful. Now, Srinivasan, 2 to come in the 5th.
Goes for a big here, but it's going to drop short of the man in covers. Abdullah Chinwari just underarm bowls that one, so still not finding the middle of the bat. The captain of Hissingen's still chipping away, and he can, well, pretty much count himself lucky that Vivek Sharma is at the other end, and he's going well. 33 off 11, final ball of the 5th coming up. He goes big again, he gets all of that. It's an action replay. Goes for 6, takes Hissingen's into the 60s, takes himself to 39, halfway stage then. Hissingen's 63 for 2, and Vivek Sharma going well here. Yeah,
and I really like the way that he's willing to go with the line of the ball. Sharma, it's been something we haven't always seen this week, but I think, and especially when you've got that cover area where it's a shorter boundary as well. So you know it's not going to be an easy area to field and to navigate. So if the ball's being bowled in that line. It's nice to see a lot more batters going it. But yeah, right now, well, Malmo have find themselves in a bit of a pinch after 2 early wickets. And one thing I've loved, and you've done enough games now to realise how many momentum shifts you can have in a game. It's been that kind of series.
Well, given it's only a half an hour, 35-minute innings, you can see how it flips back and forth. And Hissingens, of course, they've got 3 games today. They're fresh off the boat. They're going to see if they can get a win first up, and might be a perfect start for them as well.
Speaking of fresh off the boat, I mean, you are fresh off the boat, basically.
Yeah.
As that is going to be cracked into the old gym. That's going to be 4. Now that's a bit more of the Goku that we want to see. If you're a Hissingens fan, at least. That one is smashed for 4. Look at the power there. Yeah, I was going to say, you're a bit fresh off the boat because you had a long journey yesterday, and I believe it ran even later than you thought.
Yeah, I don't think fresh is the first word that came to mind this morning when my 7 a.m. alarm
dumped off the boat.
rolled off it.
Dumped onto the doorstep.
Unceremoniously. Sahil Shahzad has come into the attack, and it's flashed away again into the covers. This time, the man in the deep will do the fielding. It's Wahab Hassan out there. Go cool. Well, he's doing his bit here. He hasn't set the world on fire, but he's got the boundary and got himself off strike, and most importantly, getting Vivek Sharma back on strike.
So tell everybody kind of what your day was like. Because, okay, you must have celebrated a little bit on Sunday night. You swept the series 7-0.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a celebration. We went out for a meal. We were staying in not the old town of Corfu, so it was a little village. So we went to a restaurant, had a nice meal. Greek hospitality, I think, needs no introduction.
Sure.
Didn't have an early start, so I had meetings in the morning, left the hotel at 11:30. We got there too early for check-in, so sitting on the airport floor for 45 minutes before we could even check in. The swooping bird is back as well, several of them now. Got on the flight, all good, get to Dusseldorf. 2 hour delay, well no, it was 45-minute delay on the flight. Get into the bus to go to the plane, and then they say everyone out. Oh no, here we go. And then 45 minutes turns into 2 hours. As that one goes high up in the air, scores a catch here, but there's no man out there. It's a long chase on, and the ball will win on that occasion as Saad Mohammed can't catch up with it. Vivek Sharma gets another boundary to his collection, moves up to 43 off just 14 deliveries.
So you go on the bus, and they're like,
Well, it was in German as well, so, I mean, that's not a problem for me. I had Samir with me, and he was just looking at me in desperation. Hopefully, are they saying that they're going to bring the private jet? No, they're telling everyone to get off the bus. So we get off the bus. Have to wait another 2 hours, get into Copenhagen, then 2 hours late. It's swung away. It's a misguided delivery there from Sahil Shahzad. There's no one out there on the square leg boundary, so Vivek Sharma is going to dine out on that one. 47 runs now to his name. We get to Copenhagen, look at the train tickets, and it says all trains to Sweden from platform 1. So,
correct.
And as a reminder, I have 25 kilos on my back, 10 kilos on my front, 24 kilos being
Bags.
rolled. Yeah. And this one goes up in the air. It's a chance of a catch. Man under is Wahab Hassan, but in fact he delegates it to Kaiser Munir, who comes from absolute right field, from nowhere, from behind the wall of the igloo to claim the catch. But it's a good, safe pair of hands, and Vivek Sharma falls just short of his half century. He goes for 47.
It's a great catch, and at least there's communication there.
He doesn't even look.
Yeah, both have very good catches. Munir takes it low down. Ends of a good innings from Sharma, out for 47. And the score, 76 for 3. But Munir, and lucky took that, because I'm pretty sure that Wahab, he was getting ready to spray him because he felt that was just fading towards him, and it was his catch. He was getting ready, I think, to give him a mouthful, but he just gave him a little wink and said, well done, under his breath, and walked back to his position. So 76 for 3. Okay, so did you make it down to platform 1?
Made it down to platform 1. They have one of those sloped travelators, which I was
know,
like,
because my bags were rolling down them. And
I was rolling down. And then, of course, we look at the screen. It says trains to Sweden, platform 1. We look at the screens, all trains from platform 2. We had about 3 minutes.
No way.
So we go into the 7th over here. This calls a catch it, but it's going to land safely for a single. Sahil Shahzad coming back on for his 2nd over. Poor old Samir is running up and down the platform trying to find someone.
Oh, hold on. Here we go. Stanley?
Well,
I'm going to get it off that guy. Hold on.
Vinny's gone on a rampage. I think that's just a builder wondering what on earth this ball is doing. think the builder is wondering what on earth is going on in the building site, and there's a high five. And Vinny has reclaimed the ball from those pesky Swedish builders who are trying to claim a grizzly. Vinny doing good work there, saving the network a couple of euros. Good job from him, and yeah, the builders must be wondering what on earth is happening. Usually when you're digging around this area, maybe you uncover a few time capsules. I know when they dig around in Germany, they sometimes uncover some unexploded World War II bombs, but that one was an unexploded grizzly. As this one goes up in the air, and it's going to land safe, as it's a big old jaunt from Bilal, the wicket keeper, and he says, oh, I'm not exactly sure what else I could have done. There's no one at square leg. The closest other fielder had to tear away from the mid-wicket boundary.
Back. Did you get it?
Got it.
A new friend.
I saw the high five. Did you
yeah.
exchange pleasantries? What did you say? Did you say, what was many thanks in Swedish?
Yeah, tack så mycket.
Did you say that?
Got to use my favourite Swedish phrase.
At least it fit rather than, just knowing how to order a beer. So that one's gone clubbed down the ground. It might be back to your builder friend, Vinny, as that one goes over the igloo. Sachin Kumar is the new batter for Hissingens, and he's got straight into the action with a big 6 down the ground. And it's a good recovery here from the batting side. 87 for 3 now. It's still 1 ball left in the 7th.
I mean, we were worried they're going to get rock and rolled early, but they've got it back into the Goldilocks zone. Yeah, but as we all know, every time when your neighbour will throw the ball back once, fine. Second time, you're testing their patience. Third time, getting pretty annoyed. They luckily this won't be on their side. It'll be on the other side. It's Kumar. He's going to launch it out of the ground. Chinwari goes for 17 in the over. Maximo to finish it off. It's 93 for 3 after 7.
So to finish the story then, we had to then roll back up the escalator, go to platform 1. We did make it, but at this point it was already a 2-hour delay. This was about 11 p.m. So I got into the hotel at midnight. And
then you got up probably 6 in the morning, 6:30 in the morning, I'm guessing?
I went 7. Up at 7, out of the room at 7:05.
Yeah. Sleep in the clothes. That's a little treat.
Much.
You put clothes the night before.
I had to find the least crumpled clothes because they've been away for a week.
Hey, let's have a look what's coming up. Now, I know you're here with me this week. I think the next time you're on is in Hornchurch, right?
Yeah.
It's quite a busy June. I was hoping to get Hornchurch, but fortunately or unfortunately for them, I'll be in Czechia because they have a big overlap. And you'll be there with Nish. Now, did you meet Nish?
I did.
And did you get to have a chat to him?
Once or twice. It's difficult when you're playing.
Sure.
And you kind of go...
You're in different universes.
Yeah, but he was having a nice time. I think he was complaining a bit about the mosquitoes, which I'd go along with because I've got bites all over my body.
Danny went there last year. Danny was with me in Jersey, and he's had one. I said, well, any advice for Nish? And he said, I hope he's got his bug spray.
Yeah.
But when I was there, so this is now we're going back to the archives, 2021. But was Nish on the boat side or was he on the far side?
He was on the far side, the croquet side. There was croquet tournaments happening.
So I had a little bunker it was behind the fence as well. It's behind, the kind of cyclone fence there. That's going to be 4. That's an easy whip away. Srinivasan. To be fair to him, there's one stage where it looked like he might even kind of fall on his sword, but he's turned things around. Munir comes back, goes to the boundary first ball. Yeah, so we're behind the actual fence and a little bunker. And this is where... I was with Corey that week. This is when Corey first was kind of on the tour. Like he kind of emerged, just started, and then he came to the ECC for the last week. And then, because originally Corey just was our commentator in the Netherlands when we went for the ECS there. And then we'd done 1 or 2 back in 2020. But Corey just felt, this is when the reality of the ECN lifestyle hit Corey, about day 3 or day 4 in Greece. And when we saw a team swing and miss their way to about 44 for 3 off the 10 overs, he basically looked at me and I just gave him a little pat, and he just had to go off for a little walk. He was questioning his life decisions back then. Actually, hat's gone. Oh, that would have been funny. We saw something strange happen in Jersey in the ECSW where the keeper, Mia Maguire, asked to stop the game. Everyone ignored her and the ball hit her. But luckily hit her in the pads. It was a bit of a strange one.
That one has been hit long and far. Sachin Kumar, who's dealing mostly in boundaries at the moment, just his 5th delivery. He's already moved to 21. That's probably one of the biggest hits of the day so far. Takes Hissingens well, beyond 100, 105. So it's been a great comeback from them, having lost those early wickets. They were 7 for 2, remember? That was Vivek Sharma then who led the charge. And Sachin Kumar not far behind here. As Kaiser Munir has gone for 12 already off his first 3 deliveries. Started with a wide, 4 a leg by and a 6. Needs to find a comeback from somewhere. And Hissingen's now above the rate, 61%. The win predictor has them at. I've got one more Golden Eagle story I need to say, which
Okay.
I think it's just about okay to air.
Fit for air.
I think so. That one's
That was a regulation stop, but it snuck through. Wow, the bottle's getting shaken up here a little bit, aren't they? That one ends up going through the bite for 4.
So
Right.
we had key rings made because we've all got now these beautiful Golden Eagles cricket bags, Deutscher Cricket Bund on the side. It's great. So we all have the same bags, but of course then there's no way of differentiating.
It's always such a great idea in theory, isn't it?
Yeah, so then we got key rings. Well, we had key rings made for us, so it was a little surprise from the leadership team that that one's gone straight down the ground, but it's not going to go quite as far. It's a chance for a catch, should be taken, and is. It's a comfortable catch there from Sahil Shahzad. So Sachin Kumar, he blazes brightly, but not for long as he departs on his 7th ball. Still gets 25 though, gets Hissingen's up to 109, but that's the 4th wicket to fall. So they had key rings made, and they had the initials of us on, so I had CG, Christine Goff, and my number, and then on the back there was this kind of eagle, but slightly ominous looking eagle, plus the Germany flag and the Greece flag. And one of our players is called Sharu, the keeper. She actually took 5 dismissals in a game, so joint highest ever in T20 Is.
I know what her initials are.
Yes.
I know where you're going with this.
So this one hits right down the ground. It's a chance for us. Oh! That's come into the box. We got that one on Comcam, baby, because Vinny, you almost had your head taken off. We're going to have to look at this replay.
Well, I was protecting the equipment, but it bounced more, which meant I had to weave. And let's just say I got fingertips on it, but this gained, and then, the weave was successful, and no equipment was broken. So it's a successful room.
That jumped off the pitch, didn't it?
Yeah. So now you know what to expect. But again, my obligation is to protect this equipment. This equipment is fine. Yeah, exactly. 115 for 4 after 8.
Yeah, so Sharu Sadarangani is her name. Her initials then are the double S.
Yeah.
Not great.
Famous initials.
Famous initials, especially when you have an eagle on the back, which is quite an ominous looking eagle, plus the Germany flag.
Are you going to say that the key rings
on
were arranged in a questionable formation?
She was like, I cannot put this on live. There's a chance here, and it's going to be a wicket. Sina Vesan just tickles this one down the leg side. Gokul, well, he's had a long watch at the crease. He hasn't found the middle on too many occasions. This time he just feathers through an edge. Maybe a bit of glove on there. He has to depart. 27 runs he scored, but he departs on his 21st delivery, and it's a wicket to start the 9th over here. Sahil Shahzad picking up his 2nd. That previous over went magical from Kaiser Munir. 22 runs coming off it and picked up that wicket. A nice little swing of momentum again here as Hissingen's look like they might get up to the 130s, 140s.
It's a good catch, by the way, down the leg side. It makes things look quite easy, does Bilal Zagam. I was really impressed with him yesterday. Just a no-nonsense keeper. Moves well. And when he batted, some people were a bit critical. He wasn't trying to slog everything out of the ground, but he kind of managed the chases really well and just kind of went up a gear when he needed to. Okay, so what happened to this this keyring with the double S? Stopped at customs or something?
Well, Sharu said, because she's going through the process of getting her German citizenship at the moment, she said, I absolutely cannot afford to be stopped at customs for a keyring. So as soon as the leadership team realised their mistake, and it didn't need much pointing out, because it's like, well, this is the initials, this is the German flag, and this is the slightly militaristic looking eagle. Not a great combination. Luckily they had spares with no initials on, so Sharu put her whole name on it.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
Disaster averted.
Yeah.
This one's hit firmly into the leg side, and it's a chance there to be taken from Abdur Sadais. He gets both hands to it, and then
could be out anyway.
He's stopped the boundary. We're going to go overthrows. 2 overthrows.
Go on,
go again.
Throw hard. Eventually they get sensible, which always annoys me. I just love to see him tripling down. Did she end up getting the number 88 shirt that she requested though?
Luckily, no. I think she's got 40, something like that.
She wears 40. You're right.
Yeah. But I want to shout out for her as well, because she took 3 catches, 2 stumpings in an innings. 5 is the joint highest ever for a wicket keeper in T20 eyes. So shout out to her. As again, it's tested there, Abdur Sudais. And he does manage to stop it on this time. A direct hit or even a clean pickup there from Sahil Shahzad. He would have been struggling, but they run through for 2. It's the kind of risks you've got to take in the 9th over, and they ran well.
The hustling here. Yeah, actually, Sharanya's one of the few women that have played in a men's ECS.
Yep.
Now, back in 2020, regulations were slightly different. And obviously, we didn't have women's cricket on the network back then either. Top edge into the head. He comes to his senses just in time to not run. So Mohan wears it. He'll probably get the concussion test. I wonder what language he'll choose. It's the end of the 9th over. 121 for 5.
Well, you know the best thing about 2 of those dismissals? They were off my bowling. So
That's nice. But yeah, so she played very well for KSV Kummerfeld.
Yeah. We might.
How would you say it?
Kummerfeld. Kummerfelder Sportverein.
Yeah.
Well, we might see them, possibly, in Kiel. It's not too far up the road. So.
Yeah, I know. I think they played last time. And Ahmed Musadik from the men's national team, I remember he smashed a big 100 there. I remember I think they scored 198. It's funny how times changed. It was 2021 when we were last up in Kiel, in your neighbourhood, so to speak. What's it, about an hour from your house?
Yeah, about an hour, certainly.
It's
driving distance for a nice little crew party at our house, maybe.
So 10th overtime, Sudais. Sudais getting a bowl here. Interesting.
Yeah, they've used a few bowlers here.
Well, Sudais is a keeper. He keeps for the national team. And so they've got 2 genuine keepers. And Sudais probably just feels, okay, well, you could probably use an extra bowler. They're a bit short in that department. So
he's the 7th bowler they've used. And no one's really escaped in terms of
it's all right.
economy. Oh, he's bowling well.
Yeah,
Bowling with a bit of a grip.
National team cricketers at the club level can do some amazing things.
Well, I mean, Wahab Hassan, he opened, but he went for 19. Haida Ashtam, he went for 20. And Abdullah Chinwari went for 17. So they didn't really have too many decent options to turn back to.
I know this from being a keeper growing up. Then I went, sorry, a bowler growing up that went to a keeper is that I couldn't tell anyone I could bowl at my senior club. Because then they start going, he can keep, you can keep.
That one's just knocked away. It's not the right delivery on this occasion. It's the 3rd time. He tries to get a bit greedy there, goes for the big old bouncer and just doesn't get it right.
I honestly think Sudais probably believed he was show Akhtar by the fact that the first 2 balls were missed. So then he goes for the bouncer here, but it does sit up and it disappears. No fine leg, an easy 4. This will be an interesting chase, yeah. So, KSV in this game scored 198. We said, at that stage, I think the highest in ECS was 199. I think got out the last ball for 100 and something with Sadiq. But then you fast forward 3.5 years, and we just saw 207 lose a game in a final.
Goes for the slower ball. It's well executed in the end.
It might as well go. There's nobody at the stumps. And there's still nobody at the stumps.
They might go for a 3rd here. Well, they considered it for a second.
I've never seen that. When both the stump guarding fielders, bowler, keeper, both chase the ball. And there's nobody here. Somebody's got to guard the base. He came up firing.
Direct hit, I think, we still would have been in. So it was good running. They considered the 3rd. But it was nice backing up here in the covers.
Done well to get to, what is it, going to be 130 or something here.
They've hustled well. They lost a few early wickets, but they've run well.
Hustle's the word.
Yeah. And this one does slower ball go through to the keeper. A direct hit would have certainly been out, but again, they hustle.
Yeah. Beg, borrow, or steal. I was pretty annoyed that he misses the stumps here. Almost checked the throw. Hey, this is a sport complex, multi-sport complex. I don't know if we'll have time to do this week, but last time the ECN crew were here in 2022, I was actually off. Rico and Rhino did this one last time. But they did a curling night. Down the road, there's curling.
I love that.
I know. Anyway, last ball coming up.
Mahesh Mahan on strike, and he completely miscues that. It'll certainly be a 1. They've got to come back for 2, you think.
You know it.
Mohan, he's going to be short.
Oh, no. Tried to tunnel ball it through the legs. I'm so disappointed they didn't go for a 3rd.
Bill Hazaigam, if he just collected that one cleanly, I think he could have got the run out pretty comfortably. As Mahesh Mahan, he didn't get off to a good start.
He's gone the party tricks. He's dropped the glove, which I don't know why, because he needs to catch the ball, and then he's tried to flick it through his legs. Well, a little bit of Mario Balotelli in that game in America when he tried to do something overly fancy. But in the end, it will be 2 runs to the score, and it's going to finish 130 for 5. Hissingen's where it looked at one point they were going to struggle to make any kind of score. They were 7 for 2 after 7 balls, but then the Sharma Show came out, and along with a bit of help from his captain and Sachin Kumar as well, has a couple of very famous cricketing names, although that belong to different players. They end up hustling their way to 130.
Yeah, and hustle was certainly the operative word. As well, it's not always the case on the European Cricket Network that the 1s and 2s are run well, but that's certainly what Hissingens did here. Vivek Sharma, he top scored 47, Sachin Kumar then 25. Gokul, he stayed there a long while, didn't he? And he was pretty much going at just under a run a ball, managed to sneak over that 100 strike rate. He gets to 27 off 21, but Vivek scored 6 sixes on his way to 47. Went for one big hit too many, was caught on the boundary by Kaiser Munir. But the promising thing for Hissingens is that they were able to build partnerships. Batters came in and contributed some runs. That was Kaiser Munir again catching that one. And, well, Vinny made a friend in the building site. A high five, and thank you very much for giving us back our Grizzly. Well, Sachin then decided to put one the other side and get a couple more runs on the ball. There was a chance for a misfield there. Abdullah Chinwari should have stopped that one. Could have probably blamed the pitch, but should have been stopped nonetheless. And Sachin, he blazed quickly and brightly, but again, went for one big hit too many. Sahil Shahzad comfortably under that catch. Aditya Samvanshi came in, almost took Vinny's head off. The headsets went flying. The equipment was saved, and we all know that's the main thing. That one was feathered through to the keeper. That was a nice catch. That was the end of Gokul, the captain, taken behind the stumps by Bilal Zaigam, who then tried to get a bit funky with this run out. Had he just taken the ball cleanly and knocked the stumps over, probably could have picked up the 6th wicket for Malmo, but as it is, Hissingens, they scratched their way to 130, loss of 5 wickets. Certainly a score that they'd be looking to defend, and they'll be happy with that, given again they were 7 for 2 at the start of the second over, with both openers departing early doors. But it was a nice little comeback by the middle order, with captain anchoring the innings there, Gokul 27 off 21, and the two bright sparks there, Vivek Sharma and Sachin Kumar, both scoring runs off not too many balls at all. Vivek Sharma just 3 runs shy of his half century, but a good bowling performance actually from Malmo. Just the 6 extras given away, despite the fact that they used 7 bowlers. Abdullah Sadais then came in to bowl the last, only gave away the 8 runs from it, and there was the 1 bye as well. Pick of the bowlers there, Sahil Shahzad picking up 2 wickets, giving away just 19 runs. Otherwise, a couple of expensive overs here or there for Malmo. But with the batting firepower they have, and especially with their chasing prowess, remember they won games 1 and 2, both in chases, they'll be hoping to chase down this one. 131 is what they need to take home their 3rd win of the series. As for Hissingens, remember, this is their first game, and they'll want to get it off to the perfect start, and they'll need to defend those 130 runs if they want to get the first win on the board. So join me and Vinny Sandhu in just a couple of minutes' time for the run chase here into match 7, ECS Sweden on the European Cricket Network.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to sunny Sweden, where we're halfway through match 7 here between Hisingens and Malmo. Hisingens, they were put into bat by Malmo, put on 130 runs on the board for the loss of five wickets. That was mostly thanks to the big hitting of Vivek Sharma in the middle overs, 47 off 16 for him. Ably supported by the captain, Gokul Srinivasan. He just went a bit slowly for my liking, did manage to scratch his way up to 27 off 21. Given that Hisingens, remember, were 7 for 2 at the start of the second over, it was a good recovery from them in their very first game in this ECS. As for Malmo, they're looking to register their 3rd win of the series so far, and if they manage to chase down this total in 7 overs or less, they will register a bonus point win. Remember, they're on the wrong end of a bonus point defeat yesterday evening against Ariana Kif. They certainly want to pick up where that point was dropped yesterday night, but it's going to be a tough run chase for them. 130, probably around par. The good news for Malmo is that they have a few batters in form. Bilal Zagam, he's got a couple of runs to his name already, 32 in game 1, 41 not out in game 2. It looks like they're turning to Anil Gadiraya, Hisingens, to bowl the first over. Of course, none of their bowlers have bowled a ball yet in this series. Hisingens, first of 3 games that they have today. They had their day off today. Ariana Kif have their day off Hisingens had their day off yesterday, and Ariana have their day off today. They've got 3 games to try and get some points on the board, and it will be Anil to open the bowling, and Bilal Zagam, the man in form, has bat in hand to open up for Malmo. Just a bit of a full toss there, probably all right on height. So a bit of a freebie there, but Bilal just manages to flash that into the leg side. He's joined out in the middle by Abdur Sadais, who surprisingly bowled the final over of the first innings. He was one of 7 bowlers used by Malmo. Only went for 8, so it was a nice decision in the end. He's got a job to do here with bat in hand. One of the more experienced batters in the Malmo lineup. Over 400 runs on the network. Could have been out first ball there. Bowler certainly interested in that one. Probably had a bit of a nick on that one, but it went down. Nitin Ramakrishna, I'm not sure if it was a bit of bat on it and a bit of bat on the ground. Either way, it goes down, so it's academic. It's looking like a tasty chase here, 45 to 55% currently in favour of Hisingens, but Malmo, if they get off to a good start here, will certainly favour themselves. Well, this one's flashed away into the offside. There's no one out there, and even if there were, they wouldn't have been able to stop it as that goes into the old gym. 6 runs off the bat of Abdur Sadais. Doesn't quite get hold of all of this, but certainly enough to get it to the rope. Gets Malmo's innings up and running. And joining me in the igloo to talk through the rest of this one, Vinny, welcome back.
Yeah, nice to be back. And Sadais, gets the nod at the top of the order. I thought they might do that last night, but they had just good success, I think, with what had been working earlier in the day. They had Mubarak coming up the order and just bossing it, but he's not in the lineup today. And Sadais is a guy we have seen bat typically in the top 3 since he's come into the Swedish side as well. Very tidy keeper. I think we'll see him internationally again more and more. But Gadiraya, he's done a reasonably good job so far. Power play's huge in this one. 50-50 game.
Nice delivery as well. Just keeping it wide outside the offside. Might have even been a wide had he left it alone there. Abdur Sadais. Let's take a look at this one.
He's got that left armer's action, doesn't he? Doesn't really swing the ball a lot. More of a push across.
Yeah, he just cuts it across the right-hander eye. A quite like this angle as well. You often see with left-handers, as soon as there's a right-hander, they go around the wicket. But I think it's a nice call to just stay over, get it cutting across the batter. That's exactly the kind of thing you can do. That one just gets a bit big on Abdur Sudais, rolls up his arm. See, he's shaking it out there. I think it took a bit of his helmet in the end as well.
Yeah, you're right. Just snuck up there, didn't it? He's got a bit of speed about him to trouble this kind of batter. Hits him on the back arm and rocks him back. It will be the end of the first over, so it's 7 without loss after 1. 24 matches since the golden ball. What are the golden balls we've done together? Oh, I've got one straight away. Portugal, Norway.
Yeah,
first ever T10 for both of them.
Yeah, and what a start that was.
That was amazing, actually.
Yeah, I haven't had one in a while.
Hectic.
I mean, I had 7 games at the weekend. I could have had a golden ball in 3 of them.
Yeah, true.
Didn't get close, really.
Yeah, he didn't really do much for the bringing the golden ball countdown.
Sorry about that.
Taking all 12 points. Could have left some behind.
I'll tell you what, though, and maybe, this would have been a run out if it was a direct hit. It didn't help that it just jumped off the pitch. I know we always talk in the commentary box about, bonus point. Surely they know the equation. Didn't have a clue while I was playing. I was like, oh, yeah, it's bonus point, isn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose it was a 3-game series, so the bonus point was never really going to come into contention. But it was only afterwards that I was told we actually got the bonus points. So, that's nice.
I suppose the difference is also, this is going to get hit. It's going to hit very well. One bounce, screams into the fence. Cuatro carreras. You can see there the class of Abdur Sudais. I suppose the difference is also you're in a 3-match series where the bonus point's probably not going to come into it unless there was weather and there's a washout.
Right.
That's very different to being, I think, in a tournament play, multi-team
agreed.
tournament play.
And we had the T20s coming up with an eye on those, so it was more of sharing around the fun, and fun was had.
I'm going to share this in the chat in a minute. I'm going to show you. Remember I showed you, I was talking about earlier when we had Seaside have the golden ball.
This is the wide shot golden ball.
So this is Spain one. So I'm going to show you the golden ball compilation video, and I would say watch it sometime when you can.
Aditya Somvanchi's come into the attack here for Hissingen's. That one just a bit too wide.
There's one to tie, or it says any score to win, which is pretty good.
It's quite unusual to see an umpire give a batter out LBW when the batter doesn't even have a bat.
Doesn't have a bat anymore.
It's getting a bit too wide. You can see what Aditya's trying to do. He's just trying to hide the ball from Abdur Sudais, who's very strong in anything that's just in his orbit. That one just the wrong side of the wide.
So my
line.
advice to the chatters is, when you can, start at the point which the link will go to, and then you can let it roll through. See the golden ball, which we didn't capture because everyone thought the game was over, and it rolls straight into golden ball 3, which was here, the Ariana Grande.
Knocked away into the leg side. Will roll all the way for 4. Well, poor Aditya, he's hidden the ball outside off stump. Just too wide, just the wrong side of the wide line. Straightens up on this occasion, but too straight. And Sudais is a classy batter, just rocks back on that one, 4 runs. What happened in the pre-golden ball era? Did we have ties?
So the only tournament we ever had that would have gone to a super over was the ECL in 2019.
How was it decided?
Well, we never had one, but it would have been a super over.
Okay.
We only had 17 matches in that tournament. This one we'll call it wide. Sabanchi just struggling with the movement here. And then the golden ball rule came in for our first ever European Cricket Series, which was in March 2020. Here's the thing, but again, sometimes I gloss over this, but a lot of people are interested about the history of ECN and how we got to where we are today.
We need an archivist. That one's hit nicely over point. It's going to go all the way as well. And Abdur Sudais, he's not the biggest. He's not like a brute force batter, but he's just got pure timing.
Yeah.
That was a lovely hit. Just too much width again. Aditya, well, anytime the ball is a legal delivery, that one probably would have been a wide as well. Aditya just gets knocked to the boundary by Abdur Sudais, and that Grizzly's gone on a wild hunt there.
Yeah, using the pace very well. They in one hand coming off the bat. Yeah, so the European Cricket Series was always planned. So when I say always, after the ECL, the demand was, can we have some more of this kind of cricket? Because it was really entertaining, the first ECL. But it was only 8 teams. It was only 3 days. It was only 17 matches. The T10 format, the smaller field, it came about because of the fact that in ECL, that's ground we had, La Manga. That's how big it is. And we didn't have time to have 20 over cricket. We only had the ground for 3 days. So then we got asked, can you do some more of this cricket? We like it.
It's a tough one. I don't think that one should be a wide. Aditya has bowled ones that have been the wrong side of the wide line, but on the angle on this one, I think it's a tough call.
Yeah, for me, I think it gets some of the line, doesn't it? Although I suppose he is out of his crease by the time. We're judging it when it goes past him, maybe. When it goes past the line, it is a wide. If the umpires aren't sure, they will call it a wide. But it's an ace.
That one's knocked away
Watch
again. Well, there's the team probably waiting to come back on. It looks like
that's the seaside.
Going to come back in the next game, and they almost found themselves one man down as this one flew towards them. Sadace is rocketing along here. That one once bounced for. Has he fielded it? Oh, he's got his sunglasses in his hands. That's why. Priorities. Protect the glasses at all costs.
Glasses are part of your equipment. Last ball of the over here has gone magical.
23 runs coming off it so far, but that's the delivery I think he's been trying to look for the whole time. Oof. And he's got to scamper back to Zabda Sadace as he's sent back by Bilal Zaigam. Does get back. I think a direct hit would have been close here.
This ball's giving me nightmare as a keeper because it hits the edge of the pitch. Could have gone anywhere, but would have been out if it had hit the stump. So he's keen to get the strike there. It turned out to be a bit counterproductive, almost cost him his wicket. So end of 2, and the score is 30 without loss. Quick look at the table. As you can see, both the Ariana teams pretty even at the moment. Malmö will be hoping for a win here, and they will actually jump to the top of the table if that's the case. Yeah, so first European Cricket Series was in Alicante, or Sporting Alfaz in Spain. It was a week long, and it was in March 2020. And I think the idea was that we would probably do more. Attempted umpire clothesline, can't quite execute it. So I think the idea was we would do more, but I don't think the idea was we would have done it even straight away or anything. It was just, okay, if this goes well, then maybe we'll organise another one, and maybe in a month's time or something like that. So that had the first golden ball, actually, in Spain. And they are going to bring back Qataria. It went well. But here's the thing. After that, the world shut down. It was March 2020, and basically because of the restrictions being different in some places. Sweden was one place that had slightly looser restrictions, what was allowed. Obviously, we're not going to do anything that you're not allowed to do. But we were quite adaptable, and so we were able to organise to show cricket. We actually had a Guernsey match. It was on, so we showed it, but it was no commentary, there was nothing like that. It was shown. And then we showed, we were meant to go to Sweden, but then for a European Cricket Series, that got cancelled because the regulations changed. So instead we went to Finland and showed some of their T20 competition. And then, this is in the air. Oh, he's got to get it somehow. He was backing back there. He was kind of shell-shocked thinking that was going to get whacked at him, but then it comes, he has to go forward, and he's taken the catch, and that's the dangerous Sadace who's going to be out for 24. As Qataria gets the breakthrough, it is going to be 31 for 1.
Doesn't get hold of that one at all, and someone who does get hold of it is the man at a square leg. Dives forward. He was completely on the back foot. I think he was waiting to try and retrieve that grizzly out of the trees. Somehow just lunges forward, scrapes his fingers along the ground, takes a brilliant catch. It's an important wicket as well.
It actually catches it one-handed. Look at it. He panics, basically. He was backing back, and he said, hold on. He had to kind of, take it out of reverse, put it in drive. But Mahesh Mohan, he will take the catch, and gets a very, very dangerous Sadace for 24. Yeah, anyway, so I won't go into the individual series or whatever, but then we had a Prague weekend series, and then we had Swedish ECS was a pretty early one as well.
That one's been hit firmly down the ground. It's a slip and slide by the fielder who fell not once but twice.
Probably good as only one. There's a proper Bambi on ice moment there for Haranath. Yeah, so then because this was really the only sport in the world, only cricket in the world at that point, it just became just continuous. Kind of by accident. And we said, okay, well, where are we going to go next week? Where are we going to go next week?
Well, I suppose that was the beauty of having continental Europe as well, where you could move a bit more freely.
True. But say a bit more freely, but it's not. Yeah. It's still, it was a lot of, I think I had 37 or 38 COVID tests. I still remember which ones were the most intrusive. Brescia, I'm looking at you, where I still think they took some of my brain out with the hook. One of the funniest ones was where was it? I think it's somewhere in Italy. Of course, in Italy is where they were quite hit the hardest in the early times. Yeah. End of the Third over here into the power play. Malmo just falling slightly behind now, 32 for 1. There was one where, I think Barry, who used to work with us, now he's off in the Middle East, but Barry, we went in Barry went in and he said, oh, the hook up the nose. And he said it was awful. It's good luck, you guys. And then we went in there and they said, oh, do you want the nose or the mouth? And we said, okay, the mouth. And they gave us a light scraping of the tongue, and that was it. And then I said, Barry, why did you go for the nose when you could have gone the mouth? And he said, well, they never asked me. I just presented my nostrils. So that was quite a funny one. But yeah, so then it became this kind of, it evolved into what it is now. But again, obviously the production value and all that wasn't quite what it was now back then.
This is Mohan into the attack, and wayward first delivery gets a bit of swing, but just swings down the leg side. It's going to be called a wide. You're still going to check the no ball as well, because it was very much over pitched. Might be a no ball. It looks like they're just getting the word out to the umpires. They might want to have a look at that one. And yet the umpire will stand in Mahesh Mohan's path. Just double checking that one.
Yeah, again, have a look. I mean, there's one frame back, one back from that. Probably that one. Probably you could consider that borderline, but I think it's over. Whoa! Now the fact there's an umpire clothesline, I think they are going to change it. It was very close. But I mean, the only difference is free hit. I wonder if we need free hits anymore, because we spend a lot of time debating what's a no ball, what's a wide, and the only difference is a free hit. And I'll tell you why the free hit was brought in. Not just so you can practice fancy shots like that, which will be a wide, the free hit's still in play. But it was meant to be, these long 50-over games, it gets a bit boring in the middle, let's be honest. And no ball gives you, they're actually going to play a shot, this ball.
Yeah.
But they're always trying to play shots in this. So
I mean, we had it at the weekend, and I think it does help maybe in the women's game where you don't quite have the batting firepower. There was a few occasions where there was debates about whether it was a wide or a no ball.
Funkalicious stuff on the free hit. People like it, I guess.
On the COVID test, I think the best test that I had, which was because it was the worst, was I was caught in South Africa at a wedding when Omicron hit, and Omicron was the one that started in South
Omicron.
Africa.
Yeah.
And it was the night.
I forgot they were giving them names. Yeah. Omicron.
And that was the
night. I wonder what they're up to now.
I think they were the Eurovision entry for Estonia. And it was the night before the wedding, and it all closed down. We're like, oh God, do we go to the wedding or do we go home and maybe get stranded here? So then we're like, we've got to go home because we can't afford to. At that point, it was still quarantine hotels, and you had to pay off your own bat. And went to the airport, and I don't think the swab even entered the nose.
Oh, really?
Which was great because you're clear to fly. Thank you very much.
We'll
go home. Well, I was fine after, but my flying companion, he was very much ill afterwards.
Oh, really?
So maybe he was patient zero for Omicron in the UK. But we did everything by the book. We did the test. We went to the airport, and we had a horrible wait where you had to wait. It was like a 45-minute test for the results.
I'm going to not name a country because I don't want to start an international incident. But we went to a country, let's just say it ended with ear.
Okay, narrows it down a little.
Just trying to give you the flavour. Right down leg side. Been a bit loose, haven't they? I suppose you understand first game of the series for Hisingens. And so this is where I realised there's very little regulation around testing. It's all sprung up overnight. So there's no time to really plan what's a good test, what's not. And we had to do the tests. And so someone came to the ground. Of course, they're collecting a bit of money from it for it.
It's a better delivery from Mohan. It should just be a single.
I think we just licked a stick and they stuck it in a bag or something. And then...
This is part of the test.
Yeah, that was it. They went away and then they just basically wrote out the certificates. No one used what they did. It went in the back of the van. They disappeared for half an hour. It'll be 2 hours or something. They go, I think they have lunch. Write up the certificates. Come back and go, yep, here you go. You're all negative. Now this one, it's going to go to the bite, isn't it? It's going to jump off the fence. Should we start playing rebounds? There's another question for you, but that's going to be 4. Yeah, so I'm just saying, and I don't want to,
different times.
Enterprise is a great thing. And people are enterprising. But I'm not so sure what kind of or any chemical analysis was done on those licked sticks. I think they might have just been toothpicks.
Lollipops.
Yeah. And those were the days.
Yeah, disinfecting the ball after every over. Great delivery. That's the one Mohan has been trying to get out all over so far. Chance for a run out.
Whoa. That could be a second fiver. No. It's going to be stopped. I'll get 2. There's a proper wind up there from the bowler, Mohan. To be honest, the non-striker was very slow to go. Would this have been out? Well, by the time he threw it, probably was safe. Anyway, it takes us to the end of the over. And the score is 44 for 1. Yeah, actually, you just reminded me as well. So 2021 is when I joined the tour full time. I made the decision, said, right, okay, I'm going to go back to Europe. And I know this will be tough because travel, the world is the way the world is. I was leaving Perth, which through 2020 had been pretty insulated from it. And so we kind of got away in 2021 mostly unscathed, considering, we were traveling all around the place. We had all these social distancing things, regulations. Should be stopped, will be stopped. I'll get one. Patel coming on here and over number 5. So there was a bit of it actually kind of shut down the season the end of 2020 when Rico actually contracted it at the end of the year. Rob Kemming, our beloved match referee, still kicking, thankfully, thanks to some wonderful work from the doctors in Malta. Luckily, half the cricketers are doctors there, which Rico and Rob got the superstar treatment, I think, in the hospital there in Malta.
Yeah, well, just on that, Lee Tuck, I don't know if you saw, he brought me a Malta shirt because I said I had a shirt wall at home. And Rico was upset that he didn't get the same kind of treatment, but Lee did point out that he had very good treatment in the hospital and got, flowers.
Yeah, his life saved. So that...
life saved, Malta shirt.
Actually, I've got a Gozo shirt at home.
That one's hit into the leg side, but there's a chance for a catch there. There's a man out there. Would be a tough opportunity. He shells it. And they want to run through for 2, but there's a big no barks out there by Bill Al-Zaigam, who I think...
Shirzad has a bit of a death wish. Isn't scared straight by the fact that he gets dropped. He then takes off for a second, which he may or may not have made. And the big stop sign went up from Bilal. Said, nah, you stay there. Leave it to me. But actually, there's a bit of a Swedish twist to my 2021 brush with Corona. That should be 4. Well, maybe it's not 4. How's he stopped this?
That's a brilliant piece of fielding.
Oh, no, almost creates a run out. Almost hits the stumps. Geez, what a piece of fielding. He looks a bit upset. We'll have a look at this. He just kind of, that's fine. The ball's gone. Yeah, he's absolutely fine. What a brilliant stop. And so when we were leaving Stockholm, actually, for Malmö, because they were consecutive series back in 2021. And we headed the tests, as we always had.
Chance for a catch, and it's taken straight down the throat of Mahesh Mohan, who didn't quite fire in his previous over, makes no mistake in the field. As Bilal Zaigam gets a hold of that one, just manages to pick out mid-wicket, and Abhishek Patel picks up his first wicket, and it's the second one to fall for Malmö. Well, they needed something to happen, did Malmö. Probably not what they had in mind, but maybe just in some ways it's a good wicket. Bilal was 13 off 12 in the end, not quite firing.
Yeah, he's shown he's a very good player with the bat, but he's a bit of a slow starter, and whether that's by choice or necessity, it's hard to tell. Because then when he did get going, he was smashing the ball to all parts. But yeah, they need someone to come in that can really move the needle upwards, because they've left themselves a lot of work to do. Basically need 80 in the second half now. Essendon's doing a good job throwing the table into disarray if they win this one.
It's edged through the slip cordon, and it goes past the tumbling fielder there, Vivek Sharma. Just stopped short of the boundary rope. They'll run through for 2.
Yeah, actually, they might have only got 1 there, Yeah, they settled with the 1. So, you don't mind a misfield, at least when the fielder gets down and attempts it. So, yeah, that's the way it goes. It'll be 50 for 2 then. 50's up after 5. Let's have a quick look at what's coming up. Of course, we're here in Landskrona in the south of Sweden. We've got Estonia, which actually starts on Thursday. There's a 4-day overlap between these 2 weeks of cricket. Then Romania for our first ECS there this year. Belgium for the Medina Cup, which I'll be commentating, and that's women's and men's this year, which I think is great. Medina Cup. Medina's actually a place in Malta, but it was held the first year in Malta, then it moved to France for the next year, and Belgium this year. Those are the 3 countries that typically compete. Hornchurch, their first ever ECS in East End of London. I know that you'll be there for that, and then I'll be in Czechia, where we've got 2 weeks of cricket. Again, big overlap there. So, yeah, plenty to happen. So, I was going to say, we were at Stockholm Airport, and one of our crew, should be remain nameless, no longer with us, the company.
That would have been a sad end.
He's moved
COVID.
on. No, you're not T. But, yeah, tested positive. And we all freaked out. Right?
Well, after a while, it just became normal, didn't it? You were just like, oh, you got COVID, so I have COVID as well.
I wasn't too worried that, I'd have serious health issues.
Yeah.
But this is one time I'd sent my work bag down to Malmo ahead of me. It went with the production team. So I was then without any stuff, or my work stuff. And then we're like, oh, what's going to happen? But then the rest of us, we all tested negative, so we were fine. So unfortunately, this crew member was stuck here in quarantine for a little while, in Sweden at least. This will be handled out there, just a single. Yeah, so, and then, okay, he was fine after a few days. And then we all then waited, okay, hold on. We had to keep testing a lot. Everyone's keeping their distance, trying to do the right thing. Everyone just trying to do the right thing. It was such an unprecedented situation. But then, that's probably the only real story we had on the tour, which is quite amazing considering the amount of places that we were moving around.
Well, we had the Germany tour to Austria. That was slap bang in the middle of COVID.
Yeah, of course.
Had a few records tumble on that one. Good tour
Do
for us.
remember, pretty high scores racked up.
Yeah. Well, it's a high score that needs to be racked up here. Malmo still need 80 runs in 26 deliveries. And Mahesh Mohan needed an over to find his stride, but he's come back brilliantly in this one. Just the single off it.
I will say that the bowling's been lively. It's been a bit erratic at times, I will say that, but they've got a pretty challenging attack. Hey, I had a question from Harsh that I want to circle back to as well. He's asking, how come we didn't have any internationals after the Jersey ECS? Very good question. I'll come back to it in a second. Mohan, last ball of his spell. Ouch. That's the end of the 6th over. And Malmo, well, it's now or never really. Even the point looking a bit challenging from here. They need about 10 and over to do that. And the score 51 for 2 after 6. So, obviously, there's a bit of a template of how we do things, but it's variable. And so you've probably noticed by now, quite often around a European cricket series, we'll try and schedule internationals, whether they're T10 or T20 or a mixture of both. Now, sometimes we'll have ECSW cricket, which has come in over the last few months, which is what we did in Jersey, which I think was a great series. I think everyone will agree.
That one's hit firmly away, and it's going to go all the way to the rope. There's a long off out here. He's very straight, and that was hit to the right of him. Haidar Acham gets a much needed boundary, actually, for Malmo. It's the first boundary since the end of the 4th over. So they've gone boundaryless in the last 2 overs, just the 7 runs coming off it, but they've started the 7th positively here. Need a few more where that came from to get the point, and then possibly even push on to that big target. 131 is what's needed. That one, though, doesn't quite repeat the trick, should just be the single. That's the fielding done here by Pritam Harinath.
So I don't know exactly why everything works out the way it does, but there's normally very good reasons. For example, in Jersey, I imagine it is that quite a few of the national team weren't available. So we'd say, hey, why don't you schedule a series against so-and-so, whatever. But, sometimes if your team can't make it. Plus, it was an obvious one to have the women's series there.
I will say Jersey's not the easiest place to get to for international sides as well.
That's also true, yeah. But, I mean, I'd love the day that we have maybe, you could have England 11 versus Jersey or something like that. But it really depends. Looks like we might have a retired out here. Shahzad, I said he might have had death wish earlier on. He got dropped, and then he always tried for a second run. It wasn't there. But I'm a bit surprised that Munir, they've waited this long to get Munir out there. who's a genuine hitter. So you never like to see her retired out because, yeah, it's just part of the game now, I suppose. But it's not the way you want to go. You'd rather get out than probably have to retire out. But she was out for 4, 56 for 3. It's a rare retire out mid-over, but I think it was time. Munir needs to do something very, very quickly. Facing up to Patel.
It's going to be a no ball, you'd imagine. It's called on field by the umpire. Just go through for the single. So it's not a 5 or a 7, just be the 2. He's back outside the crease, but that one was never really coming down there. Just a miscue from Abhishek Patel. Munir gets himself off strike, so Haider Acham will have the free hit here.
Yeah, so yeah, it really depends. So we don't always have internationals. There's quite a lot where we do, but often, like for example, Romania, we don't have internationals in this week that we're going, but we will probably the next time we go.
That's a decent enough comeback, but it's going to go all the way and right flush onto the yellow fence. Fielder out there would have actually probably stopped it because it just flashed away flat and hard to the boundary. Much needed 6 runs there. It was off the free hit, remember.
Rattles the pickets. That brings me back. Dunk. Fence did its job.
Yeah, Viking Bay asking in the chat if there are plans or dreams to go to Iceland at some point.
Ah, yeah. Okay, that's a whole other story. I'll try and finish what I was saying about the schedule though first.
Oh, that's going to take a deflection, but it's going to be stopped. There's a man out there, and Chandan does the fielding. Actually, I think the deflection helped the fielding side there because straight would have probably gone for 4. There's a man here at long off. It was hit so hard, it deflected to the long on.
I've got a random rule I like, which is just if you hit the stumps directly, you get 2, like a ground rule double in baseball. Yeah. I feel like it's the happy medium because sometimes it costs you runs, sometimes it gets you runs, and then no one's going to get run out or anything like that. Ground rule double.
Encourages
but it's so rare
batting.
You would never encourage straight batting. Just feel it's like everyone could be satisfied with the result. Okay, fair enough. Because it's a bit unfair that you hit such a good shot to get stopped. But I suppose we also have seen them bounce off for 4 before. That'll be the end of the over. 66 for 3. You can see what they need for a point now is still not necessarily that easy. 26 off 18. Let's have a look at what's coming up. And the Malmo Super 10s will continue. Although I don't think that they'll be happy if they play like this again. Taking on Seaside, who might get them at a good time, hey, with the news from the toss that Seaside have won the toss and they're batting first, so Malmo will be on the chase again. That game will be starting in around about 35 minutes' time. The other side of our Chinese food for lunch.
I'm intrigued whether your translations have paid off.
Talked about it earlier on.
Who put the order in, by the way? We just posted in the chat and just hoped that it was
Mars
done.
asked me would I like to do it, and I said, you know, Mars, I'd like you to do it.
I've
and
done
he has.
my bit.
Yeah. I've ordered the spicy beef and fried rice. Here's Murthy.
That's hit firmly down the ground. Just avoids the stumps this time, but should be stopped.
So what I was about to say is, yeah, the other thing is, so it's a lot of it's to do with availability, and maybe if it's men's one year, it's women's the next, or sometimes we know we have a mixture of men's and women's international cricket. For example, in Czechia this year, we'll have men's T20s, then women's T20s, then women's T10s, and then the European Cricket Series. So they'll actually have 8 days of international cricket front-ended.
Malta was similar, wasn't it?
Yeah, we're all over it. I mean, if we can extend our time there, if we can make it work, of course we want to.
One's hit firmly again. It's going to be wide of the man at long off who's been chasing the ball up and down that boundary, but it's a nice hit from Haider. The 4 runs, and they're inching closer to that bonus point mark at least. Malmo, just a couple of runs needed for that, but still well shy of that total. 60 runs needed and 16 for the win.
Iceland question. Thank you for asking. We have scheduled a European Cricket Series Iceland before. Again, in the period I call Wild West, which is 2020. Murthy gets this one through. 21 or 15 now for the point. So it was a weekend series. Again, following all the regulations and everything. I believe it was the start of August back in 2020. And everything's fine. They only had 3 teams up there at this stage. I think they've got at least 4 now. Great names of teams as well. Vestavir Volcanoes, for example.
Hit firmly into the leg side. It goes over the man at mid-wicket, and it'll be a scoreboard breaker. Well, hasn't quite broken this chase yet, but 4 runs.
If you do that, should you have to go back to 0?
4 and out.
Scoreboard pressure.
It doesn't. It just knocks it, doesn't it? Almost flips over.
Or
the
you should get the score that it ends up on when it flips over.
like a lucky dip.
Surely they're not going to be 0 pointed here, Malmo.
Oh, it goes high up in the air. There's a fielder underneath it, but I think it's going to go just over him. It's chipped for 6 runs. As Pritam Harinath, who's had the ball magnet the last couple of overs, that one just flies over his head. It's a good over for Malmo. Already the 15 runs coming off it with a ball to go.
A real case of the what might have beens here for Malmo. The Sprite bottles it's shaken up. There's 2 games we've seen today that the team that's won the early running hasn't won the game. This will be the end of the over then. It'll be 81 for 3 with 2 overs to go. They still need 11 to secure their point. Anyway, all good. Iceland, the whole crew flies out on Friday. It's only back in those days we would do kind of 2-day tours. I know we just did a 3-day, which is a pretty rare one these days. Of course, you're in Greece. 2-day tour, crew arrives. Awesome. 5 p.m. Friday, they changed the regulations.
No.
And even Iceland, I mean, I know it's not a huge country, but it's not that tiny, but apparently they even knocked on the Prime Minister's door. Like, excuse me, can we have an exception to run this cricket tournament? We'll phone in and we'll take these measures. And sorry, no can do. So it got cancelled. But the crew still stayed there for the weekend. And Mita, I know you're very good friends with Mita.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to Mita, by the way, who turned 30. I think I can say that out loud. Over the past week.
You'll be on a quick info page.
Yeah, that's true. Public information. So, yeah, and apparently they got taken around. They said it was amazing. They still say it was the most expensive dinner they've ever had.
I'll tell you what,
Iceland was a pretty expensive country. Although I think we might have challenged it on Sunday night when we arrived here. But, but unfortunately, it didn't go ahead. And now, I mean, now that we're a bit more organised, one of the things is that, for us to go to a country, they need to be ICC affiliated, and because it was a bit different in 2020. They're like, everyone was like, "We'll just take whatever we can get." But now, with the contracts and things we have in place with all our partners, that we have to show recognised cricket, which means they have to be in recognised cricket countries. And so there are certain places where I know they play a lot of cricket. Iceland's one. I mean, in Iceland, they've got some amazing traditions. They have the volcanic ashes, which they play literally next to the volcano. They have like the midnight. Like summer equinox game where they play at midnight, even though because it's light. And they got a few other things that they do there.
Well, if we get it back on the calendar, then sign me up.
Yeah.
Definitely somewhere I want to go. Chaitanya's come in for his first ball of the game, 9th over. He's got a nice little flippy action, doesn't he?
I like the release here of Kilari. Just look at how he goes over the wrist. Really gives it a proper rip, and then a little bit of slide on more than anything, but. Yeah, it's kind of interesting action. Like it.
This one goes high up in the air. It's going to probably land between 2. It should just be a single.
Asking you at this stage is a collision. It looked like it was on the cards. Yeah, so, Iceland is an ICC. They don't. So there's certain criteria, which does seem a bit fuzzy sometimes, of what you need to do to be an ICC country. But they're not quite there yet. We could go for fun, though.
Oh, absolutely. This one high up in the air again. There's a couple of fielders converging underneath it, but it's going to land safe. And they might consider running for 2, but in fact, Haida Acham is absolutely not interested. He probably wants to club a few boundaries himself. He's 29 off 15. Malmo, well, only a few runs away, but of course that's just for a point. They're still almost 50 runs away from securing the victory, so that's pretty much out of sight here. But 8 off 8 for a point. It's well bowled though again. And they'll just jog through for 1, so they're going to do it in singles
just
at
going
the
on,
moment.
Just going on the ICC, how to become an ICC country and whatever, that unlocks a lot of funding and things that you can get. Potentially, there's a pathway to it. But to do that, there needs to be a certain criteria. One of them is to have an organising body that's kind of recognised universally in the country. I know this has been an issue sometimes in some countries where there's been kind of multiple federations claiming that they're the premier federation. So that's someone, I think with the ICC sees those things and is like, look, sort yourself out. We don't need this.
Come back to us when you have one federation.
Was a situation for a while where, from an administrative side of things, it was a bit of a problem. So, we hope there's more European countries getting ICC status, because then we can go there. And Poland's a very good example. I know there's a lot of great cricket in Poland. Yeah, it's just one of those things. Time will tell. So 86 for 3 off 9 overs. And what does that make? Is it 6 for the point? I think they need to get to 92.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much a runner ball for the point. 45 is what they need for the victory.
Well,
Unlikely with 1 over left.
Yeah, they need to get to 92. So 6 runs required. Still a chance, you know. Looks like it's going to be some Vanchi bowling over number 10.
Well, he went magical his first over, 23 off them. This time starts with a dot ball. And if they're not careful here, Malmo will not even pick up a point, which will be the second game running, remember, that they lose out on that bonus point, having lost to Ariana Kiff yesterday evening by 52 runs.
Hello to Chris Smith in Viking Bay. Thanks for your question about Iceland, by the way.
It's knocked down the ground. Should be cut off, so just be a single.
Craig Element, nice to see you as well. But yeah, stick around because we have another game coming up. Still about 45 minutes away. 12:30 is when lunch is meant to arrive, and it's 12:30 right now. It's almost perfectly placed.
Oh, that's perfectly placed, almost. And what?
Oh,
is
no,
that
that's
the
my
lunch?
lunch. Be careful. Well, that's the lunch car, and if anything happens to that, I'll be very, very upset. By the way, that's a bit of a face palm misfield. There's the lunch car, and then the ball. The Grizzly tries to catch up.
Egg fried grizzly, almost. Well, it should have been missed. It should have been.
I
stopped.
reckon he got tore too good. The camera doesn't show it
Yeah.
that well, but it was a bit of a tough bounce. But actually, that means they just need 1 off 3. Otherwise, it would have been 4 off 3. A bit awkward. See, if they knew the situation, he'd actually be on the field. Anyway, any run for a point.
Goes
Oh.
up in the air, and does it have the distance? Yes, it does. It's the second time it's gone to Diana there.
I do worry about our scaffolding there, which is meant to protect the construction site, but I worry about a fielder that runs kind of instinctively in this kind of an area, and they might get more than they bargained for. Maybe we need security down there just to push fielders away if they get too close. So they do go to the point with that, but it's going to be a bit of a disappointing one for Malmo. Started so well in the series. They got donutted yesterday, and then today they will take a point away, but they're now 2-2, and they're right back with the pack. Great start for Hisingers, though. They're showing a lot of resilience, coming back from a tough start. Here's the last ball of match 7, or not. It'll go down the leg side, and they will get an extra one. Munir looks really annoyed. Had to wait forever to bat. Now he's not even going to get to face this last one. But to be fair, he hasn't been able to do too much either. He's 7 off 8. It's the way he'll finish.
It'll be the perfect start for Hisingers as well. Remember, they have 3 games today, so they got the next one off, and then they come back for a double header this evening.
Yeah, that's right.
That will be the final ball. It's a nice delivery as well to finish. Somvanji, well, he goes for a few, ends up without a wicket, 37 runs, but still bowls a tidy final over, 14 runs coming off it. And for Malmo, while they at least pick up the point, it's very much though a consolation point as they started the series so well. 2 big wins in games 1 and 2, but they've just sputtered a bit since then. Game 5 they lost with a bonus point. This one they at least picked up the point, but only just. And they've gone down by 30 runs to Hisingers.
Yeah, and so Seaside, they're without a win, and Malmo on a 2-match losing streak heading into match 8, which will start at 1 o'clock. Actually, yeah, 1 o'clock is the next starting time. Then it goes to 3:15. So we're back in about 25 minutes for that one, and already feels like a bit of a crossroads game for both of those sides. Raheem Safi was in the side added this morning for Seaside, but wasn't quite at his best. And Gilani, he's another guy that's too good to keep failing. So watch out for Seaside, who has wanted a good start in match number 6. They're back in match 8 against Malmo, and the Sprite bottles, they do get shaken up here. They do kind of stagger their way to a point. There were kind of more misses than hits, weren't they, in this 10 overs?
Just never really got going, and they took a big blow there, did Abdus today. So seemed to be threatening. He seemed like the one who might hold the key to the chase, and he got 24 off 12, but then he did fall in the end. Some good sunglasses fielding there, Abdus today. So he did get 2 6s and 3 4s. So it was a good catch from Mahesh Mohan, who then came in the middle orders and actually bowled pretty well himself. There's a couple of drop catches there. As Sahil Shahzad, he came in but just never really got going. He scored 4 off 10, and then he was retired out, never really troubled the score. And Haider Ashtam, he was the only bright spark, 41 off 20, as he finished not out.
Yeah, we had the retired out there as well. So, I mean, It's just one of those things. Just whatever they tried didn't work. It's almost the opposite to yesterday, where whatever they tried was working in the first two games. But I think Hissingen's probably not a bad thing that they had the day off yesterday. They could just observe, and they bided their time. That was the scoreboard almost getting knocked over, and then Acham, he did just play a good enough knock to get him to the point. This is where I was a bit worried. We're pretty sure this is where lunch is. The car braking just in time. Maybe the emergency braking system is taking over. But in the end, a fairly easy win for Hisingen. But yeah, it wasn't looking that way early. So we will have a look at the scorecard there. They make an even 100, but it wasn't enough. They end up going down by 30 runs. Malmö, who fall to 2-2. Acham with 41 off 20, but you can see that Zygam early on kind of got them a little bit behind the rate. Then they got a lot behind the rate as Shirzad didn't fire at 3, was retired out for 4 off 10. And Munir came, but it was too late by then, really. Gadaria was pretty good, wasn't he? 1 for 9 of his 2 overs. Didn't give up too many at all. And then the other wicket went to Patel. But just 2 wickets taken and the retired out in there. So a good restricting job for Hisingen, who threw themselves around in the field. And they'll be very happy with that result. We'll be back in about 20 minutes then as
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back as we get ready for match number 8 now in this European Cricket Series in Landskrona, Sweden. It's blue skies, it's blue pitch. It's time for the next one between Seaside and Malmo. Let's see what happens at the coin toss with Stefan Gooch.
Malmo to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's come down heads.
We'll bat first.
Good luck. Have a good game.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you.
Seaside have won the toss. They're batting.
Seaside winning the toss then and electing to bat. And look, surprised me a little bit because they had success with the ball early in the day, but then the game just crept away against Ariana CC, and Seaside, they find themselves in a really tough position without a win at this stage. And Malmo, well, they've had a mixed time as well. They'll be hoping that they can win this one and kind of shore up their place in the top half of the table, because it is going to be very, very competitive this week. I think we already saw that with Hisingen in the previous game. Tina Goff is in the commentary box. Let's enjoy this one. We should come out here because the sun is blasting down on this ground right now. The news from the toss. Seaside changes strategy, winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Over to you as we get ready for match 8. Oh, welcome back. Just giving you the full experience there. I think a couple of wires crossed, but yeah, it was a 5-minute delay to this game, and you can see there Seaside winning the toss, electing to bat. Do have some good news from Malmo that Hassan Zagam has managed to stay, so he will be playing as the 11th player for Malmo. So they're not short-handed after all. Malmo 72% favourites against the Seaside team, yet to win a game in the series. Teeing off with me after a pretty successful Chinese lunch. I'm not saying that's why the game was delayed. I think it was for the operational reasons, but yeah, good to have you back, and should be a good match between two teams that can really use the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I could really use a lie down after that Chinese lunch, but it was a successful one. And sometimes I'm a bit fearful going for the Chinese takeaway option, but there was nothing to be worried about. It was a roaring success.
I went spicy beef, and it had a bit of a kick to it. So yeah, big thanks to Adnan for sorting us out. He's been outstanding so far. Unfortunately, you can't say the same for Seaside, who walk into this game with an 0-3 record. Even with some of the reinforcements today, they weren't able to get a win. Two teams today that were winning early in their games, but ended up losing. So here we go. It will be Hassan Zagam straight into the action. He gets a ball outside the off stump. I still think the umpires have been a bit too harsh on the wides. For me, I reckon this goes over the line. I don't think it's at whole balls outside the whole line, but anyway, it's been called. Will have to be redone. This is a better location. Chowdhury out there opening the batting with Hassan. And Tina, we'll enjoy this game together. I know then you are going to give me a little bit of a mini break, but I'll be back for finals. But it's going to be a pretty interesting couple of days, I think.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And it's nice when you have a smaller group as well, just the 5 teams, that they can have these little matchups against one another, got time to try and suss each other out.
This time it's up and over the top. Fielder's going back, but won't be able to stop it. He'll jump across the line for 4 runs. Chowdhury with the first runs off the bat.
Yeah, nice hit. Just a bit too much width there from Hassan Zagam, and Chowdhury. Oh, he goes leg side actually with his feet, but his bat very much hits it up and over the covers, really. Both of these sides desperately need a win, don't they? They're both on losing streaks. Seaside lost their first 3 games. Malmo, they won their first 2, but lost the 2 after that. Both of them, of course, have lost games today. That one's clubbed away into the leg side this time. Bit too short from Zagam. And Chowdhury goes back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, just kind of dragged that one far too short. Again, it's funny, isn't it? This is a much easier ball to cut than pull. Sometimes that pull goes wrong, goes straight up in the air, and there's nobody down at deep third or deep backward point. But anyway, Chowdhury does hit it, and hit it well, 4 runs. This time, they'll get through for 1.
It'll be interesting to see at least one of these teams get back, or for Malmo get back to winning ways. Seaside, they desperately need a win. I think they're the ones in most trouble at the moment. 3 games, 3 defeats. Remember, each team playing 8 games, so they've still got time. And the game's coming thick and fast for them. They've got 3 games today, and really, if they don't pick up a win here, and the very latest, the final game, then they're almost down and out. It's the top 4 out of 5 go through, so that's the one shining light for them, is that if they could just keep within touching distance of that 4th spot, they've got a chance to get through to finals day, but they need to find a way to win from somewhere.
Again, called wide, probably shouldn't have been. He bowls straighter, but it works just as well. Jams back to him. So yeah, warm welcome to all of us, all of our fantastic viewers that are in the chat again. Hello to Wayne. And yeah, I think maybe just started the broadcast a bit early because the game was delayed by 5 minutes officially. Maybe that not filtering through. You and I were still polishing off our Chinese.
We would have been ready to go, but, you know, just cross wires. I think you threw to me in the commentary box, and I still had some fried chicken to get
Would have
through.
been great if they had a live shot of you going through your fried chicken with sweet and sour sauce, which did look very good. Thanks for letting me have a piece. It's the end of the first over. Main thing is we're up and running now. It's 11 without loss. And yeah, Zagam, you can see he's brought in as the 11th originally. They were struggling for personnel today, Malmo. Two teams on a bit of a losing streak. Malmo, actually, if you update the last result, they're 2-2 against Seaside. 0-3, Ali Zain coming in for Seaside. And Judvest, if you missed it earlier, he's going to be keeping for Seaside with a badly broken finger, which is in a splint and tied to the finger next door. And so the natural thing is he decided to take the gloves today. But he has put a slight bit of extra foam on that broken finger.
At some point, he'll just have like one of those foam fingers you get in, sports events, or Mickey Mouse hands.
Do you know who I picture him as? And you'll like this if you're a fan of the Adam Sandler movies. As this is going to be a good shot to start the over for Seaside. As Hassan comes on. He might have even gone for 6. Have a look, just a little push. It is, yeah, that is 6. Wow, what a good shot. Maximal. So, we saw him take a catch yesterday, didn't we, Judvest? And despite having that finger completely bandaged up. And now he's got the gloves. Soon, I think he'll be like Derek Chubbs Peterson, the coach of Happy Gilmore. Remember the alligator bit his hand off, and he had like a prosthetic.
There's a Happy Gilmore 2 coming out, I think.
I've heard that actually.
Yeah.
Must be tough times. No, great movie. On the walk this time, must be quarter wide as well. But yeah, thanks for your patience. Did you miss us then? What was the 5 minutes like where there was just nothing happening?
It's a lot of soul searching.
What happened?
Going
Yeah.
on, I think.
Existential crisis. Because one day, I've always thought this could happen. Despite all our successes, it's pretty ambitious what we're doing at ECN. It probably shouldn't exist, but it does. And we're happy that it does. But it's a full against the odds story. Edged away, bit of work for Fielder. Oh, that's a proper knee capper. Oh boy, Saad Mohammed comes into the lineup. And this one, it basically bounces off him for a corner. Check it out in the replay, and it gets some velocity. Oof. Oh, change of the hubcaps. Wahab is not impressed either. And the worst bit is he had to trot after it clearly with a bit of discomfort on the knee.
Still flexing it. I think his kneecap is just about still on his knee.
Oh, le duele la rodilla, as they'd say in Spanish. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, I felt that one from here, and it was about 100 metres away from us. All right, Chowdhury with the comeback. As this one's lifted up, and that's going to go all the way. Maximal. That one more off the middle of the bat. As the Purple Power taking on the Sprite bottles, and Purple bringing the power in the power play. Whew. Okay, let's try and get back here.
I feel like we're still catching up on the 5 minutes.
Definitely. So, yeah, I always just thought that one day they might just, in the middle of the day, end of the day, go, by the way, guys, and that's it. It's good while it lasted.
That would be very ECN if it did happen that way as well.
Because you'd be wondering, as this also hits a player, a keeper this time. I also think, yeah, everyone would be like, did that ever even happen? Was that? Do you know what I mean?
Fever dream.
Yeah, fever dream. That's the word I'm looking for.
Collective fever dream, yeah.
Yeah, just those 7,000 matches. For example, a cricket field that has a corner out of it because of a construction site. Croatia, we had a field that had a footpath, an operational footpath, going around about where cover is. Not deep cover, just cover. Anyway, we'll catch up on the chat when I can. Right now we're just trying to catch up. Here we go with Hassan to Hassan. You heard me right.
Yeah, Thomas Martinez saying maybe there needs to be a run penalty for commentators for getting back
100%
too late for the commentary. I did have it once in Portugal where nature called and I had to go. And I had to sprint back to the commentary box and had to keep on going mic off just to gasp for air in between balls because I was flying solo on that day. It's a glamorous life we lead. Yeah.
And it has one as well. Unfortunately, in Jersey, we didn't have all our audio working, and so Danny was looking at the screen, and because the clock had disappeared, he assumed he'd missed He did the opposite. He assumed he'd missed the start, so he just started talking before before he was
no.
on. And with the end of the over, and yeah, a bit of an interesting start to this one. Seaside certainly wouldn't like a good start because you can see they're a long way behind on the table at the moment. 30 without loss after 2 here. They want to at least jump over Hissingens here. I think the match between Seaside and Hissingens, they're already shaping up as pretty important contests. The points between those two. Zagam, late inclusion. Bowling out. Attacking shot, but only a single first up.
So did Danny just start talking while the break was on?
Yeah. And the thing
For
is,
anyone listening.
I didn't realise either because I thought, okay, we might have missed it. Normally the clock goes off and then we hear the introduction. I wanted a question for the viewers. You've had a few months to get used to it now. How do you like the shorter, zippier kind of intro music compared to the old one? And if you don't remember the old one, it goes like this. Me, me, me. Was that pretty well executed? Thanks, Tina. What was in that Chinese food? Classic last game before a break commentary. Anyway, this is short and it's going to get dropped. Oh, right in the edge of the circle. As Akshaf hurls it in. That was an opportunity to get rid of Chowdhury.
It just got a bit big on him, this catch. He ended up in the air trying to take it and didn't get his hands in the right place at all. The chance that goes missing would have been a big one as well. Imad Chowdhury's done all the hitting so far, 25 off 10. Shahriar Hassan at the other end, just 2 off 4. He's got a chance now though. That one's hit firmly away to wide, long off, and the ball is going to win that race as it goes into that scaffolding hotspot. Bob the Builder, your mate from earlier, can add another photo to his collection.
I'm a bit worried the scaffolding might be known as the fielder's graveyard by the end of the week, but luckily he sees it just in time. Have brought the rope in a little bit for safety reasons. Yeah, so new music versus old music. I'm not going to express any preference for either.
The thing is, I barely knew the old music. I saw it a bit at the end of the ECCW, but it's just been the new music for me, so I'm not a reliable witness, I don't think.
Yeah, okay. I'm waiting for the votes to come in. Yeah, Thomas just saying some kind of a schedule. Commentary in Malta, playing at Corfu, and being up in Sweden now via Germany, via Denmark as well.
I've genuinely had to share my calendar with my partner just so he knows what country I'm in.
Yeah, I don't bother with my family anymore. They just say, all right, we know you're somewhere. It was Mother's Day, we'll say, over the weekend. I think in Europe as well.
Not in England, not in the UK.
Yeah, UK always do it differently.
Yeah.
Some places in Europe and Australia as well. And I got to say, hate to be the bad son, but my very understanding mum, I was at London airport at about 9 a.m. on Sunday morning, said, son, just so you know, it's Mother's Day today. I don't expect you to remember. I said, I may have lied and said, I was just about to message you. It's time difference, right? Because by then it was like 4 in the afternoon over there, or 5 in the afternoon. All right, that one's up in the air. Fielder's got a long chase. He's not going to get there. That's going to be 4. So Hassan needs to get moving and does. 4 more to the total.
Again, just a bit of an inside-out shot there from Hassan. Finally gets one over the rope. Well, not quite over the rope. Inside the rope, 1 bounce 4. So much Chowdhury doing most of the damage at the other end. There's a lot of love for that encore of the
I'm still so far behind the chat. I'll get there in about 2 overs. But I can tell you it's the end of the power play. It's 41 without loss. Seaside trying to get something going here.
I'll tell you what, on my schedule though, so I'm home for 4 days after this. Then I go to Rome for the World Cup qualifiers, if selected. And
I think do you just wave the MVP? Do you
one?
just start signing things MVP? Yeah, which one? I think, okay. So, yeah, what's your schedule?
So then 10 days, or no, maybe 8 days in Rome for the World Cup qualifiers. And then my colleague, whom he spoke to me a couple of months ago, he's like, Tina, I've got a wedding in Italy and I'd really like you to come, but I know it's in Italy and it's a long way to travel. So if you have time, I'd love for you to come. It's the day after the qualifiers end, so I just go an hour down the road to a wedding in Salerno.
Wow.
And then straight from there, Hornchurch.
What are the dates? Oh, okay, so the World Cup
Till the end of
qualifiers.
May, 23 to 30.
Because I'm actually best man at a wedding in Venice in June. Goes upstairs, first ball, and Munir actually took 3 for 4 yesterday, and then took none for what felt like about 100 in the second game against the same opposition. That's very ECN. Yeah, so actually in what's now my home city of Prague, my home European city, I missed most of the ECS because I promised that my friend, he said, look, if I give you a date, can you promise to be free?
Yeah.
And he said it was in June, so I'm like, yeah, I can do it. It happens to be the one where I can sleep in my own bed. Anyway, this is short and whacked away by Chowdhury. Maximo! Munir just getting a little bit short there and pays the price.
And nice hit again. Umair Chowdhury, he moves into the 30s, 32 off just 12. Partnership building here from Seaside. They've had a couple of chances, certainly one that should have been taken on the ring. They move up now towards that 50 mark, and it's a solid start, if not spectacular, from Seaside. But this is what they need, given that they've lost their first 3 games. Just need a bit of stability here.
This one doesn't get above the ground. Not a clean pickup, although it might have been a chance for Hassan Zaigan.
But I think my partner and I have worked out the next time we're both at home in Hamburg is, I think, middle of September, possibly.
Right.
So when I go home next week, he has to go to Zurich, and then I go, and then I'm going straight to Hornchurch. Then I've got...
When you say middle of September, I've got some bad news for you in case you keep performing the way you're performing.
Yeah, I'll have to get my representatives on the phone. I think maybe Kiel, so Kiel will be as close as I can get to home. And I think Germany have got the Nordic Cup as well, so that's close enough.
Yeah, I mean, do you think, is it like your proper Hollywood A-list couples where they just end up talking to each other through their agents? Is that what it'll become?
Possibly.
And you don't call directly, you're just like, Miskov would like a word.
Well, he did put because he has my calendar on his phone, he did accidentally put a Zoom meeting, one of his work Zoom meetings, into my calendar, and I thought, we haven't got to the stage yet where you need to request a Zoom meeting with me to talk.
Oh, I love that.
Not far off, though. Hopefully he'll be up at the weekend. So
Yeah.
he's driving 6 hours just to see me for 48 hours, which is nice of it.
Half as long as you spent getting here, though.
Very true.
And is he carrying a cricket bag?
Probably not.
He's got it easy.
Well, he might do some throwdowns between the nets, I reckon, at the weekend. Only 2 games during the day, so
That's true.
we'll get you
But
in the
if you
nets.
spend your Saturday afternoon in... Oh, let's go again. Another overthrow. It's been an epidemic today. So 1 will become 2 there. And that'll take us to the end of the over. And the 50 comes up for Seaside. It's 50 without loss. Yeah, if you were doing throwdowns on a Saturday afternoon in Helsingborg, you're doing it wrong. I've got a few tips I can send to you. And of course, we'll be going to the Eurovision party together. Do you think that's something up his alley?
I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He's quite a fun guy. Have to be to choose this relationship.
Take that as a compliment. Oh,
I used funny when I could have used crazy.
He's a physicist, so he's got some crazy in him.
Anyway, let's move on. And Sudais, who now is a bowler, is going to bowl over number 5. But I mean, he's a bit of a triple threat. He's a good keeper, but because they do have Bilal that can fill the position here at club level, the Swedish national keeper will be bowling. We saw him bowl pretty well in the 10th over earlier on. Need a turning point here, though, don't they, Malmö? Although I will say, Seaside haven't really gotten away at a frightening rate. Chowdhury faces up on 33. Now this is in the air, and it's hit very well. Going, gone. Maximo! Out towards the bite. Oh, that looks like Anders over there. Is he helping the builders? Was he holding a chainsaw? Anyway, it will be 6. What's Anders doing here? What's he got? Kind of looks like a chainsaw to me. Don't do it, Anders. It's only 1 week. Our crew at 2 circles. Fantastic. Anders is normally pushing the buttons for us. He's been allowed out of his enclosure for this game.
They're bright yellow enclosure as well. It's not to be missed, is it?
No, you wouldn't want to miss in there. Said Ace. See how this goes, although you might want the gloves back. Well, that's in the air, and that's going to be 4. 1 bounce. Sadais hit back over his head. I suppose the difference here, Sadais, earlier on he was bowling kind of late in what was basically a dead game, but now he's got the opening combination against him that are kind of in. And it's a different kind of fight that he's in. Yeah, I mean, our schedules are crazy. I love this from Thomas, that my little humming of the old tune reminded him of something. Slower ball. It's clever bowling. Well, he's going to run, and that's going to be out. And he has absolutely put Hassan on the barbecue there because he was mildly bothered by the LBW appeal. But have a look at Hassan on striker's end. He's like, are you serious? And then what a great bit of improvisational work by Sadais with a little back flick that hits the stumps. To be fair, Hassan probably should have been looking for the run a little bit more in the first place. But he gets caught asleep at the non-striker's end. And the first wicket falls thanks to a run out. Here's 60 for 1.
It's a lovely piece of fielding actually from Sadais. Made it look easy, but it was a right-hand little flick. Because it went right way to his left hand. He didn't want to embarrass himself by trying to throw with his weaker hand, but he just flicks it. Take a look at this. Well, he's absolutely not backing up. So you could say that for Hassan there, but still, there was never a run on there.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say the fact that you get Safi out there might not be a bad thing for the innings, because he is an absolute weapon with the bat when he gets going. And Hassan was 12 off 11 anyway, got run out. So he's probably a retired out candidate anyway. Maybe good strategy from Chowdhury. We'll see though. Safi, when he knows 2 speeds and the slower one is very fast. Don't think so. Just sneaking down the leg side. Clever slow ball though from Sadais. Showing a good skill set here as a part-timer.
Yeah, going well down leg. But they run on this occasion. It was an easier leg by. They scamper through Raheem Safi. Paul Kempin has a good shout for what we can call where the building site is, construction corner. That's a good classic.
Yeah, it's so much better than the bite. Maybe for very short, you've got the bite. Construction corner's good. This will just be a single for Chowdhury, so he will retain the strike. That's a new partner as well. And it's the end of the 5th over at 62 for 1. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Tina Goff with me. This is May, Sweden. Sign me up. This is absolutely amazing today. So good, in fact, that I'm going to take a little bit of a mini break because, of course, I did the back-to-back. And I know you're going to take over for a couple of days. I think I can leave you in charge of the igloo by now. Unlike certain other people, Corey, I believe that everything will be like this when I got back.
More or less, I reckon.
More or less?
I guess you'll find out on finals day.
You're a good fielder. We saw that earlier this week or over the weekend. But you might have to have your wits about you because, as we saw earlier, the balls can fly in without notice. Yeah, but thanks, Tina. I know I'm constantly reminded by a lot of our fans in and out of the company that they're very happy that you're here with us.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm happy to be here, fitting you guys into my busy life, but it's slowly and surely becoming my life.
Well, how about this from Chowdhury? He's going to turn this around, and it will go for 4. He moves to 48. Munir around the wicket. So Chowdhury thinks this is a pretty risk-free shot, and he's probably right. He knows he can block the stumps with his body because there's no way it's going to pitch in line and have him LBW. Improvisational but effective.
I kind of want to hear a bit more about Jersey because it's the first time we've ever been there. Were they good hosts? Good
They
food?
were very good hosts. I'm going to say I met John Harris, the cricket chairman, because a few of them I had met in Spain, but quite a few I hadn't. They wanted to come, but they obviously got work and stuff. As Chowdhury freaks out Munir by taking a weird kind of crouch-like stance. Munir decides not to bowl it.
Well outside leg stump as well.
Not for long though, look.
Yeah.
And he gets what he wants, shorten at the body. Chowdhury moves to 50. 52 in 19 balls. Been a good innings from the opener. Just what Seaside wanted. Again, that's good footwork, gets inside it. 4 sixes and 6 fours in his half century.
Yeah, well batted, as he's pretty much, as was the case in the first game as well, just been the only batter that's really got going. Rahim Safi, well, he got a leg bite to add to the score, but is currently 0 off 2. Chowdhury though 52 off 19.
Yeah, Chowdhury will get Munir over the wicket now. And he charges wildly and misses. Change of angle works straight away from Munir. Yeah, so let's talk Jersey. Obviously, I knew quite a few of the players, and I think it's a good example, the Jersey tournament, of let the federations decide what's best for them in a European Cricket Series. Because basically, there's 4 main clubs there in Jersey. Now, 2 of them have made ECL finals. Finals won theirs, and All Victorians came second the year before. This is short, back to the future for Munir. Again, gets shortened at the body of Chowdhury. He's just feasting on these kind of deliveries. Just too short. Only fractionally, but enough. And 4 more to the total. So 4-4.4 in the over. But the truth is, in Jersey, of the 4 big clubs, 2 are very strong and 2 are comparatively weak.
Yeah.
And so if we just had a European Cricket Series with those 4 clubs, okay, and another club, and Yorkshire Cricket College actually came as the 5th team and won a couple of games actually. They were amazing for such a young team. Then I don't think it would have been as good a spectacle. And actually the players were asking for something like this. Even outside ECN, we'd love a franchise tournament where we mix up the teams and we get 4 pretty even teams.
It's good practice for them with all the international stuff they've got coming up, both men's and women's as well.
Oh,
it's a great
what
piece
a
of fielding. Absolutely slaps it. Does Sahil Shahzad there on the boundary.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he stopped this. I was about to call this in another 4 because he over pitches, but yeah, wraps the hand around it. So I mean, a lot of our viewers, understandably, were like, oh, but we really want to see Farmers because they won the ECL. We really want to see All Victorians. But I think it really allowed the players to get what they wanted. The viewers, I think, loved it. It was one of the most entertaining series we've ever had. So even.
Such big scores as well.
All right, it's high in the air. Munir's got to find it in the midday sun, and he will. So Safi goes for a duck, and he just hasn't had a great day, to be honest, on his return to the European Cricket Series. So Munir likes the change of striker, and he's able to pouch Safi. Caught and bowled for a 3rd ball globe, and after 6 overs, Seaside 75 for 2.
It's just never really got going. Just a 1 leg bye he contributed, but obviously no runs off the bat. We met Chowdhury though, luckily for Seaside, still out there, 57 off 22. Interesting to see who comes out here. They just need someone to stick around for a while, and it looks like it's Syed Gilani who scampered out there. See, we've had 5 penalty runs earlier in the day. He didn't quite have his helmet or gloves on.
You missed a great 5-run penalty yesterday with Dharmender of Ariana Keefe in match 1. He came out there, and I think in the end he just gave up that he was ever going to be ready. He kind of had his gloves down, needed to have his helmet adjust a couple of times in and take his jumper off. I thought he actually probably could have been timed out, but there was no appeal. Probably for the best. Anyway, Chowdhury on 57 gets the strike. Acham coming on, but he'll disappear to the boundary as well. Dominated the scoring in this innings. Chowdhury's 61 out of 79 now. Just hitting with the movement, with the angle. Acham been hard to get hold of in this series. That one's lifted up. That's going to be a bit of a task with the fielder as well. What a great effort.
Wow.
Well, some of these boundary shots have been amazing. Now, good throw. Might have had the batter in trouble. Credit to Chowdhury, though. Hustles back for 2.
Second time in just a few balls that there's been a great piece of fielding on that leg side boundary. This time running around to his left, gets his big left hand out to stop it. Tumbles away nicely. It's Arfan Arif.
So let me tell you a bit more about Jersey on and off the field.
Yeah.
Right. As this should just be a single for Chowdhury. Good comeback from Acham. Yeah, so on the field it was great because this cricket ground. So have you played at Granville? Is that where you've played?
I have played there in World Cup qualifiers.
So so I thought you had. So what's great about it, and the weather was pretty nice as well, that there's so many places to watch the game from. So we're bowling from the clubhouse end. Oh, that's a great bit of fielding, and I think that's out. Oh, well, can you believe it? Chowdhury, a little bit of the world turning full circle here because Gilani trying to get off the mark. He just hits and runs. But it's a powerful throw, and it's right next to the keeper's gloves, and he's gone by 2 steps. So, yeah, I'd love to see what happened here. I mean, all it was when you won 0, you'd love to just get out the way. He just runs. Oh, they almost run into each other. That's why they're so far out. I was wondering, how is he that far out? But, well, 2 run-outs punctuating the first 6.4 overs of this. And that's a big one because Chowdhury was firing. He's run out for 64, and the score is 82 for 3.
That's the last way you want to go if you're going well, and pretty much the only batter who's got any kind of runs for Seaside, and it was a pretty sad end there. They both end up running diagonally away from the stumps. It was an easy run out there. And the second one actually from Abdur Sadais.
Saif is going to get what he wants first up. Uh-oh, construction corner. That one, at least we found it. That might be concreted into a pillar, who knows? But Saif gets a gift and goes maximal 6 runs.
Time capsule for years to come. Someone unearths a grizzly.
Yeah. Geez, that was a proper gift, wasn't it, for Saif first up? So, yeah, we loved what we were actually calling the adrenaline zone, which was the kind of like where we're at mid-on instead, actually, which were right in the firing line.
Yeah.
And the visibility wasn't great out of the tent. We're about probably half the distance to the rope compared to where we are here as well. Saif wants to go offside this time, holds up for a while. We spin away from the fielder as well. Keep it to 1. That's Mohammad Akshaf. And that would be the end of the over as well. So it's 89 for 3 after 7. You can see we're in the Goldilocks zone here, so it's anybody's game in match 8. And a reminder where we are on the European Cricket Tour. And this is the primary tour. As you might have realised lately, we've had kind of bonus content. So we've had a night series. We've actually had 2 night series this year, one in Portugal, one in Belgium. I know that I'll be doing some T20s in Belgium soon. We might even have a Gibraltar 2-day event in there at some point. And there's some overlap in there as well. So, yeah, stay tuned because it's a big year of cricket on ECN as it just keeps growing and growing and growing. Right now on the field, Sadais is going to get a second over. Still searching for his first wicket. I believe it would be a first ECN wicket for him. Won't get it with this. Yeah, so to answer your question, the adrenaline zone was amazing because I was amazed no one got hit.
Yeah.
And I mean badly because there were a couple of people that were hit.
Well, they've got the hill as well. Where
Their hill was peppered, absolutely peppered with balls. We had one get hit over the club rooms without even touching the club rooms. That was a big hit. We had the kids zone where they had the net up, but still balls would come over, hit the club room, and that was a bit of an issue at times. But all's well that ends well. We had a windscreen hit, a couple of windows hit, but nothing broken, amazingly. But outside the cricket, Jersey was very beautiful. I was lucky enough. I did have a day off. I got taken around the island, had a wonderful dinner at a place called the Salty Dog, which is run by Jonty Jenner's parents. Jonty famously subfielded for England in a test, and as a result, caused a few issues playing for Jersey. Oh, that's hurt him. It's right in the chest. He might have got one in the back as well. I was a bit worried there for a sec. Genuine pace there from Sadais.
He's lucky he didn't hit him on the grill. But he clutches his pearls and runs to the other end. Just giving it a rub now, thinking he's okay. I'm
glad he doesn't get hit again, but that was an ECN viral moment waiting to happen. Because if that throw came in and hit him in the 6th vertebrae, then we would have our next ECN viral moment. Gilani. It's a slow ball, which is misdirected. So these two are actually Swedish teammates. Gilani's a bowler and Sadais is a keeper. But in this role, Gilani's a batter and Sadais is a bowler.
You can have it all here on European
Welcome to the European Cricket Series.
We did have 2 hits in the back in the Germany-Greece games at the weekend. I was responsible for one of them.
Oh, did you?
From slip, I just nailed Maria, the captain, in the back as she was running for a single.
And did you give her the stink eye?
Oh, she's lovely.
That's in the air. That's going to fly over, and that will be 4 runs. So Galani finally gets off the mark. Only cost him 1 batting partner.
In the previous over, we hit someone in the backside, a batter as well. So we're just
We had some
peppering them.
great took us fielding, actually, late in the final. Rick Firth, a.k.a. the Vegemite Kid, because he got Danny and I jars of Vegemite.
Very
Which is
good.
very kind of him. He's originally from Adelaide. In the sun, couldn't see it, turned around, offered the derriere. Fantastic bit of fielding. He did say there was some bruising, but that no one else would be able to see it.
Get the magic spray out.
All right, that one's going to fly as well. There's nobody back there. Not that it would have mattered, because that will go all the way. Maximo for Galani as the 100 comes up for Seaside, and they get this game back to 50-50.
There's a nice hit through the offside. Just a bit of width on offer there, and almost hits the extension cable there. Almost had a flash of sparks. We haven't had some technology hit for a while. We did have that big one at Carterman, didn't we? But since then, cameras and the wires have generally been safe.
Yeah, that one blew up the power board.
Blew up Spain almost, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's true. The blackouts in Spain and Portugal. Luckily, we went there when that happened. And there's that slow ball, but Galani picks it this time in a more authoritative shot. Over mid-wicket, Maximo! It's turning into a decent little cameo, this, from Said.
I like the red tents that we've got here. They're almost like little circus
People
tents.
have been asking about the red tents. How much are they? How big are they?
We're, of course, not in a tent. We're in the classic igloo. But it's nice wandering over to the tents, and there's often some biscuits and Chinese food in there. I want to see what's in the other tents. Or do I not want to know?
Well, there must be a ghost tent. Nice ball the over. Full toss, won't quite carry. An awkward one for the fielder. He does well, though, to keep it in front of him. That will be the end of the 8th over. And the score is 109 for 3. This game still very much in the balance. Just quickly, last point on Jersey. Also great, the relationships they have with the surrounding nations and well as the related nations. So great to see Lucy Barnett from Isle of Man. I know you played against her last year in the Valletta Cup. She was incredible. Started with 350s and just some of the shots you wouldn't believe, just so exquisite. I also had the power of someone like Grace Weatherall who bowled herself into the ground really, and that's not all. We had Catherine Perry as well, who come in for the event.
MCC.
Oh yeah, not even to speak about MCC.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, bad deflection off the knee. Oh, well done. Munir basically set the wrong way, like it bounced off the fullback. And as a goalkeeper, he had to change direction. We'll say it's only day 2 of this event, but especially Malmo, who are into their, the 5th game. There's a few sore bodies out there already. Yeah, so, Jersey was great. You could see the French coastline from the east of the island.
Yep.
So it's about 22 kilometres or about 15 miles away.
Oh, it's a beautiful part of the world when the weather's good, and that's a beautiful shot. That's gone over the circus tents. For 6 runs, Side Galani definitely getting into his work now, 25 off 7.
Probably not in a rush to get back there because remember he ended Chowdhury's innings by running him out on 64. But he's making hay while the sun's shining, 25 off 7. Seaside have gone from behind to being quite healthily in front now.
Word on the tees, you were saying that there was big promises on the Jersey tees.
Yeah.
English tees or English-inspired tees generally do deliver.
Well, this one won't be stopped. He goes the foot fielding in the end, and it's not effective. And not to be fair, Munir, he's been put through the ringer a little bit. He's been running around. This is kind of like, almost throws the towel in here. So he needs one last effort, but he goes with the boot. I'm kind of glad he doesn't step on that. He was hit hard. Galani moves to 29. All right, straight up in the air. Now, he's going to go himself, is he? No, it's a perfectly placed lob from Galani. He'll get away with it. Yeah, so one of the things at Jersey, obviously, it's a full-on cricket club with club rooms and facilities and everything. So they had the kitchen. They have a restaurant there called The Boundary. You might remember it from when you were there.
Yeah.
The Boundary. So full-on cafe, bar, restaurant. They had something different for lunch every day.
Lovely.
That's going to be up and into construction corner. Maximo! As Saif lifts a second ball up and out of the ground. Seaside, for the first time, they're kind of batting from a position where they're not going to run out of resources, and it shows. Yeah, so they had a really good variety of lunches, and I've got to admit, as this one is going to be hit even harder. That's going even further. Maximo, 135 for 3 off 9 overs. And Malmo, they only just beat the clock as well. Otherwise, it would have been 5 more than that. Seaside now played their way into favouritism here. Yeah, so at the end of the day as well, often we were finishing pretty late. That's the only thing. We started 10:15 first ball. So it was about 9 o'clock, or probably 8:30, let's say, by the time we finished. But there were certainly a couple of times where we were able to stay on, and you could actually walk back to the hotel. It was about half an hour walk down the hill, half an hour harder walk up the hill. But on Liberation Day, which was the Friday, you're fine with me talking about this, aren't you? Not too soon. It's quite a party atmosphere. That was also finals day. This will be start of the 10th over. Arnie happy to take the one and give back to Saif as Hassan comes back to bowl the 10th. So that was a fun, because also it was the players that were celebrating. It's the end of the series. And even I heard there were a couple of empty glasses at the top of the camera tower.
Well,
At the next morning. It wasn't me, I promise.
I think we deserve to toast that final. What a final it was.
What a final. Unbelievable. Saif facing Hassan. Gets one down leg side. It'll be re-bowled. Yeah, I will say there were a couple of cases. I mean, on day one, when the Western Towers came back and made that 5 for -2 collapse on the Spitfires, the wind predictor had pretty much given up. You know, normally when it goes below 1%, it just disappears. It says, I'm out of here. So it must have been point something chance. But they came back and won by a couple of runs. And that was a time penalty. Basically, the score was 118 in the first innings, so target 119. But with the time penalty, the score went up to 123, and then the responding team only scored 121. So literally
Right.
in the middle of the
Yeah.
5-run time penalty. 67 seconds, apparently. Big swing and a miss. Hassan's clever. So we have seen 157 chased yesterday. It's not that it can't happen, but I think we'd much rather be the batting team at this stage. Yeah, so Jersey was great on and off the field. And I've been to Corfu, and I love that marina ground. I have very fond memories. Thick edge. It's going to take some stopping, and it won't. Yeah, first trampoline Tortuga. This takes one bounce, goes over the outfielder. And Saad Mohammed, who's recovering from a pretty intense blow on the left kneecap. That one just eats him up. It's not an easy stop at all. He's upset with himself. Understand that. But it was motoring. Saif to 23, 2 balls to come. It reminds me of going to Corfu, though. And they had basically like a Heros stand. Little hole in the wall. I think they were €2. And it was almost like blackjack. You tap for like another one. Steph and I.
There was a lot of tapping going on.
Yeah, a lot of money was spent, even though they were pretty cheap. I think I finally found my happy place was about 6.
With the whole bread, but
they were
like
kind of, they were like half size.
so
They weren't-
empanada size.
yeah, slightly bigger than empanada. But knock knock. And,
More, please.
and then there's no talking. It's just
It's a polite exchange of.
coin for Heros, the
Yeah.
way the Greeks would have done it thousands of years ago.
That's their
Anyway,
language.
this is the last ball. Gilani will jam it away. They're going to go for 2. Gilani turns like the Queen Mary. He'll be run out. So 1 and done. And Seaside will finish on 143 for 4.
Oh, it's a good innings for Seaside. Given that they are on the back of 3 defeats, they desperately need to find a win from somewhere. And, well, they've done half the job here. 143 on the board. And Malmo, of course, they're a bit short on confidence, having won the first 2, but then come back and lost the next 2. And you can see Seaside pretty happy with their efforts as Saiful Hassan gets hugs all around. He finishes on 24 off 10. Said Galani, he chips in with 32 as well. So it's a not a bad effort from them. Malmo, they'll need to find almost 150 runs from somewhere as we take a look back at the highlights. And Umar Chowdhury, he was doing the damage at the top of the order. 64 off 25 he scored. It was a nice opening partnership with Sharia Hassan. It was worth 60 in the end. It was only in the fifth over actually that Malmo picked up their first wicket. There was one off the knee. That one was a painful one for Sad Mohammed. The runs just kept on flowing. Construction corner, it's a bit of a hot spot here in Sweden, and it saw its fair share of action. That one was nicely clubbed down the ground as Umar Chowdhury was getting very much into his work, and there was a beautiful run out. That was the first wicket to fall. That was Sharia Hassan. Probably the two of the openers who was not quite getting into his work, and he was run out there by the bowler. There was a big appeal. Abdur Sudais couldn't keep him out of the game. Made the run outs, doing the bowling, but it was Umar Chowdhury then with Rahim Safi. He was caught and bowled pretty much immediately. He struggled, only faced 3 deliveries, didn't contribute any runs. Kaiser Munir taking the wicket on that occasion, but it was Umar Chowdhury and Saeed Gilani who then put on a nice partnership. It looked like they might even take the game away from Malmo. It was a bit of friendly fire there as Saeed Gilani, he ran out the set batter Umar Chowdhury. He could have gone big. He had to depart, go back into the circus tent. Saeed Gilani then run out himself. This time it was Saklen Karamat who threw in the ball. But the good thing for Seaside is that they just had little partnerships throughout. There was no flurry of wickets, and that final partnership between Gilani and Chowdhury was worth over 60 runs before then Saiful Hassan came in. He scored a quick fire 24 at the end as well off just 10 deliveries. So apart from the one failure, Rahim Safi going for a 3-ball duck, everyone else contributed some runs. So the Seaside side get 143 runs on the board. Biggest score we've seen today, and certainly one that they'll be looking to defend. And really, they need to defend it if they want to keep their hopes of finals day alive. As for the bowlers, Malmo only used 5 of them on this occasion. No one really escaped from getting some runs scored against them. Kaiser Munir at least picked up that 1 wicket. Of course, the other 3 wickets were all run outs. So the halfway stage then, Malmo, they've got a chase on their hands for sure. 144 runs needed. Slightly low on confidence, having lost their previous 2 games. Of course, both of those games they lost chasing. They've chased every single game so far. The first 2 they delivered impeccably, but since then they've just not quite found their batting stride. They're going to have to do it here in match 8 if they want to put an end to that running curse of 2 games now without a win. Of course, someone's going to end their losing streak. Seaside, can they make it 4th time lucky? Well, you've only got about 5 to 10 minutes to wait for the run chase as you join me, Tina Goff and Vinny Sandhu back here for the culmination of match 8 here at ECS Sweden on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the run chase here in ECS Sweden match 8, where Malmo at the halfway stage need 144 runs for victory. Achieving that in 7 overs or less will give them the bonus point. As for Seaside, if they restrict Malmo to exactly 100 or less, then it'll be the 4 points going their way, and it'll be a much needed 4 points. In fact, for both sides, Seaside played 3 games so far, lost them all, actually by a significant margin as well. They lost that opening game, match 2, to Malmo by 9 wickets. The side, of course, they're facing now. This time, though, I think it's going to be a bit more of an even contest with the runs already on the board for Seaside, thanks to some big hitting by Umer Chowdhury. He finished 64 off 25 deliveries. And there was a nice little partnership between him and Saeed Galani, who hit 32 off 11 before a bit of a calamitous run out saw the end of Chowdhury. That was the first of 3 run outs that Seaside were on the wrong end of. As for Malmo, they didn't quite fire in that innings. It was quite a tight bowling performance, just didn't pick up the wickets at the key intervals, and that allowed a few partnerships to build for Seaside. But Malmo have the right to reply now. They need a few of their big hitters, someone like Bilal Zaigam, to go big here to get them over the line. 144 is the target for victory. Malmo themselves in a bit of a rut here. They won the opening 2 games, and quite convincingly as well. Beat Ariana Kif by 7 wickets and then beat Seaside this side by 9 wickets. But on the back of that, then suffered 2 defeats, including one this morning to Hissingens by comprehensive 30 runs. And will be Bilal Zaigam then to face the first ball. It was delivered by Saibzad Abdul Haq. Zaigam joined out there in the middle by Abda Sudais, who is a bowler, a batter, a keeper. And here he is opening for his Malmo side. That run rate, they don't want to see it creep much above 15. It's 14.5 at the moment. They certainly want to get off to a good start in the power play to keep track with that rate that they require. Seaside, they had a decent power play themselves, 41 runs coming off it, and didn't lose a wicket, in fact, till the middle of the 5th over. It's a good start here from Abdul Haq. You can see the Seaside, they know the importance of this game. They desperately cannot afford to go 0-4. They do have a final game today. They'll be back in the last game of the day against Hissingens, who themselves have 3 games. We'll be seeing them just after this game in about an hour and 15 minutes time against Ariana CC. Whereas Ariana Kif, they'll be putting their feet up today. They have their day off. That one's flicked away into the leg side. Will be the first boundary of the innings. Comes off the bat of Bilal Zaigam. Just over pitched and down the wrong line there from Abdul Haq. It's just flicked away by Bilal. One of the few batters for Malmo who's consistently scored runs so far in this series. Scored 32 off 14 in game 1. Backed that up in game 2 with 41 not out. It's no surprise that when he gets runs, usually his Malmo side are able to get the win over the line. Abdur Sudais, he's another one who's got experience on the network, inching closer to 500 runs. High score though, 56. That was back in 2020. So he's due another big score. That would be a good time as any. A big appeal on that one. Shake of the head though by the umpire, much to the disgust of Abdul Haq, the bowler. It's left arm over, so you're always going to have to contend with the angle. And well, you can see 2.5 stumps there. And it's swinging into the batter, so it's probably going to swing down that leg side. I think it's a fair enough call there by the umpire. Nice lines there from Abdul Haq. Just needs to push it slightly more across the right-hander. So that's swinging in more towards the middle stump. And that one just swung again too much. Comes off the thigh pad. Chases on there for Ali Zain. They come through for the leg bite. Nonetheless, every time that over finishes with less than 15 on the board, there'll be a little tick in the box for Malmo. And that one just, well, for Seaside, in fact, Malmo then just getting the 9 runs off that first over. 25 matches since a golden ball. 143 is probably just about above par. Not quite in golden ball territory, but certainly a chase that Malmo will have their eyes on, knowing as well that they need to get back to winning ways. Getting back into the igloo is Vinny. Welcome back as we go into the second over, and it will be Ashik Hussain to bowl, the right-hand bowler.
Yeah, and there's going to be a little bit of a French cut first up the field, perfectly placed. This game's right in the balance. I know they're quite big underdogs here, but I can see a way that they could chase this down. But I mean, Zygum, he's got no option to pace his innings really this time. We saw he allowed the rate to get a little bit out of control earlier, and then, okay, things were compounded. But Sadice is also a big wicket at the other end. He's happy to kind of play that anchor role, but sometimes anchors weigh you down in this format. Chasing 144 is very different to chasing 100. With your kind of strategy. This is actually our last innings together, Tina, because I've planned a little bit of a. Let's say it's like a. What is it called? Like when you, I don't even know what it's called. Like when you tune out. What's it called? There's like a word for it. I go off the grid.
Vinny blackout.
The funny thing is that I couldn't even think of the word for it. I think like off the grid. I won't be off the grid. I'll be grid adjacent, but I'll be keeping an eye on it. I just got to sort a few things out. And I'll be back though for Finals Friday. So yeah, we're going to have a great weekend. Finals Friday night, 2 games on Saturday and 2 games on Sunday. And we can explore some of Sweden, including the Eurovision party on Saturday night. Too short, that's going to be hit. Maybe not quite out of the middle, but it will run away for 4. So Zygum does get a move on. And first runs off the bowling of Hussain that are off the bat.
You call it a cricket detox.
But it's not really, because I'll still watch. I can't help myself.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's also such an interesting series. But it is my mandated, by myself, mini break, 48 hours. Isn't there a movie called 48 Hours?
127 hours? That's the one where he gets his arm stuck in the rock
I haven't
face.
seen that. I heard it's very good. But
I don't need to see that.
Don't know if I've got the stomach for it. Yeah, 48 Hours is a 1982 film. And it's starring Nick Nolte and Eddie Murphy. And I do believe it would be a good watch. Eddie Murphy's film debut. Straight pull this time, beats the fielder. And Zygum just finding the boundary when he needs to at the moment. That rate's around about 15 and over required from here.
I'm just reading the intro to 48 Hours. It sounds like every cop movie ever. I'll read it to you.
Yeah.
Reggie, a street-smart robber, is tasked to help nab his former partners. Jack Cates, a tough cop, and Reggie hate each other, but form a special bond as they chase the 3 criminals.
I love it. Mine's even more kind of striking language, but same idea. Last ball of the over. He tempts him with one outside off, but Zygum misses out. The same with a pretty good over, just 9 off it, and it's 20 without loss after 2. Checked one out the replay. Don't think there's any issue about the legality of the ball. Yeah, my version said, a hard-nosed cop reluctantly teams up with a wisecracking criminal, temporarily paroled to him in order to track down a killer. Put that on my list. 6.9 out of 10.
92% on Rotten Tomatoes, not bad.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't been able to stay awake long enough to watch a movie lately because of the late finishes. By the way, Malmo, despite all their trials and tribulations, if they chase this down, they will go to the top of the table. Even if they can keep their point, they at least tie, but they've played a lot of games. That's their issue compared to some of the other teams. Look, Sahibzad Abdul Haq is getting a second over this time. And, wow, he might have a wicket here because that is up. It's in the air, and it's taken. So Sadice is going to have to go for just a single in this one, with Umar Chowdhury taking a well-judged catch. Big fish goes. And it's 20 for 1. That was well done because it wasn't an easy one. Looked like it might have been dropping just out of his grasp. And Sadice just looks down at his bat. He's annoyed he doesn't get the contact he wanted. So Abdul Haq, maybe his rule is he doesn't quit bowling till he's at least got a wicket. And he does now in this one.
Big wicket as well, isn't it? Abdul Sadice. He showed flashes of what he could do in that previous game. Still waiting for that big score on the network. I certainly think he's someone who's capable of getting it.
Yeah.
Not on this occasion, though. One off just 4 deliveries. Nice catch there from Umar Chowdhury, who obviously did the damage with the ball and contributes with first wicket as well. I need to talk to you about 80s movies, one in particular that I saw recently. Well,
first, we'll watch this one get hit, and Acham is going to get off the mark with a Maximal. That's what the doctor ordered for Malmo. Before you go there, Sahibzad Abdul Haq told me at lunch, because I'm like, why didn't you bowl another over? He says, I was cramping up, I'm sore. So, and he was actually looking a bit sore yesterday in the 2 games they played. But I was thinking, is that his thing where he's like, okay, I've taken 2 for 3. He's like, right, over to you. I've done my bit. leave me alone. It's funny that he cramped up after his first over. Edged 4. Well, they got a fielder there, and I like, rather than chase, Gilani's quick to yell that's where you put me, I think, because they're saying, why isn't he catching this? But I've got to say, even if he was on that line, it's probably over his head. Okay, 80s movies chat.
Well, I think I spoke to Rico about this. It must have been in Malta, but I haven't mentioned it to you that I watched Top Gun for the first time.
Oh, I haven't seen Top Gun.
Okay, well, I can tell you the whole movie. It's lots of planes. Every time a plane goes up in the air, they play Highway to the Danger Zone. I knew that was the film.
Good song.
I knew that was the soundtrack to the film. I didn't realise they'd play it every single time there's a plane shown.
Well, the thing is, having watched Indecent Proposal again recently, I know there's Maverick and Goose, so I kind of pretend that I've seen it by reference.
I mean, there's Tom Cruise. He goes...
Is it average?
He goes Maverick because that's his name. He does some questionable things. There's a love interest, and he does something that's slightly Maverick.
Well, that's pretty Maverick from Archam. He tries to clip this away, and he will get the journey Maximal. And another 6 runs to the total.
I don't want to ruin it, but in the final...
Spoiler alert.
In the final scene, if you haven't seen it yet, it's from 1988, I think. In the final scene, he does something, or the final, denouement, does something that's slightly Maverick, but he's hailed a hero because it works. So everyone applauds. They never show the Soviet planes because they're not allowed to, I guess, but the enemy is quietly said to be the Soviet Union. And
I see.
Yeah, I think it's great if you're a 12-year-old boy and you like planes, but it didn't quite hold up. But I've heard the new one is meant to be quite good.
Okay.
So
well, what are some other movies? Because everyone's got a list of movies that they like everyone's seen, but they haven't. It becomes a thing. Like for me, for ages, it was Grease.
I've still not seen Grease.
But I've been knocking a few things over recently because I feel like an obligation. 36 for 1 after 3 here, Malmo going at 12s. Just need to get a little bit of a move on. You can see they're 5 runs behind as far as the power play. But look how that innings just grew and then, came back into it a little bit, Malmo, with only an 8-run last over. So, hello to Scott Ballantyne saying, yeah, 48 hours is great. And then next time you can watch the sequel, which apparently is called Another 48 Hours. Beautiful. Hello to Jacob as well. Taude to you. Hey, Jacob, we'll be in Estonia soon. I know it's a bit of a drive, but we'd love to catch you one day and meet you for sure. I'll be there. Finals day is probably a good one, which is Sunday I'm going to say, Sunday the 24th. I feel like I got that wrong.
25th?
25th. There you go. Sunday the 25th. Finals day in Estonia. It'll be great to see you. Or Peacock Friday, if you can make it down, 23rd, just before that. Recently, I watched Footloose for the first time. It looked dated.
Yeah.
And also, maybe I found it a little far-fetched. A town where dancing had been banned. Really tried to sell it. So John Lithgow from Third Rock from the Sun is on there in a leading role.
Yeah, I like him.
He's let's just say he's a challenging character. What's another one? Oh, I watched Dirty Dancing finally for the first time.
Also not seen that one.
And, worth a go. I'll throw you one that you will never be able to get through, though. Effort ball there from Gilani, but it's cut away nicely. It'll be 4 runs. Hacham picking up this pace with almost slightly behind. It's a nice shot, though. I don't think I can say that. There's no reason I couldn't say it out loud on TV, but I'm just going to suggest the title. And it's a Demi Moore film. And Demi was very big for a while. This is a movie she got paid $12 million to do. starts with S and finishes with E's. Are you with me? Tina?
No. You're going to have to give me more.
It's a movie that someone in the chat put it. I won't block you. So it's a movie where she plays someone that's working as a dancer. There you go. You with me yet?
Okay, yeah.
Oh, gee, just making me sweat. Do want to keep the license to continue doing the show, the channel. This, I've never watched a clock harder than this movie. Promises a lot. It is terrible. It is so badly, it doesn't know what it is. I promised myself, then I got to a point about 5 minutes in which like, okay, I'm going to give this 15 more minutes because it was 11:45. So I'm going to get 15 more minutes and I'm out. And I was watching the clock next to the TV, it's begging for it to be over. It was so bad. And I'm can find positives. Then I heard later that apparently it's meant to be a comedy.
Oh, so it's
But no
a
one
satire.
but no one told her. No, it didn't fit any genre. Check the reviews. It's a thumbs down from me.
Yeah.
It's 43 for 1 after 4, and they've left themselves 100 to get basically in 6 overs. You can see they're only barely ahead of the 70% line there.
Well, on a similar theme, not on that one, but Footloose and Dirty Dancing, kind of musical theme.
Yeah.
I forced my partner to watch Les Miserables.
Oh yeah.
It's quite long. And it's one of those, I forgot it's a musical
Russell
where they...
Crowe?
Yeah, who cannot sing. I forgot it's a musical where they sing everything. So there's no dialogue. And that's quite heavy lifting for like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, gotcha.
Hugh Jackman and Russell Crowe both... I mean, Hugh Jackman can hold a tune, but Russell Crowe cannot. Kind of like Pierce Brosnan in Mamma Mia vibes.
Haven't been too many balls missed, but let's not forget Jadvester's keeping with a broken finger. And just thought that he's just wringing his hands out there for good reason. Hassan coming on the 5th over. Yeah, apparently Jacob's saying he sang Take My Breath Away from Top Gun.
Yeah, there's an early twist with the romantic interest.
Ooh.
That
You've got my interest. Michael's saying he hasn't seen Pirates of the Caribbean.
See, that's more my generation.
Okay, yeah.
Because that's what, like early 2000s to 2010s.
Hello to Monkey Man as well. I love all these things that are coming to the chat. Full toss this time. He walks at it and he smacks it. That's down to construction corner. Has it breached the fence? Not quite. Goes off the side. It'll be 4 runs to Zyga.
Michael says Tina needs to buy a vowel to guess your movie. Have you seen that one? Is it... what is the...
Honestly, try and watch it. Try and watch it. I wanted to write an angry letter. And then I was asked, well, what do you think is going to happen next? And I said, I hope an asteroid comes and just destroys the whole town.
Oh, I thought you meant the world, just so you don't have to carry on watching.
Coming on the front foot here, Zyga. Checking out the replay.
I need to, because now I'm on Wheel of Fortune. I mean, that's definitely
don't
going down
even-
next slide. Have you seen that one where instead of guessing a round of applause, he guesses a round of sausages?
Yeah, Wheel of Fortune fails are the best, actually.
I'm going to send this one into the chat.
Put it in.
So it's like, give yourself a round of applause. It's like the phrase, and he says it with such confidence. He says, give yourself a round of sausages.
That's what it should be called. That's brilliant. Please send me that. See, where else do you mix sport and culture in the way we do on ECN? Around us.
Anti-culture, I'd say.
Sounds pretty good, actually. He's absolutely moosed that straight at the fielder. Pick comes up firing. Tries to kneecap the bowler. But that will be the end of the 5th over. I think maybe 1 ball to go. 50's up, though, for Malmo.
So you have, it's give yourself a round of applause, and most of the letters are already there, but he just panics and says, give yourself a round of sausages.
I pictured no letters on the last one, or like an A and a U or something.
It starts with an A.
That will be that's. I thought it was plausible if there weren't so many letters. It's the end of the 5th over and 51 for 1. Malmo set themselves a big task in the second half of this innings. Let's have a look at the ECCW. Hey, you'll be pretty excited to know that we're starting to look towards that, even though it's quite a long way away. We're still what is that, about 7 months away. So, yeah, 4 of the 5 teams in your Challenger division are the same. Yourselves, of course, as well as Italy, Spain and Austria. And Cyprus have been selected to be in the Challenger division. Czechia dropping down to the Emerging with 4 new teams to the competition. Jersey promoted to be in the Premier division. How do you feel about taking on Cyprus? They just cleaned the floor with Czechia. I know what you must know what that feels like. After knocking up a ton in your first ECN game.
Yeah, well, it's all downhill from there, I think. And we've never played Cyprus before, and well, that's a brilliant catch.
Brilliant catch. That's a thick edge. Acham is going to have to go, and Safi comes on. Seaside surely heading for their first win here. That's why you need to have a solid fielder down there. It's a real catching position and a run-saving position when you got guys bowling rockets. And finally something goes right for Raheem Safi. He removes Acham for 22, and the score is 51 for 2. Very good piece of work down there.
It's hard when it comes off the bat, and it's hard to judge the depth of the ball as well because it's flying flat at you. It was a brilliant take there.
Sometimes it's good not to have too much time. I think it's Saiful Hassan down there. He had to come forward, which makes it tough. We've seen some fielders kind of freezing, letting it bounce down there, and that's basically death. Yeah, Safi comes on and yorks the new batter, which is Wahab Hassan. Now, I think they're a little smoky to take 4 points here, Seaside. That would really turn their week around. Malmö, how the mighty have fallen. Yeah, movie chat's good. I love that Jacob, who's a teenager, guessed the movie I was talking about. Anyway, here's Safi. Oh, another big edge flying away. This time he gets Duzrud. Well, Saif, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. This one takes a bit of a zig when he thought it would zag. Have a look at it. Genuine back of the bat job as well. Gets sent the wrong way, 4 runs.
It's a brilliant delivery actually from Safi. He didn't deserve to go to the rope. And, well, despite his heroics from just a few moments ago, Saiful Hassan jumps all around that one, 4 runs.
Can I tell you the only movie I can remember walking out of?
Okay.
Wow, pretty good contact here as well, but no problem out there for Abdul Haq. It was called Movie 43. And it was one of those ones that I'm at the movies, let's see a movie. It's a 2013 movie, it says. I think this is the movie it was. Unless it was a different movie with a different number. Let me get back to you before I have fake news.
Well, I've got one that I've only ever walked out of one film, and that was Alien Autopsy of 2006, and it features Anton Deck.
Oh, and the hosts.
And here's the description. Ray and Gary come into possession of footage of an alien autopsy. When they decide to earn money by selling it, the tape degrades due to humidity, forcing them to create a fake copy.
That sounds awful.
It's no wonder they didn't come on to be movie stars. 75% on Rotten Tomatoes, though. It might have been one of these hate watch situations.
I think this is the movie I want. No, maybe it's not this one. It's 2 star-studded. I'll come back to you. 58 for 2. Tina Goff will take you through the commentary as we move into the 7th over.
86 runs needed for Malmo, so pretty tough chase on their hands. They just haven't really got going, have they? Bilal's still there, but 22 off 19 is not the rate that's really required from him. Not that we'd expect from him either. 32 off 14 in game 1. You got it?
Yeah, it wasn't a number. It was called Project X 2012.
I feel like there's been a lot of Project X films.
Project X. Okay, and I'm watching this. I bet it's like a 30-year-old. But it's still pretty fun 30-year-old, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's going to be up, and that's going to be out of the ground. Maximo. Well, that's not so bad. Need more of that, Malmö.
Well, there was this period of movies around that time where it was on the back of things like American Pie, but you had Super Bad, you had Step Brothers, Anchorman, which is all very similar vibes, Knocked Up. And I feel like this Project X is in that vein, but just a bad version of it.
It was so bad. I'll try and read the synopsis for you. First, we'll watch another 6. So Hassan springs to life. And 101 for the point. I don't think they're going to get the 74 or 4, so they get the 4 points. But, yeah, lifted up. Very smashed. Very, very smashed. A bit like this movie in 2012. Group of teenagers throw a house party that spirals completely out of control. It was meant to be like a Blair Witch style, like a found footage kind of style music. But it was massively cliche. The nerdy guys wanted to be cool, everything going way too far. As this will actually get away for 4 more. So Hassan on a bit of a heater. As it's the Hassan versus Hassan battle. At the moment, it's Wahab that's winning it. Yeah, so... Yeah, honestly, after about, I reckon, half an hour, I thought, this is so bad. And I was out. Didn't even ask my money back. So let's take it. Just get me out
Cut
of
your
here.
losses.
Yeah. All right. Good Yorker here. Let's step over. And goes into the I formation. So, 26 required off 20. They should do that. Malmö to hold on to their point.
There was that series, as that one goes away into the cover. It's probably going to be another 4. It will be. This time, the bat of Bill out. Pushing back here. That over has now already gone magical. 21 runs coming off it. Still 1 ball to come. There was a period of movies where they were all kind of spoof movies. You had
Scream?
Scary Movie. They were the originals, but then there was this series of really bad spoof versions of those movies. I think Scary Movie, Scream are the originals and best. Final Destination as well.
I used to like those, actually. Yeah. Just reading up as we get to the end of the 7th over. And Hassan gets a bit of tap there. Still, I mean, goes for 30. I've seen worse figures. 80 for 2 after 7. Yeah, so it was this Project X movie was marketed like it was a real event. And I'll come back to that in a second. First, I'll look ahead to what's coming up with Hissingen's taking on Ariana CC. Very similar day for those two teams. They were losing, then they won. Basically, they both lost early wickets, they won. Atif Mohammed comes in. He was bowling massive in-swingers yesterday and having some success as well. So Hissingen's hoping to make it 2 for 2, but a bit of a roadblock there with Ariana CC, the club that qualified for Sweden in the ECL this year, standing in the way. And that game is starting at 15 the hour. Hopefully we're all on the same page with that this time. A little bit of a deflection here from Zygam. He'll get 4. So Gilani, again, just cannot take a trick at the moment with the ball. Goes full at the stumps, but a nice little touch. He had to hit it, otherwise he was going to be in big trouble. Okay, so I was going to say, they wanted people to think it was a real, found footage.
Right.
So they used unknown actors. But I think the negative with that was the acting was awful. And I mean,
remained unknown.
Awful. Yeah. Anyway, enough about that. I don't want to relive it.
There was no Project Y sequel then.
Correct. But this one is going to go all the way back, but a great catch down there. Chowdhury's been excellent in that position. So Zygam will fall for 31. And yeah, I mean, once again, maybe horses for courses. Maybe you don't open him if you're chasing a lot, because he does seem to want to take a certain amount of time. You look at his strike rate, and that innings he ends up 31 off 23, so he's kind of in the 130s.
Come on, boy, come on,
and just have Malmö struggling as he'll go. It's 84 for 3.
And might just be about consolidation here for Malmö, see if they can get the bonus point, which has been the case a couple of times today where, okay, the batting side aren't going to get all the way, but Malmö again just trying to get a point on the board. 101 is the total for that, so still a few runs away, 17 of them to get to that mark.
That's the thing. You've got the rate now to win is 22.5, and now Munir's walking to the crease. You know, he's just a born hitter. See? And that one's going to disappear out of the ground first ball. Maximal crashes into the old school dugout down there. Imagine, I mean, he could play the innings of a lifetime here. This would be very ECN. There's still 15 balls left. They need 54. It's not impossible. for a ball is kind of my new point of no return, where once it goes above that, probably not coming back.
Yeah. Well, zero room for error. The boundary every single ball. That's a well-directed bouncer.
Oh, you're right about that. He wanted a certain ball and it wasn't this. Deep in the crease, and then basically has to kind of swivel and hope for the best. I've never seen snakes on a plane.
Nor have I.
Would that be fun to watch?
I feel like I've seen it without having seen it. Does it have a complex plot?
I believe there's snakes on the plane. Good slower ball this time. Man gets away from Jadvest momentarily. But they won't get a run. But this is all good chat. Are you going to miss this kind of chat? I realise we've gone on a couple of tangents today, probably because I did do yesterday alone. You do some, and although we're so lucky to have the chat for company.
Absolutely.
Sometimes having a human being next to you can make all the difference.
Well, that's a early plea to everyone in the chat as well. Keep me company tomorrow and the day after as well.
I'll do my best. I'll try and jump in. Last ball, the over. Hit along the ground by Munir. He will take one, and it'll take us to the end of the 8th over. Galani does a good job. Actually has a wicket for his trouble that time. And the score is 91 for 3 after 8. That's the beautiful thing about so many games. I know, Tina, you've caught bits and pieces of ECN before you joined us seriously, but we have so many games. Sometimes they go in a different tangent. We never knew we'd be talking about movies in this innings, but that's the way it's gone. You can see that they've been kind of stuck between the 70% and the 100%, but never really been ahead in this innings. Malmo. The wicket of Sudais earlier, I think, was pretty important. All happens in the 9th as Ashik will get a second over this time. Bowling to Munir. In the air, catchable, not an easy one. Galani drops it. Oh, well, I mean, he is kind of looking into the sun a little bit. By national team play, you would expect him to hold it, and it bounced out. Not that it'll matter too much, I think, at this stage. Yeah, it'll be frustrating for Saeed and for Hussain, who should have had a wicket. Short and asking for trouble, and he gets it. Pretty nice feeling. There's some of the Hissingham's guys who are just hanging out, probably doing their last-minute meditation before their game that starts in about 45 minutes.
Oh, it's a long day for them, isn't it? Because they've got 3 games. At least they've got the double header coming up.
You use the expression "use" all the time. Snakes on the plane does what it says on the tin.
That's what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
See, that came from an advert in the UK, which must have been around the similar era, 2000s, 2010s. And it was an advert for paint. And it was Ron Seal, does exactly what it says on the tin. Because it was a can of paint. So that's where it came from.
Yeah, I mean, I like the expression. He actually called this a no ball because I don't think you could really see, but I think it's just going to be a wide.
It was Woodstain, actually. There you go, Ron Seal Woodstain. The advert.
Advertising slogans and things is probably that's a whole other innings. Some of your favourites. All right, so this isn't a free hit, so it could be out if it's caught. It will not be caught. Somehow comes out the back. And they'll get 2. In fact, that's the 2 that'll take them to their point.
Not quite the most elegant way of getting there to the point, but they get there nonetheless. It's become a little bit sloppy in the field from Seaside after they certainly improved from their efforts yesterday. Just last couple of overs, let it slip through their hands, literally and metaphorically, but should still be enough to get the win here, although that one is clubbed away by Wahab Hassan through mid-wicket. There's 2 men out there. Bisects them perfectly. He moves his way up to 35. Still not completely out of this, Malmo. They do need a few more hits. They don't want to go into the final over needing many more than about 26, 27 if they get 2 sixes here.
We've seen about 3 occasions now where 30-odd has won or tied a game. We're in the 30s now. And this is going to be 6 more. I mean, now you really do look back on some innings earlier in this 10 overs where They just weren't going quick enough. And now they're going to run out of time here. Almost certain. Despite Hassan going big guns. 41 off 12 for him. Maximal. And hello to Nico Fernando. Great to see you in the chat. He said, hey, look, waiting for the Rome edition. We'll hopefully be playing for Kent Lanka in that one. But hopefully next year we can have a special edition in Naples, in Napoli. Apparently there's a ground there.
Sign me up.
That's 6 as well. So, small window of opportunity. Hassan to 47 off 13 balls. And just, is it a little too late? Or is it a miracle waiting to happen? It's 117 for 3 after 9. 26 to tie, 27 to win off the last over.
Not out of it quite yet. Unfortunately for them, it's Kaiser Munir who's on strike and not Wahab Hassan, who's smacked 47 off just 13 deliveries. But if they can get a 6 or even a double 6,
even
to
like
start
a
this over,
wide where you scramble a 1 and changes the strike, you know, it's just, yeah, kind of a, I suppose, a disappointing chase from Malmön away, in that they just haven't used their resources well enough. You see that Zagam 31 off 23. And when you're chasing 140, you're kind of wanting your top players to go at 250. So off 23 balls, you want him to be making about 55 or 60. He ends up being out for 31. 27 required off 6. Can Munir come to the party now? Facing Raheem Safi. The Purple Power Brokers, 6 balls away from their first win. First win in a while as well, by the way. Here we go. Oh, he got a run. Oh, could be a run out. Oh, he's slow to, he still might be out. For some reason, Safi got a big, instead of flicking it straight away, he like cocked the gun. Firstly, it's almost cut Munir in half. Is he still out? I have to have a look at this. I mean, ouch. But then let's have a look. Oh, I think he's in, you know.
Yeah, I think his bat is just over the line.
I think it's probably you can't overrule the umpire. So if the umpire thought it was in.
He's still struggling at the non-strikers.
Oh, he's worn it. I think he's made it. Safi just waited a millisecond too long. Let's have a look one more time. I mean, ouch. And then I think, yeah.
It's frame by frame, isn't it?
That probably, you got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Anyway, looks like some sort of weird interpretive dance. Anyway, last chance saloon, hit hard and well fielded by Chowdhury. He's been the thin purple line between success and chaos for Seaside in this innings. Now, they didn't run there. I'm not surprised, actually. But here's the problem. Now you need 26 off 4. So, I mean, their only chance would have been 4 sixes to tie if they'd run that one. So, surely it's out of reach now. I think they will get one. And Munir probably feels half the man he was at the start of the over. He'll be facing up with 3 to come. Oh, what a ride.
Oh, it's a good end of the ride here for Seaside. Isn't it?
So we got thrown off. But, yeah, that's great, Nico. I'd love to come to Napoli for a series. We've actually been to... I'm going to try and... Oh, I don't think I'll be able to do it by the end of the over, but how many venues I've done ECN cricket at in Italy, or we've done. So, 2 grounds in Rome, Roma CC and Roma Caponelli. Then Milan, 2 grounds in Brescia, 2 grounds in Bologna, there's 7. Venice, we've done.
Really?
Did it back in 2021. So that's at least 8 venues in Italy. Oh, bowls off the wrong foot, just for something to do. I wonder if we'll get the left armour from Safi. That'd be a good way to finish the game, because he can bowl left-handed. And I know he's thinking about it. Yeah, are we going to see the lefty from Safi? There's 2 balls to go. It's what the crowd wants. Better tell the umpire if he's going to do it. Okay, he's not going to do it this ball because he hasn't informed. Right-handed ball. See, if you're getting hit for 4 right-handed, I think it might be time to go left-handed.
Nothing to lose
In
here.
fact, well, except the game, because the
Well.
game is lost to us because it is over. So Seaside, they will get their first win, and they'll do it by a margin of 19 runs, 143 to 124. Once again, Malmo just probably leaving some resources on the table. And also, credit to Hassan, who brings up his 50 with the last ball, but it's in a losing cause. He only gets to face 16 balls out of the 60. And yeah, ultimately, it just didn't happen for Malmo, who now find themselves on a 3-match losing streak, a bit like the streak that Seaside started with. Coming up in match 9, starting in around about 35 minutes, we have Hissingens taking on Ariana CC, with Atif Mohammed coming back into the lineup for Ariana CC in that one. Hissingens, they are unchanged after their first match win over Malmo, and the Sprite Bottles not having a good time of it here on day 2, winning their first 2 of the series, but then 3 losses on the spin, and they're certainly in a bit of a tough place here. Looking at Abdul Haq, he's normally a wicket taker, isn't he? And he did end up getting the breakthrough, but early on it was all about the openers. Could they stop Sudais? And the ultimate answer was yes. He went for just a single. Some good catching, but ultimately Seaside, as we said earlier, they're no easy beats. Even though they've started poorly, they still have time to turn their week around.
Well, they've started off nicely here as they lost that game early this morning by 19 runs. This time they're on the right side of a 19-run win. At least now they're getting a bit of momentum to go into that final game that they have this evening against Hissingens. As for Malmo, though, well, they found their hitting boost towards the middle overs, and we thought, well, it's probably a bit too little too late. As that was the run out that almost was, but it just manages to slide his bat in and manages to lick his wounds at the non-striker's end. So it's a strange one for Malmo, because when you have someone not out 52 off 16, but you end up well short, it's just a question of why didn't he go up a bit earlier and why didn't they pull the trigger a bit earlier. But they'll be left to rue what could have been Malmo as they put on a nice partnership there. Bilal Zaigam and Haider Ashtab towards the top, and Wahab Hassan came in, but it's just too little too late, and his 52 off just 16 was not enough to see his side home as they fall short by 19 runs. As for Seaside, just the 5 bowlers used had 2 each, and they shared the wickets around. Side Galani, he picked up 1 and only went for economy of 9. Rahim Safi, probably the pick of the bowlers there, economy of just 6.5. So that is the first win on the board for Seaside. But after losing their first 3 games, they certainly need to get a few more wins under their belts if they want to make sure to be in that top 4 going into finals day. As for Malmo, they're now on a losing streak. They won their first 2 games but lost the next 3. They don't have too much time to lose because they'll be coming back as well later in the day.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Malmo, it's a bit of a shocker of a day for them, really, but they will be back, and they've got 3 matches tomorrow to finish their campaign. So yeah, they've got some tough ones as well, taking on Ariana CC twice, and also taking on Hissingens. We'll take a break there. We'll be back in around about half an hour. We'll be introducing that one and handing it over to Tina, who'll take you through the rest of the day and the next couple of days. But we hope you're enjoying your day. See you shortly in the bright sunshine in Landskrona. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us. And still 2 matches to go, still construction going on in Construction Corner. But it will be a battle between 2 teams that did get the win this morning, but both didn't have the greatest start to day 2, but they did recover. It's going to be Hissingens taking on Ariana CC. Let's see what happens at the coin toss with Stefan Gooch.
Hello, welcome back to match 9. We didn't quite get the coin toss, but I can tell you that Hissingens have won the toss and elected to bat. Of course, they've played just the 1 game so far in this series, and they won it in that game 7 earlier today. A convincing win against Malmö by 30 runs, remain unchanged then from that victory. Ariana CC, they've also tasted victory this morning against Seaside, won that one by 19 runs. Atif Mohammed comes in for the Ariana CC side as they look to register their 3rd win of this series. They did win the last 2 games. They lost game 3, and that was their first game in the series, to Ariana Kif in the Ariana Grande. That one was by 8 wickets. But since then, they've come back strongly. As for Hissingens, well, they sat out yesterday, had a later start to their series, but they've come in firing straight away. As Vinny said, wasn't the easiest of starts for them, but came back, registered the win against Malmö, and looking to make it 2 wins out of 2 here. Well, we're very much in the Goldilocks zone, aren't we? 54% in favour of Ariana, Hissingens 46%. They certainly won't be out here just to make up the numbers. So they'll have 3 games today, as well as Seaside, who of course we saw in that game just a few moments ago. They beat Malmö by 19 runs in the end. They have a triple header today, as of course do Hissingens, whereas Ariana CC, just the 2 games today. They started off early this morning with that win against Seaside, and are out there in the middle now. They're resplendent, I'll call it probably royal blue. It's the Landskrona pitch blue. There's a bit of a blue off here, as Hissingens, a slightly darker shade, as the 2 openers will face up, having won the toss and elected to bat. It served them well in their first win against Malmö. Looking to make it 2 from 2 here. So for Ariana CC, it looks like will be Mohammed Atif to open the bowling as he gets this match 9 underway. Good start as that one just zips through to the keeper for Hissingen's opening batters. Chaitanya Kalari out there in the middle with Nitin Ramakrishna. One of the two openers in their one and only game so far. Nitin Ramakrishna in particular has a bit of making up to do, went for a golden duck on that first occasion. There's trouble here early doors as goes for a run, gets sent back. I think Kalari just about makes it back in time. As Nitin at the non-strikers end, absolutely not interested in taking the run here. Luckily for Chaitanya, manages to put in the reverse gear. The throw's not the best, just skips up to the keeper. This one of those high up in the air, there's a chance of a catch, there's a man under it, he's told everyone else to go away. Well, should have maybe called for reinforcements there as it burst through his hands. Not a good effort in the end there. He had plenty of time, he saw it all the way, got underneath it. You see that, telling everyone else, no, leave it to me. Well, they probably shouldn't have taken his advice because it just pops out, and that's, well, I'd say 1.5 let-offs already for Hissingen's. Chaitanya gets a single, gets himself off strike. Can Nitin get himself off a pair? Well, he flashes it through the offside. It's slightly uppish. This time, though, he does manage to register his first runs, his first boundary of this ECS Sweden, as that one goes through the point region for 4. Actually, a pretty similar shot to how he got out in the first game, just flashes it through the offside. In that previous game, he was caught by Bilal Zygam on this occasion, though. Gets a bit lucky, there are fielders on the ring there. Manages to cut it away between the two. I'm going to start here from Mohammed Asif. There's that one streaky 4 from Nitin, otherwise just a single. That one for the 3rd time goes through to the keeper, Kader Sadat. Again, a miscommunication by the two fielders. Luckily, Chaitanya at the non-strikers end, he set off straight away. It was Nitin who hit the ball, who was slightly more hesitant there. And well, actually, the keeper misses that. If he got the bails whipped off straight away, he could have been in trouble there. He was a bit slow to ground the bat with Chaitanya, but they do somehow get safely to the end of the first over. 6 runs on the board as we take a look into the, well, I suppose still distant future in European cricket terms, into mid-September, where we have the European Cricket Championship for the men. Premier Division split into 3 groups. We were talking earlier as well, 3 tasty groups. Certainly not an easy group among them. You call all 3 of them probably groups of death. Well, the Championship group is certainly waiting for the winners of all 3, and England and the Netherlands are there already. And it's a bit of a split format, so the Championship group won't be until mid-October. Looking forward to that one, as that one goes high up in the air. Again, it's a chance here. Baz Ayubi's underneath it. Can he grab hold of it? Yes, he can. That is the first wicket. 2-4, 3rd time of asking. Ariana CC don't give Hissingen's another life on this occasion. And Nitin, well, he got himself off a king pair. Didn't manage to contribute too much more, though, as he departs for 5 of his 4th delivery. And it is the first wicket to fall. They've been threatening it, haven't they, Ariana CC? They do get it eventually. Hissingen's 6 for 1. The start of the 2nd, and Nitin, well, we've had a few time penalties so far in this series. There's no time penalty for running off the pitch, but he certainly doesn't want to hang around. He wants to go back and think about how he can get a few more runs on the board. Well, Baz Ayubi, he caught hold of it. Not too often you see the catch comfortably taken and still the sud is used as an excuse, but he did well. That's the first wicket to fall for Hissingen's, and it's Atareman, the bowler, who picks up a wicket with his first delivery. And it could be 2 in 2, and it is, and that's a brilliant catch. It's a brilliant ball from Atareman, just swinging away from the new batter. The captain, Gokul Srinivasan, departs on the very first delivery thanks to an outstanding catch on the 45 there. He was swinging away. The captain just swished at it, and it went sharply to the man on the 45, who takes an excellent catch. That's not the kind of delivery you want first up. That's a new batter. And brilliant piece of fielding. Launches it into the air, and rightly so. grabs hold of that one. It's 2-2 for Atte Rahman. Finds himself on a hat-trick. What a delivery that was. Gokul Sinivasan, oh, he struggled a bit in the first game, didn't he? Never quite got going. He did end up on 27 off 21, but it took him quite a while to get there. Took up over a third of the balls in the innings. He goes very first delivery. Suddenly we find ourselves on a hat-trick. Atte Rahman. Oh, and it puts in almost the perfect delivery. It's dug out well by the new batter, Vivek Sharma. An excellent few balls here from Atte Rahman. See what he was trying to do? Just go for the big booming Yorker. Almost gets it perfectly right, but Vivek Sharma, he's a bit of a man in form. He was equal to, on that occasion, a big swish and a miss. Next up, Vivek scored 47 off just 16 deliveries in that one and only game that Hissingens have played so far. He came in actually in a pretty similar situation. It was 7 for 2 when Sharma came in that earlier game. He's come in here at 6 for 2. Can he repeat the trick? On that occasion he came in and he boosted the score from 7 for 2 to 76 for 3. And he did that in double quick time as well. 4.5 overs he took until he fell at the start of the 6th. In that time, managed to almost get his half century, just hold out on the boundary when he was on 47. So great over this from Atte Rahman. Just spoils it there, not quite going to get the double wicket maiden. Just a couple of singles off it though, and most importantly 2 wickets to start it off. His first over, 2 for 2. Hissingens at the end of the second, 8 for 2. We take a look at the standings. Of course, Hissingens, they've won 1, but because they've only played the 1 game so far, they've got still 2 games to come today, double header. They're at the bottom of the table, but they've definitely got plenty of time. Still 8 points up for grabs for them today. They've just got to rebuild here again. Latif comes back in for his second over, but is immediately dispatched. Not quite into the circus tent, but to the side of it by Khilari. Just slightly short of a length there from Mohammad Atif. Khilari, just a bit of a stand and deliver hit from him. Gets his first boundary of the innings. See the ball racing away there to the neighbouring field. There were some horses around actually in the innings break. I think they've been quietly informed, well not the horses themselves but the riders, that once the games are on they might not want to be, I assume they're parading, or the horses are galloping, whatever they're doing, trotting around in the next field. They maybe don't want to do it when the game's on because you might have a grizzly coming your way. Well, this one might be coming my way, but it's gone more high than long. There's another chance for a wicket here and it will be taken. It's Baz Ayubi taking his second catch of the innings. This one was a smart one actually. He had to backpedal. Looked like it was going to come and say hello to me in the commentary box, but it was more up than away from Chaitanya Khilari. Tries to go for the back-to-back sixes. Ends up just going 6 and out. You can see quite a lot of ground covered there from Baz. Good effort though from him. Mohammad Atif, he picks up his first wicket. Hissingens, well, they were in big trouble, even bigger trouble now. 14 for 3, still in the power play. We know they can get themselves out of these sticky situations. They did exactly that in the earlier win. On that occasion, it was the 3rd wicket partnership that was the big one. That one went for 69 before Sharma fell. This occasion, Sharma's still there. 3 wickets have already fallen though, and he's joined out there in the middle by Pritam Harinath. Big swish and a miss from Harinath. Hasn't been able to get back on ball in the first 2 deliveries. Vivek Sharma at the other end, 1 off 3. Rebuild job on their hands here, Hissingens. And Ariana CC side looking to notch a hat-trick of wins. As again, That's not a replay, that's the third swing and a miss. If it was baseball, he'd be out. But he's still there. Pritam Harinath just needs to get bat on ball here. I suppose for Vivek Sharma, there's only one ball left here, and probably says, well, there's no point getting a single now. Vivek's certainly someone who can do damage at the other end. It's fourth time unlucky there for Harinath. Oh, as he steps away, well, tries to play the shot he probably should have played. It's a little too late now to get to the end of the power play. And the power play certainly goes the way of Ariana CC. Hissingen's 14 runs on the board, which is not the kind of strike rate they're after, and more significantly, already 3 batters back in the shed, and it's the top 3 as well. Only contributed 13 runs between them. There's only actually been 1 more run added. No extra so far from Ariana CC, so you can see they've come out firing here. Want to stamp their authority on the game. They will go back to Atareman, unsurprisingly, after his first over went for 2 wickets and just 2 runs. And he gets another one to start off the 4th over. It's a big swing by Vivek Sharma, the big wicket. And he only manages to feather it through to Kadir Sadat with the gloves. It's a nice take from the keeper. Bit of an ugly shot from Vivek Sharma as he tries to heave that one leg side. And not even an appeal there from Ataraman. He knows straight away he's got his man. He picks up his 3rd wicket. And, well, he's certainly got his eye on a, possibly even a 5-er here. He's got 5 balls left to achieve it. 3 for 2 are his figures so far. And Hissingen's in all sorts of trouble. 14 for 4. Vivek Sharma, big wicket after falling just 3 runs short of his half century in the previous game. Ugly shot there though. Mahesh Mohan, the new batter. Again, it's a vicious first delivery. Mohan manages to just squeeze his bat on it, but it's a nice piece of fielding out there on the boundary to avoid any more damage to the score. Just go through for a single. So Ataraman, he picked up 2 wickets at the start of his first over. Didn't quite repeat the trick here, but picked up 1 wicket. Almost got a second there if it wasn't for the good defence mechanism there of Mahesh Mohan. And he goes 2 in 3. Pritam Harinath, his long and slow death is finally concluded as the 5th delivery. He hasn't managed to get off the mark in the previous over. Mohammad Atif, he swished at the ball 4 times, missed on every occasion. He misses the 5th as well. But Ataraman absolutely does not miss. Bullseye. He picks up his 4th wicket. He's still got 3 deliveries left. How much more damage can he do to this Hissingen's lineup? 15 for 5. Hissingen's, we said it's a big day for them. They started it off perfectly with that big win against Malmö by 30 runs. Still got the game to come. Match number 10 this evening against Seaside. Well, they might have a bit of a longer wait until that game. If this one's done and dusted quickly, and 15 for 5. More than a spot of bother. Sachin Kumar comes out. It's flicked into the leg side. There's calls of catch it, but it lands safely. Sami Ibrahimko, closest fielder. Ataraman, what a spell this has been so far from him. 4 for 4. Still 2 balls left. Can he get himself into the Hall of Fame with a 5-er? Mahesh Mohan on strike. That's a brilliant delivery again. Mohan does well to almost half leave it. He gets his bat safely back in line with the stumps. Make sure to not get anywhere near that. Well, maybe I'm giving him a bit too much credit there. A bit of a attempt to outside off stump, and Ataraman absolutely steaming in now. He smells blood. He's got 1 ball left. Can he get into the Hall of Fame? Well, Mahesh Mohan respects that delivery from Ataraman. Doesn't get the 5-er, but gets a round of applause and high fives from all of his teammates, because what a spell that has been from him. 4 for 4 of his 2 overs, and Hissingen's after 4 overs, 16 for 5. All sorts of trouble thanks to those 2 double wicket overs from Rehman, and then the 1 wicket chipped in as well from Mohammad Atif. He followed that up with 4 dot balls. The pressure really mounted on the Hissingen's batters. Rehman was there. Absolutely cash in. Expected score 71. I think Hissingens would probably take that right now. Given they're 5 down. They've got Mahesh Mohan in there, who is a bit of a star in their lineup with both bat and ball. But he needs to prove that here. Be Nasser Bacha in to bowl the 5th. What an opening pairing with the ball for Ariana CC. Mohamed Atif, he went 1 for 12 off his 2 overs. That'd usually be an outstanding opening bowling spell in anyone's book, but slightly overshadowed there by Atta Rehman, who went 4 for 4 off his 2 overs. But between them then, 4 overs going for just 16 runs and 5 wickets between them. We're just stopping to have a look at the Grizzly here. I can't see that there can't be too much damage done to the ball, given that it's only been hit on, well, what would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 occasions that the bat has hit the leather. Nonetheless, though, it looks like maybe just some cosmetic damage to the ball. Nasser Bacha, can he get into the wickets? Oh, that's flashed away, and there is a man out there. It's Azmal Haq Sahak, who put his hands up, I think more in hope or fear than expectation, as that was cracked off the bat of Mahesh Mohan. Slightly too short there from Nasser Bacha, too short, too straight, and Mohan just smashes that to the boundary. Much needed boundary for Hissingens, gets him at least into the 20s, 23 for 5. Good comeback ball there though from Nasser Bacha. That one goes through to the keeper. A big hello to everyone joining in the chat. I see Thomas, Johnny Heat, Monty's in there, Timothy Lucas as well, and of course Vinny. That one's into the offside. The chase is on. It should be cut off on the boundary. It is by Zamin Zazai. So Vinny's off on a little mini break. Try to call it cricket detox, but let's be real. We know Vinny won't be too far away from the action at any stage. I hope he has a nice few days off, and I'll be flying solo for the rest of the day, the next 2 days. That one squeezed away. It's a brilliant shot actually from Mahesh Mohan. There was not much width on offer by Nasser Bacha, who just digs his bat down on it. Just uses the pace of the ball. Watch this one from the reverse angle. I'm not sure how much of it's intentional. Just fly off the edge of the bat. Must have a big edge on that one though. Despite the despairing dive, does manage to squeeze it away. That time a bit less conventional as he just gets back on ball, and it's at least a slightly more promising over for Hissingens. They get 14 runs off it, but still struggling along. 30 off 5. It's been a big day so far, hasn't it, for all the teams, and it's been a sunny day as well. So I'm flying solo in the commentary box. It's nice to have you with us, and I was a bit fearful when I came to Sweden. I heard that there was some complaints about the weather. It might have been a bit too cold. And I thought, okay, I don't need my winter coat. I've been in Malta, I've been in Corfu, and while I came here, it looks like I've brought the sun with me, and it's so sunny actually. I've had to move my equipment away from the sun, which I suppose it's early May in Sweden. We'll definitely take that. And what's better on this, what is it, Tuesday? I think it's a Tuesday morning, and now into the afternoon, as having some cricket under the Swedish sun. And it's lovely to have you all with us wherever you are in the world. Crash. That one's gone into the tents. And it's off the bat of Mahesh Mohan, who's starting a nice little counter-attack here for Hissingens. Hamid Arabzai's come into the attack. First ball has just been dismissed to the boundary. Watch out for that scoreboard. It's in danger again. And the big old 6 signalled by the man in black there. Mohammad Arabzai for Ariana CC. Someone who tends to pick up wickets for his side. Played in 18 games, picked up 20 wickets, so more than a wicket a game on average. He's gone for a few runs here. This one's going to be another 6. Crashes off the scaffolding there. And again, it's Mahesh Mohan, the man doing the damage. 6-0-6. You can see he's not hanging around for any nerdling and quick singles. He wants to get straight into the action. And you can see that carp maybe just put the accelerator down at the right moment there to escape the flying ball. It goes again, this time leg side. Not quite where he wanted it to go. But certainly the result he wanted, and that's another boundary. Mahesh Mohan moves to 30. He's got 30 of the 46 runs scored by Hisingen so far. Still not a single extra bowled, which is always a good sign for Ariana CC, but for the last couple of overs, after the incredibly tight opening spell from Atif and Rehman, Bachar and Arabzai just haven't quite hit their lines, allowed Mohan in particular to get some runs on the board. This one again flashes away, chases on, and the spin's always going to win there. Zatar Rehman, he's the man chasing the ball, and he must be kicking himself that the bowlers that have come on after him just haven't quite been able to match his intent from the very beginning. That does take Hissingen's at least to the half century, 50 on the board for them. Nice little fight back with these two. This partnership now worth 35. That is the end of the 6. So 50 for 5. Ariana CC still very much favourites on the win predictor, but well, if Mahesh Mohan stays out there, manages to double this score, I think you've certainly got to aim for 100, give yourself something to defend. It's a bit of an ugly scorecard for the top order for Hissingen's there. None of them getting out of single digits, 2 ducks in there as well. Sachin Kumar, he's still sticking around, only faced 2 balls. He's mostly let Mohan do the talking at the striker's end, but he's got his chance here as Sami Ibrahim Kil comes into the attack. Oh, the lesser spotted left arm through, unless my eyes deceive me. Is he going to go in front of the umpire? Yes, he is. This one goes straight up in the air. It's calls of catch it. It's a big chase on, and it's fumbled in the field there. It would have been a good catch, running away to his left. Would have been a big catch as well to get the 6th wicket down to break this partnership, where it just pops straight out of the hands of the man out there. It's Nayazwali Zargal out in the deep. What is veers down the leg side, but actually Ibrahim Kil gets away with that one. Mahesh Mohan, I think, wanted to get that one to the boundary, only manages to get the single. Big appeal, and it's gone. Sami Ibrahim Kil, well, either he knew that there was an edge on there, or he didn't hear a thing, because he just walked away. He was not interested. Maybe he was just doing the play it cool celebration. But the wicketkeeper, he was certainly interested in it. Kader Sadat went straight up. Let's take a look at the bowler here. I think he just knows it's a wicket, so it's not even a celebration. It's more just a job done. You can see Kader Sadat goes up straight away. It's a nice catch from him. It's the end of Sachin Kumar. 3 or 4 for him. It is the 6th wicket to fall. It's a good time for Ariana to pick up that wicket just as that partnership was beginning to build. It was 37. Of course, most of those came off the bat of Mahesh Mohan. Good news for Hissingen's is that he's still out there, 35 or 15. It's a nice take in, just a feather edge. And you can see by the reaction of Sachin Kumar that he knew his stay at the crease coming to an end as Aditya Somvanchi comes in. Cuts that one away. Should have been a single. It's a misfield by the man at point. It goes straight through Mohammad Atif. Could be a bit of a costly misfield as well. It gets Aditya off strike, and most importantly, gets Mahesh Mohan back on strike. 2 balls left of the 7th. A bit of lift there, good glove work from Kadir Sadat. Mohan misses out on that occasion, just swishes at it. I don't think he quite expected the bounce on that delivery. One's fuller, but should be cut off here by Baz Ayubi, who of course been in the action, picked up 2 catches to dismiss both openers for Hissingens. As a reminder, well, Hissingens, they won the toss and they decided to bat, which they probably were ruining when they found themselves 15 for 5, but a slight comeback has them 54 for 6 after 7. As we take a look at the ECC happening throughout September and October, obviously on the back of the Meltle Shield and the Western Shield, 2 flagship ECN events coming your way. And then the action continues at the Kartama Oval with 3 groups, 3 really well-matched groups, I'd say, with the winners of each 3 going into the championship stage with England and the Netherlands. That's at the end of October in what promises to be a gripping few, well, I'd say days, I'd say weeks, probably months of cricket over in Kartama. As more hacks come into the attack. That's a mouthful to say. At the start of the 8th over, that one though just misfires, have to bowl that one again. That's more what he was trying to do, and Mahesh Mohan continuing his policy of just swinging for the rafters, and when he makes contact, mostly goes to the boundary. He scored 18 in 6s and 12 in 4 so far, so only 6 runs that he's actually had to move out of the crease for. Well, this tactic always falls down, doesn't it, when you've suddenly got a bowler that's putting it in the same spot. You don't have a response to it. Asmal hacks a hack. First ball went for a wide, but he's replied well with 2 dot balls. And that's the 3rd one. Mahesh Mohan just needs to have a little think here, try and come up with something different, because Sahak, he's just bowled 3 identical deliveries, 3 perfect deliveries if you're Ariana CC. Does he come up with something different here? Maybe the slower ball. There you go, same old, same old. And it serves him well as Mahesh Mohan only manages to get the single. Finally they get back on ball, and this time it's Aditya Sombanshi who hits it high and long and handsome for Maximo. It's a much needed boundary as well for Hissingens. They went on a bit of a boundary drought after that 6th over from Hamid Arabzai, went magical, 20 runs coming off it. Sami Ibrahimkil gave away just 4 singles in his over, and well, the 5th ball of this over does go to the boundary. Well, it's a good comeback from Sahak. The final ball just goes for a single, so 9 runs coming off the 8th over. Hissingens find themselves 63 for 6, 2 overs left. Expected score at 84. Well, I suppose if you get 2 magical overs, you could still try to get to that 100 mark. It's just been wickets that have stunted any form of momentum that Hissingens wanted to get into this innings. Mahesh Mohan still out there. Again, still the only batter that's gone for more than 8 runs. Aditya Sombanshi, he's there on 8. Faced just the 3 deliveries, so at least he's threatening to stick around with Mahesh Mohan. He's on strike here as Ibrahimkil comes back on for his 2nd over. Left arm spinner. He's got quite a slingy action. It's going to be a difficult action to face coming through the umpire. By the time he releases it, his arm's almost off the side of the pitch. It's coming at a quite difficult angle and then turning, well, angling into the right hand and then turning away. Someone's just squeezed away to third. Should just be the one. Slight fumble on the boundary. Ibrahimkil is a key bowler here for Ariana. He always comes in the middle to late overs, just tries to stop any big hitting ideas that Hissingens have, and that one just goes through to the keeper. This time he goes long, but doesn't quite have the legs on it and should be taken. It's a comfortable catch there. It's the 7th wicket to fall. This time it falls into the hands of Asmal Haq Sahak. Sami Ibrahimkil picks up his 2nd wicket. It's a well-deserved wicket as well. It's the first 3 balls of the 9th. Just went for the 2 singles. Aditya felt like he had to do something, went for the big hit down the ground, but didn't have enough distance on it by some margin, taken comfortably inside the rope. Hissingens continue to find themselves in bother here. 65 for 7. Still got 8 balls left. Still, I'd say, in danger of getting themselves bowled out here. Abhishek Patel is the new batter at the crease. How many times in this innings have we seen big swing and a miss from the Hissingens batters? It's not what you'd call sensible cricket. I know T10 is not always sensible, but at this point, just get bat on ball, especially when you have Mahesh Mohan at the other end on 38 off 22. He will get bat on ball now, but all he achieves is taking the strike away from Mohan, because that is the end of the 9th. So again, just about engaging the brains a little here from Hissingens. They will, I suppose, not want to turn down any runs when they've only got 66 of them on the board at the end of the 9th. Brilliant spell from Sami Ibrahimkil. 7 runs coming off his 2 overs. Picks up 2 wickets as well, so he can be more than happy with his innings work alongside Mohammad Atif and Atta Rehman, who did the damage at the top of the order for Ariana CC. So it's the final over now. Will be bowled by Ismail Haq Sahak. First over going for 9. This one's slapped away into the offside. There's a man out there. He can only do the old knee slide and watch it fly into construction corner. I think it was 4 runs. The view was a bit obscured by the man running around. It's Baz Ayubi. And I think, well, the fact that it bounces in front of him suggests it does go for a 4 and not a 6, but a good start to the final over here. Abhishek Patel. What more does he have left? He goes big again. This one's chipped up though, and it's a nice take on the run from Sami Ibrahimkil, who got 2 wickets of his own, and he's given a wicket here to Asmal Haq Sahak with a nice running catch on the boundary. It's the 8th wicket to fall for Hissingens. 70 for 8. Abhishek Patel gets a 4, but gets himself out the very next ball. Didn't have too much of a choice, had to go for it in the final over. But Mahesh Mohan, he's still out there. He must be tearing his hair out, just saying to any of the batters coming, just get me on strike. He's on 38 off 22. Expected score 75, as Vinny says in the chat. Even when Hissingens were down in the dumps at 15 for 5, the supercomputer said they'd get into the 70s, and here we are. Top ball after some good fielding there off his own bowling from Sahak. Well, they've still got to get to that 71 as the supercomputer predicted. They're on 70. 3 balls left to get it. Still what would be massively below par score here for Hissingens, especially considering they won the toss. Shy of the stumps here and could have been trouble, but it's a bit of a pedestrian effort there from Ayan Saweri. I suppose in the final over he's more than happy to allow Hissingens to take the single, especially given on the leg side there would have been absolutely no one to back up that throw at the stumps. one again gets slapped down the ground, doesn't have too much distance on it. They're looking for the 2 here, and they might get it after a triple fumble, but in fact, Baz Ayubi doesn't cover himself in glory with the initial fielding. Takes about 3 attempts to pick up the ball cleanly. When he does eventually pick it up, though, he throws down the stumps as, well, Hissingen's going for the 2. They had to go for it, really, to get Mahesh Mahan back on strike. So Chandan Murthy, he's the one to fall at the non-striker's end. Good to see that he's still smiling. So I suppose he did his job. He got Mahesh Mahan back on strike. It's the 9th wicket to fall, so they could still be bowled out on this final delivery here. Hissingen 72 on the board. Supercomputer hasn't failed us. Can Mahan finish with a flourish? Well, he finishes by running himself out, so they will be all out. Hissingen's on the final delivery. 72 on the board, so the supercomputer does get its wish. 72, certainly below par for Hissingen's. Remember, they won the toss. They wanted to bat. They were confident in being able to set a score to put the game out of the reach of Ariana CC. That's exactly what they did to Malmo in that match 7, but on that occasion they put 130 on the board. They've managed just about half of that on this occasion, and it's thanks to an explosive opening partnership from Mohamed Atif and Atta Rahman with the ball. Both of them picking up wickets. Rahman picking up 4 of them in his 2 overs, going for just 4 runs. Mohamed Atif also chipping in with a wicket as Baz Ayubi in the field. You couldn't keep him out of the action. He picked up 2 catches also on the end of that run out towards the end of the innings. And well, we thought this could be a pretty quick and pretty easy run chase, but Mahesh Mahan, he was the only man for Hissingen's to stand up and be counted. He scored 39 off 24 deliveries. Everyone else for the batting side dismissed in single digit. Aditya Sombanchi, he scored 9. Chaitya Kilari scored 8. Everyone else just barely contributing, and that's why the innings just never really got going for Hissingen's, despite the one-man or the one Mahan army in the form of Mahesh. He couldn't do it on his own as he manages to, well, almost catch up with the cart. It's 3 6s and 3 4s. So that one was nicely taken behind the stumps by Kadir Sadat. That was the end of Sachin Kumar. The new batters that came in, it was just a bit brainless batting, wasn't it? They just needed to get Mahan back on strike. Yes, he was swinging and missing at a few of them, but he was at least finding the rope. There was just a few too many swings and misses from Hissingen's that occasion, and there was a rare hit. Abhishek Patel hit that one to the rope. Then he was caught. It's a nice running catch from Sami Ibrahim Kil and marked the end of him. And then Chandan Murthy run out on the final over there. Baz Ayubi fumbling initially, but getting the ball in quickly and bullseye with the stumps. And then finally, the final ball of the over and of the innings. Hissingen's, they are all out for 72 after Kadir Sadat finally put an end to Mahesh Mahan's innings as he finishes 39 off 24. Unfortunate for him, actually, that he didn't remain not out. I think he probably deserved it on the back of that performance because, well, you can see there by the batting scorecard, not much else to write home about. Interesting look, just 1 wide, 1 extra for Ariana CC. That shows just how well they bowled, especially at the top of the order. It was Mohamed Atif and Atta Rahman doing the damage. 5 wickets in the opening 4 overs meant that Hissingen's never really were able to recover from that. It was only thanks to that man, Mahan, that he was able to get his side up to something like a defendable total. But you'd think here, Ariana CC, they certainly have the eye on the win, and not only the win, but possibly even the bonus point win, with just the 73 runs needed for victory. You'd imagine they want to go, well, it'll be a hat-trick of wins for them, 3 games in a row if they manage to chase down this 73. So join me back in the igloo, just warming up very nicely here, and it's heating up out there in the middle as well. As Ariana CC needs 73 runs for victory here in this ECS Sweden Match 9. Join me in a couple of minutes for the run chase on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back to sunny Sweden here in Landskrona, where we're halfway through match 9. Hissingens, they won the toss, decided to bat. I've been pretty happy with themselves that they were able to put some runs on the board, but they pretty much failed as they only got 72 of them. And they have a big task on their hands if they want to restrict Ariana CC not only to those 72 runs, but 50 or less would be the bonus point margin. As for Ariana CC, they will certainly be eyeing up that all-important bonus point. If they get the 73 runs needed in 7 overs, then all 4 points will be theirs for the taking. So it's an intriguing matchup here. We've had bonus points in play in all 3 games so far today. Can we see a 4-0 victory here for Ariana? It will be their 3rd win in a row if they do manage to see it over the line. They still need to get the runs though. Hissingens never really got going in their batting innings. Mahesh Mohan, only batter to get into double figures for his side, 39 off 24. Otherwise, really Hissingens batters just feeding off scraps, thanks to a brilliant bowling performance actually from Ariana CC. Giving away just the solitary wide, despite the fact there were 6 bowlers used. And it was the top 2, Atif and Rehman, doing the damage. 5 wickets between them, then Sami Ibrahimkil, 2 wickets to his name. But the job is only half done here for Ariana CC. As it is that man, Sami Ibrahimkil, who will face up the first delivery. The left-hander, he's joined in the middle by Aryan Saweri. With ball in hand for Hissingens is Anil Gadaria. There's a big appeal first up. The umpire is unmoved. Certainly the batter and the bowler and the wicketkeeper were interested there. I can't say it was an appeal with the most conviction I've ever seen. Looks like it just kind of swished a bit of air there. Well, I'll talk about conviction. Certainly, actually, Anil Gadira with enough conviction to shimmy all the way next to Sami. Turned and asked him, "Did you hit it, mate?" I think Sami said, "Absolutely not." And that's why he's still standing there. And it's insult to injury there. As not only does the decision not go the way of Hissingens, the next one goes and has gone into construction corner. Well, the drilling and the battering seems to have finished in the construction site, but that ball was battered right over there. 6 runs, perfect start here for Ariana CC and Sami Ibrahimkil. I wonder what the Swedish construction hours are. Certainly been working all day. I can't remember when it stopped. It was just the soundtrack to my day so far, but it's nice and quiet now. You hear the birds in the trees, and it's a beautiful day here in Landskrona. I was warned that the weather might not be to my liking, especially after a few days in Corfu, but 0 complaints. Well, there's complaints about the fielding there as Zamin Zazai. No, in fact, it was Pritam Harinath who just let that one go straight through his legs. Probably just about half volley there from Anil. Wasn't the worst delivery. Sami Ibrahimkil doesn't get all of it, but gets enough of it, goes straight through Pritam Harinath. He's nutmegged, and it's double boundary here to start off the first over. One should just be cut off on the boundary, and it is. I think that's Aryan Saweri on strike. He's a bit of a danger man as well, isn't he? He scored 61 off just 29 deliveries in game 6, first game of the day, in which Ariana beat Seaside by 19 runs. 61 is just almost the total required now. Oh, see, in fact, yeah, 62 required for the win here. And again, it's a costly misfield by the Hissingens fielder. When you're defending such a small target, you absolutely cannot afford to let these burst through the inner ring. It's just clubbed away by Aryan Saweri, and just a half-hearted effort there in the field to try and stop that one. So it's already 8 runs come just off misfields alone. When the target's only 73, those can be absolutely costly. You can certainly see the Ariana CC, they want the bonus point. As that one is an attempted slower ball by Anil. Almost goes 7 up, but it just dip at the right time, just about. But Ariane Saweri, he sees it coming, hits that one away to the offside. You can see the slower ball. It looked like it was going to be high, but by the time it lands, actually it's more than okay. But Saweri just leans on that one. Goes straight into the bite, not quite all the way, but still 4 runs. And first over, not quite magical. 19 runs though, coming off it, more than enough for Ariana CC. And well, if we're going to see that counter go down to 0, Hissingens need to act and act quickly. Just a runner ball 54 needed now for victory, but that certainly won't be what Ariana CC will be targeting. They'll be targeting that magical 7 over mark, which will give them the 3 points for the win and of course that big bonus point. A rare dot ball to start the second, which will be bowled by Mahesh Mohan, who was the only shining light in that Hissingens batting lineup, scoring 39 runs, so more than half of the total on the board from Hissingens came off Mohan's bat, but he's got a task at his hands now with ball in hand. That one's beautifully worked away by the left-handed Sami. Just uses the pace that Mohan bowls with to lever that one into the offside. There is a man on the 45. He dives away to his left. Can't stop that Grizzly. See that one? Just a cutter there from Mohan. Comes into the left-hander. Despite the tumble there on the 45. There's another boundary, and the boundaries just keep on flowing here. It's the 5th boundary already in just the 8 deliveries bowled so far from Hissingens. That's a good bounce there, delivered by Mohan. Signalled 1 for the over by the square leg umpire, or the point umpire for the left-hander. But well-directed bounce. So probably bowled in a bit of anger there from Mohan, thinking, well, it'd be good if his teammates chip in with a few runs or wickets, because he's trying to do it all by himself here. You make your own luck, and Sami Ibrahimkil flashes hard at that one. Goes over the man at 45. I think it's going to be a quick game here unless Hissingens can pull a rabbit or multiple rabbits out of the hat here. They've already raced away to 27, have Ariana CC. More than a third of the target already in just the 10 deliveries bowled so far. See there already the equation for the bonus point. 46 needed off 32. It's less than a runner ball already just to notch the win. That's a good delivery though from and he immediately turns around to the umpire and says, that's not a wide. And the umpire, well, he was unmoved. It was a good delivery right inside that wide line. Which I will say, with the blue pitch, and I was just out there in the middle, when the sun is beating down, it's a bit bright. I wouldn't be surprised at some point if you see the batters batting with some sunglasses, because it does reflect the light quite a bit. The appeal here, they will run through for a leg bite. My instinct here is on the angle, especially for the left-hander. This will be drifting down leg stump. Yeah, absolutely will be. You can see the shadows being cast on the pitch there. It does make the wide lines and the white lines a bit more difficult to see. Get to the end of the second, 28 runs on the board for Ariana, who are sitting pretty at the top of the rankings so far. But they won't be happy until they get 3 more points on the board, possibly 4 if they get the bonus point win here. That will certainly be a good day at the office for them. They only have the 2 games today. They'll come back for the triple threat tomorrow. Each side sitting off for a day. Apart from actually Ariana, who've just got the 1 game on the Thursday. Just the way that the fixtures have been scheduled. Ariana Kif, meanwhile, they've got today off. And it'll be Seaside who are able to maybe go to the Seaside, put their feet up, as they will have the rest tomorrow. On the back of their triple threat today, they'll come back in the final game of the day against the team out there in the middle, Hissingens. Tom Vanchi is going to be bowling the third over. That one just a bit too wide though, and this one too much width on offer. There is a man out there, but Chandan Murthy can only escort that one to the boundary. Sami Ibrahimkil moves into the 20s, 23 off 12 for him. And Vinny and I were chatting earlier about films. It led me to, well, in the UK we have Desert Island Discs, which is, you know, what would you take to a treasure island, well, not a treasure island, I guess a deserted island, to see you through the time. So I'm putting out the question to the chat: if you were on a desert island, well, presumably with a TV in this scenario, as this one's hit down the ground, should be cut off for a single, and you could only have one book, one film and one TV series, what would it be? We were talking about films earlier. I suppose it has to be a film that you could watch over and over again. Same with the TV series. Do you go long? You could go something like The Simpsons or Friends, which just has an awful amount of episodes. That one's hooked away brilliantly by Saweri. It got big on him. He absolutely didn't panic. He just stood his ground and pivoted away on that one. They'll double check where this one lands. It's hard to see with the shadows cast on the pitch, but yeah, very much lands over the rope. So it will be a Maximo for Saweri. So I think if I went TV show, I'd probably go The Office, but the US version, which might be controversial. I haven't actually seen the British version. I've heard it's good, but I love the US version. I suppose if I could cheat, and it's my own game, so I can cheat, I'd go maybe one comedy, one drama. That's all drama, as that one just gets hit through the leg side, and it's another boundary, and it's just a procession here at the moment for Ariana. 44 for no loss at the end of the power play. I'd go one comedy, I'd go The Office. So maybe we expand it to a comedy and the drama. So I'd go The Office for a comedy. I'd probably go The Sopranos for a drama. I haven't actually got to the end of it yet, so no spoilers. I think we're just about in the penultimate season. Book. Probably should have thought about this off air so I don't have to fill the silence. I'd probably go East of Eden by John Steinbeck, isn't it? And film, well, if I'm going on the basis of something that I could watch over and over again, I'd probably go something like Mamma Mia. Or a classic when I was younger was Mrs. Doubtfire. And that one was certainly one I watched over and over again. Pierce Brosnan theme in both. So let me know in the chat. One book, one movie, and one TV show. I know Desert Island Discs is more about the music. We can do a music one tomorrow. Got 2 days just with me on the airwaves, so I'll come back with music tomorrow and I'll have a think about it tonight. But in the meantime, tell me your TV show, tell me your movie, tell me your book. Don't have too much time, but I suppose we can extend this into the final game because Ariana here just needing 27 off 22 for the bonus point victory. So Julian has clarified. I think this is I assume you mean the rules for Desert Island Disc. 6 pieces of music, a book other than the Bible and Shakespeare. You can see the UK culture going in there. And an object that won't help you escape. He says his film would have to be a Laurel and Hardy movie, perhaps the one with the piano. Now that one should be a wide or a no ball. It's a no ball called by the square leg umpire. It's a wide called by the standing umpire, so they're just going to have to clarify this one. As well, it was certainly wide and it pitched all the way back off the pitch, and probably should be a no ball in the end. Goes over the waist height there. You can see the standing umpire immediately signals a no ball, and it has been changed to a no ball. So free hit coming up. Mahesh Mohan, who's come back to bowl the 4th. It's flashed away into the offside. Sami Ibrahim, he had license to thrill there. He absolutely smacked it. Not quite again where he expected it to go, but he knew if he swung and swung hard that he'd probably get it to the boundary, and that is exactly what he did. As the no ball free hit is punished with a big 6. Ariana now just 20 runs away, just a runner ball even for the bonus point. Julian says his TV series would be the 1980s adaptation of Brideshead Revisited. That's a good one. Well, this might be a 7-up again. It's going to go high, but actually there's a man out there. He takes the catch. Just have to see if this is good on height. It's either going to be a wicket or it's a no ball. Mahesh Mohan done himself a bit of mischief here as he tumbles away after bowling the delivery. He's walking away into the field as if he doesn't want to bowl anymore. Well, we're going to have to see if this one is called a no ball. The batter's walking off the pitch and it has been given out. There's an unfortunate wicket there for Sami Ibrahimkil. I think the wicket has actually done more damage to Hissingens because Mahesh Mohan is in a bit of trouble here. He's holding his left side. It looks like he's just tweaked his side muscles as he bowled that delivery. It certainly looks like he won't be able to continue. Is that one, well, it's a wicket. It's an unfortunate wicket for Sami as he has to depart for 31. And you can see there, Mahesh Mohan is not in any form of comfort there. He won't be able to finish the over, so he picks up a wicket. He's still got 1 ball left, but the over will have to be finished off by, it looks like Abhishek Patel. Well, we hope for Hissingen's sake and for Mahesh Mohan's sake that that's nothing too serious, because he's certainly been a shining light for his side, both with bat and ball. You could just see in that over he was struggling a bit to find his lines. So he goes off the pitch. Gives me a quick time to go through the chat. Thank you for all your answers. Thomas Martinez says the series would be lost. I guess I would feel more positive when more people are having an odyssey. Yeah, I suppose it's misery loves company, doesn't it? So I think it'd be a bit too close to the bone for me if I'm lost or deserted on an island and watching Lost. But, you know, bit of escapism maybe as well. This one might be a no ball as well, as it's clubbed down the ground, and it's a good effort by Pritam Harinath. The ball goes to the floor, so could have been a catch, but it's not taken. Again, just not finding their lengths here. Just wait to see if this one will be called. Slightly outside the crease, but it's still, wow, it's just about above the waist. As he makes contact, it's just a question of whether it's going to dip in time. One of those 50-50 decisions again. It will not be a no ball, so it would have been, could have potentially been a second full bunger wicket. As it is though, they get the single. Kadir Sadat is the new batter. We get to the end of the 4th, 54 for 1. So less than 20 required here to get the win. Ian Smullen says his book would be Papillon, TV series Breaking Bad. That's a good one. I think that would be, well, if I could have more TV series, that would probably be top 3. And film Killing Fields. Julian says his book would be International Bird Guide. I assume that's a guide for birds to, you know, while away the time rather than some kind of novel. I'm just showing myself to have gaps in my literary knowledge. Thomas says Aliens would be too scary at night, so maybe he'd go for a Hitchcock classic or Gone with the Wind, but Hitchcock can be quite scary as well. Mark Cranston filmed The Goonies, TV show The Royal Family, and book Me versus Brain. That's a solid 3. Bit of comedy. Well, here we've got a chance for a bit of drama as this one goes high, high up in the air. The wicket-keeper's underneath it, and it drops to the ground. He immediately goes for the fist bump with the bowler, which is not something you often see after a drop, but it did go very high up. Does he even get a glove on it in the end? Well, not really, but he immediately gets a pat on the back from the bowler as they realise that this game's probably done. So that one would have been a bit academic, but Abhishek Patel sure would have liked a wicket to his name, as this one again just goes up in the air. It's something on a bit scrappy here. It's Haryana. They can just play sensible cricket. They just need more or less a runner ball to get the bonus point win. They just keep on swinging. Johnny says Criminal Minds for TV over 200 episodes. Yeah, I think you've got to go for quality and quantity if you can, as that one's hit into the covers, and it's another wicket to fall. So Ariana are making heavy work of this run chase. Still just the second wicket to fall, but they've been threatening to just wobble here. And it's Kader Sadat, the man who goes. It's wide outside off stump from Abhishek Patel. Kader Sadat tries to give himself room to the leg side. Only manages to slap it straight into the covers. See, he's not impressed with himself. He only really has himself to blame. So Ariana now needs 17 off 14 for the bonus point. Still more than in control of this game, but they just need someone with a bit of a sensible head here to keep Arian Saweri company. He's been there since the start. He's 20 off 6. But just been a couple of scrappy overs here from Ariana. It's another wicket to fall, 2 in 2. Abhishek Patel, he gets the wicket of Zamin Zazai. Finds himself on a hat-trick, and Ariana CC, well, I wouldn't say they're throwing this one away. It still need a minor miracle from Hissingens to even rescue a consolation point. But certainly not covering themselves in glory here are Ariana, as it's the third wicket to fall in just 7 deliveries. And Abhishek Patel suddenly finds himself on a hat-trick. We had one just 3 days ago over in Jersey as Lara Maritz of the MCC managed to put herself into the Hall of Fame. Abhishek Patel, well, it's not the easiest delivery first up, to be fair to Zamin Zazai. He just played down the complete wrong line, trying to work that one away to leg. Baz Ayubi comes out to face hat-trick ball. Goes fishing outside off stump. Doesn't manage to get anything on it. That is the end of the 5th over. 2 runs coming off that one and 2 wickets. So Ariana still needs 17 off 12 if they want to get the bonus point. As we take a look at the calendar 2025, it's not an exhaustive list. Remember, we've still got series sneaked in here and there, but these are the main ones. And there's new ones being added all the time. Looking forward to the England ones and the Germany ones, of course. And I'll be over in Hornchurch in just, well, it's less than a month's time, 3 weeks' time, as that series will get underway. And finally, a bit of boundary parity is achieved as Arian Saweri gets himself back on strike and makes easy work of that one. Just lifts it away into the crowd over there. Skokal has come back on to bowl, and the captain, well, he's just throwing up hit me balls at the moment, and that's exactly what Arian Saweri is doing. Back-to-back boundaries for him, and suddenly Ariana got themselves back on track here for the bonus point win. It's the final one on the desert island. Timothy Lucas says home and away and Mary Poppins. Again, home and away, so many episodes. Keep you occupied for a while. That one's hit down the ground. And it's going to go, well, I think is that a piece of accidental fielding there? So what happened here? Chandan Murthy, he seemed to give up on it. He completely loses sight of it. He overruns it and saves it with his trailing left leg. He's as surprised as anyone that that one doesn't go to the rope. And well, this might be the end of, I was going to say the end of the game. It's gone straight up in the air. I thought if it went for 7, that would have been the end of the game, but it's a no ball. They run through for a single. They've got a chance here to finish off the game with a free hit. 4 runs needed now. And it'll be Arian Saweri on strike. Can he finish it off here? Yes, he can, as that one's hit high and long and all the way for 6 runs. It's a Maximo to finish the game. Arian Saweri raises his bat as he's seen his side home with a big 6. He scores 37 off just 10 deliveries, so almost exactly half the score that Ariana achieved. They do beat Hissingens by 7 wickets. Importantly for them, they achieve the bonus point in comfortable style, considering they did have a little wobble in the middle 2 overs, in overs 4 and 5. They lost 3 wickets for only 12 runs. But in the end, Saweri said, enough of this nonsense, let's just get this game over and done with. And that's exactly what he did, scoring 3 boundaries in that 5th and final over. So in the end, Hissingens fall to a crushing defeat. They will have to brush themselves off and dust themselves down pretty quickly. I suppose the fact this is a short game gives themselves a little bit more time to regroup, as they'll come back in the final game of the day against Seaside, which is coming up just about 45 minutes time. As for Ariana, they'll be more than happy with their day's work, having won the earlier game this morning against Seaside. Now picking up a bonus point win against Hissingens. They did it in some style. As we take a look back at the highlights, oh, it was a short chase in the end, 5.4 overs required, and it didn't start well for Hissingens, did it? They only had a short target, or short total to defend, and they gave away 8 runs in short shrift through misfields, and the boundaries just kept on flowing, especially off the bat of Sami Ibrahimkil and Aryan Saweri. Sami, in the end, he did go for 1 big hit too many. He was caught out in the deep. Kadir Sadat, he came in, but yeah, how important is that moment going to be, as Mohan does get a wicket, but also then picks up an injury. He walks off the pitch. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. Of course, Hissingens don't have too long now to see if they can get their star man back in fighting fit shape. And well, despite a little wobble there in the middle by Ariana CC, losing 2 wickets and 2 balls off the bowling of Abhishek Patel, it was Saweri in the end, despite this almost no-look accidental fielding that prolonged the game just a little. In the end, it was Saweri who deservedly hit the winning runs. And it'll be a big bonus point victory for Ariana CC. As we take a look at the scorecards, so the damage was pretty much already done at the top of the order, with Ibrahimkil and Saweri contributing 68 of the runs when only 73 were required. So Baz Ayubi came in towards the end and just watched as the winning runs were hit off the bat of Saweri. The bowlers weren't really able to get into their work with just a few runs on the board, but Abhishek Patel, he picked up 2 wickets himself in his over. In a losing cause, only went for 2 runs. Interesting to see how he's deployed in that final game, which, well, thanks to this quick finish, is coming up with just a longer break now. It'll be Seaside against Hissingens coming up at 5:15 local time, which will be in about 45 minutes. But in the meantime, Ariana CC, they pick up a big bonus point victory against Hissingens, who at least have a win on the board already, but they'll want to finish off in style against Seaside, who of course have had a mixed day as well. So we've still got plenty more to bring you here on the European Cricket Network, and I'm loving your contributions in the chat as well, with films, movies and books. So I'll come back to them in the final game of the day, which will be in just about 40 minutes time. We'll be back on air as Seaside take on Hissingens. They've both tasted defeat and victory so far in this tournament, and who will finish the second day here in ECS Sweden with smiles on their faces. Well, join me, Tina Goff, in 40 minutes time to find out as we go into match 10 here on the European Cricket Network.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Sweden, where we're in the final game of the day, which sees Seaside take on Hissingens. Seaside, they didn't start very well, did they? They lost their first 3 games, but they finally notched their first win earlier in the day, and they'll be looking to get their second win on the board here. As for Hissingens, it's their first day of action. They sat out yesterday. They've come in, they started strong with a win, but they'll want to finish strong as well. One of these teams will finish the day with a win. But before we go to the live action, let's go out into the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Hissingens to go. Heads is the call. It's come down tails.
We'll bat first.
Good luck. All the best. Have a good game. Seaside have won the toss. They're having a bat.
So there you have it. We're into match 10. It's the final game of the day. Seaside against Hissingens, and Seaside, they've won the first little battle, and that's the coin toss. They have decided to bat. Not surprising, given that the first and only win so far has come when they have batted first. Take a look at the two sides, and a big change actually for Hissingens. If you were here for the previous game, you'll have seen that Mahesh Mohan, he was in a bit of discomfort when he bowled. He had to come off, didn't finish his over on the back of scoring 39 runs. The only one really who scored any runs for Hissingens, but he's not in the team. So whatever he's done to his side, it looked like maybe just a side strain, will keep him out of this final game of the day for Hissingens. So one to maybe watch out for the coming days. As for Seaside, Emmanuel Pandyarajan comes in for the Seasiders, and Ashik Hussain, the captain, will certainly be looking to go 2-0 at least for the last 2 games. Of course, this is the 3rd game that Seaside will be playing today. In the 3rd game, in fact, the Hissingens will be playing as well. So one of them will emerge from today with a 2-1 record, and one of them will emerge with a 1-2 record. They both have tasted victory and defeat so far on this day 2 here in Sweden. As Hissingens make their way out into the middle in their glorious blue shirts, and well, slightly behind the chase in terms of who will win. Of course, the supercomputer almost predicted bang on the target that Hissingens put on in that previous game. The supercomputer is not always right. We'll see how this one pans out. We've had a bit of a roller coaster day already so far, and these two sides out there in the middle pretty much encapsulating that. With Hissingens, of course, they didn't play any games yesterday. It was their day off. Of course, they didn't have anything to do before that, so they just had a delayed start to their series, and they won that first one, Game 7 against Malmo, by 30 runs. I thought, okay, Hissingens certainly a team to contend with, but they absolutely backfired in that game we just saw now, match 9, scoring just 72 runs. Bowled out as well in the final ball of the innings. Ariana CC chased down that total, made short shrift of it in the 6th over, picking up 4 points. This one's chipped down the ground, and it's going to be a first ball wicket. And Seaside got off to a nightmare start here. As, oh, the scorecard hasn't even had chance to update, but it's Chowdhury who was the run scorer in Game 8, who just chips that one up, gives almost catching practice to Chandan Murthy. Not for the first time today, we've seen a wicket on the very first delivery. Umair Chowdhury, having scored 64 in Game 8, doesn't add a single run to the total in this final game of the day. It's an early wicket for Anil Gadireya. That one just tamely chipped into the ring. Made no mistake there. Before even a run is on the board, Seaside have lost their first wicket. 2-man into bat is Sharia Hassan. Does what Chaudhry wasn't able to do, and that's get her run. And as for Seaside, they've also had a bit of a roller coaster series so far. Well, it was all a big dipper to start with, as they lost all 3 of their opening games to Malmo by 9 wickets, and then 2 back-to-back defeats to Ariana CC by 74 runs yesterday. That was a thumping defeat, and they got a bit closer this morning, lost that one by 19 runs. And they came back firing in game 8. Again, 19 runs was the margin, but this time they were on the right side of the result against Malmo. They desperately need to pick up another win. This will be their 5th game. They really can't afford to go 1-4 going into what will already be the second half of the group stages. As for Hissingens, they've of course a bit earlier in their campaign, with this just being their 3rd game. They'll certainly be happy with their first day if they do manage to pick up the win here. Currently record of 1-1. It could go either way. This one's clubbed down the ground, and brilliant piece of fielding out in the deep here by Chaitanya Kalari. Just sticks out his right hand. Looked like all the world is destined for the rope, but he just athletically goes for the one-hander. I was travelling at quite some speed. I was almost ready to get out my seat here to take cover, or protect the equipment, of course. But great piece of fielding, restricts it for just the 1. This one's up in the air. There's a chance for another wicket here, and just chipped over the head of Shadnan Murty for what would have been his 2nd catch in the over. Seaside here, living dangerously. As Murty, well, he almost retracts his hands at the last minute, realises he's not quite going to get there. It's Arfan Arif and Sharia Hassan out there. Both faced 2 deliveries. Both probably could have been dismissed one way or another. We do get to the end of an eventful first over. Just a couple of singles in there, plus the wide, and well, very first ball wicket to dismiss Omer Chaudhry. So at the end of the first, Seaside 5 for 1. Very much in that Goldilocks zone now. 57% in favour of Hissingens, but a couple more wickets. They'll certainly fancy themselves here, and what a turnaround that would be, having been skittled for 72 just about 90 minutes ago. That's how quickly things can change on the European Cricket Network. As the second over will be bowled by Aditya Somvanchi. This one's hit firmly into the covers. And again, it's another one-handed stop by Chaitanya Kalari, this time with his left hand. He can do it with his right, he can do it with his left. Can he do it with both hands at the same time? Well, at the moment, he's just the one-handed bandit. This time, right in front of the construction corner again, saves what would have been an inevitable boundary. That one's dug in short by Somvanchi. Hassan came charging down the pitch here. Almost bounced himself out of the game here. As it went past his shoulder, but he's a good 1.5 meters in front of the crease. A chance for a call on board, but again, well, they seem to have their wedges out here. Sand wedge has come out for the Seasiders. That one again just eludes the fielder. This time it was Aditya trying to do the fielding off his own bowling. Arif and Hassan both living dangerously here. Haven't been able to get a release shot yet. Haven't found the boundary so far in the opening 9 deliveries. They go big here. Will this one be taken? And again, it's just 1 meter the wrong side of the fielder. Somehow, I don't know if they've got their lucky pants on, Seaside, but somehow they're still out there. They could be 2, 3, 4 wickets down. Just haven't found the middle of the bat at all. But luckily for them, both Arif and Hassan still out there, still trying to get some sort of momentum into this innings. It's a good delivery though from Somvan. She just pulls that one back a bit, dials down the pace, gets it to go through to the wicketkeeper Nitin Ramakrishna. 2 swipes in a row there from Arfan Arif. He managed to deal in singles so far. See some Banshee here. Happy to just go slightly back of a length outside off stump. And the second over comes to a close. Just the 4 runs coming off it. 9 for 1, the Seasiders after 2. As we take a look. Well, it's probably not quite representative of the standings so far, with Hisingen, as I said, only playing 2 matches. But at the moment, it's a bottom of the table clash, and Seaside certainly don't want to be the first team to register 4 defeats. Go into the 3rd over, and Anil Gadaria unsurprisingly comes back for his 2nd over, having picked up that early wicket, only going for 5 runs in the 1st. A warm welcome to everyone joining in the chat. I see Tim Thomas is there. Stephen Kelk as well. Good to have you with us. Kroom as well on this late afternoon here in Sweden. Certainly a balmy afternoon. Sat here in a t-shirt. That one's finally clipped away, and they do have their first boundary of the innings. Seaside, it's Sharia Hassan who gets bat on ball, finally finds the middle of that bat. It's a nice shot, just lifts that one over the leg side. 1 bounce forward into that hot spot. They've now got protection around the scoreboard. The scoreboard took a battering earlier. This time, the Seaside batters are all huddled around it, trying to will that score to go higher. Well, that will do some good as it's back-to-back boundaries. This time he goes big, does Sharia Hassan. Goes all the way, it's straight and it's handsome. 6 runs to the Seaside team, and suddenly they're finding a little bit of momentum here. Sharia Hassan, he can consider himself lucky that he's still out there, having chipped the ball to various parts of the inner ring. There's no stopping that one. Yeah, so if you missed it earlier, we're having a Desert Island chat. If you could take 1 film, 1 book, and 1 TV series to watch for, I won't say eternity, but you know, for an indeterminate amount of time that you're stranded on this desert island, what would it be? We had some great entries earlier on. Chris Smith, I know, was adding his, I know he's a filmophile. He said Full Metal Jacket, watched it over 1,000 times. Got 400 films. What's your top 3, Chris? Top 3 films. I mean, watching it, Full Metal Jacket 1,000 times. Someone are going to have to work out how many days that is watching Full Metal Jacket. I remember watching it when I was younger. Probably too young. I think it's an 18. Probably watched it when it was on one of the channels late-ish at night. Good film. Not sure I'd want to watch it over and over on a desert island though. So let me know what your desert island picks are. And of course, any other questions you might have. Final game. I know sometimes we do final innings, but as we're here, well, the Royal We, I'm here flying solo. If you do have any questions, throw them into the chat. Film, TV, book, or anything else. Cricket, non-cricket, I'm here to answer anything you might throw my way. Slight appeal there, but it definitely comes off the hip, as rightfully shown there by the man in black. Well, despite that bang-bang 4-6 from the over, Anil Gadaria still escapes from it, and escapes with good figures. 1 for 17 off his 2 overs. The end of the power play then, Seaside 21 for 1. They can probably count themselves lucky that they're only 1 wicket down. Sharia Hassan showed flashes of finding the middle of the bat, but otherwise it's been feeding off scraps for Seaside. Can they mount a middle overs charge here? You see, Tim Homer says Superbad would be his film, and I think that's more the vibe you got to go down. It's not your favourite film, it's got to be a film that you can watch over and over again and not be tired of. We were talking about late 2000s, early 2010 films. Superbad is a classic of that genre. And like the one Vinny was talking about, was Project X? That would be the opposite of a classic. So Abhishek Patel has come on to bowl this 4th over. I'll just dragged a bit short. There's a man out there, will bounce safely in the outfield. Chandan Murthy doing the fielding. Abhishek Patel, he had a good game 9. Well, he only bowled the 1 over, but his over went for just the 2 runs, picked up 2 wickets as well. It was, though, in very much a dead rubber type situation with Ariana CC cruising to victory. They just had a little stumble in the middle overs where Abhishek was able to pick up the 2 wickets. But otherwise, in that game 9, it was very much one-way traffic. This one's hit into the covers, should be taken, and is. Despite the sun there, you can see it was troubling the fielder. But it's not so troublesome if you do manage to take the catch. You can see he was kind of trying to look at the ball out the corner of his eye there, because he knew if he was looking too high, he would get absolutely blinded despite his cap on. But it's a nice catch there by the captain, Gokul Srinivasan. And it is the 2nd wicket to fall for Seaside. It's all the 2s, 22 for 2. It's Arfan Arif. He departs for 5 off 10, just never really got going. At least Sharia Hassan, the other end, had those 2 release shots that went to the boundary. That's what Arif was trying to do there. Only manages to pick out the Hissingen's captain. Having Safi to the crease, who starts off with a one-handed jab and is gonna go to the rope. You can see that, yeah, the fielder there shows a bit of honesty, because it was a bad misfield. This one should have just been the one. It was rolling away to him, and he gets himself in just the wrong position, overruns it, hits the knee, tries to rescue it. The rope does not lie, and Kartikayan Sivanandam there trying to do the fielding, but only managing to knock it over the rope. 4 runs. Rahim Safi starts off with a boundary. Stephen Kelk saying, make a shout out to Maastricht Cricket Club, who opened their brand new ground in Maastricht last Sunday. Absolutely. This one goes up in the air. The keeper has scuttled straight underneath it. It should be taken, and is. And it's a comfortable catch in the end for Nitin Ramakrishna. It's the 3rd wicket to fall for Seaside. Rahim Safi, he goes 4 and out. Tries to repeat the trick with another hit down leg side, but only manages to find the toe end of the bat. Abhishek Patel, for the 2nd game running, chips in with 2 wickets. Still only in his 1st over, though. Surely he'll get time to have a 2nd over here. Seaside in trouble here, 26 for 3. Yeah, so shout out to Maastricht. I've played there before in what is, well, presumably now the old ground, but maybe we can take our European Cricket Network roadshow over into the Netherlands again. New batter side comes in, the left-hander just hits that one away into the leg side. Vinny, never too far away from the chat action, says he would like the entire European Cricket Series as his series. So we'd have about 12,000 hours of content at least, which is about 500 days if you watch 24/7, which I think you do, Vinny. That would be enough to distract him from his likely demise, so clearly has no faith in the hypothetical rescue operations. Maybe you don't want rescuing if you've just got the European Cricket Network on loop. What more would you want? Well, what more would the Seasiders want? Probably a few more runs and a few less wickets. 27 for 3 at the end of 4. We'll turn to a bit of spin here in the form of Chaitanya Kalari. Drags that one down. He gets hit all the way for 6 runs. Not the start he would have wanted. He's been featuring on the boundary up until now. He's stuck one hand out to the right, one hand out to the left. Now he's in the middle. That one just pivots on it to Saif ul Hassan. Nice gentle ball from Kalari first up. Double teapot makes an appearance. Well, it is about tea time. Chatu, what has he got in response to that? Is a good delivery. He's Well, we were talking about Kalari's action earlier. He's got a nice wristy action for a spinner. It's always good to see spinners kind of come sideways into the action as well. Trying to just work every single angle. You can see he starts out of the frame, does Kalari, before sneaking up on us. Half appeal there, nothing doing. High to John Higginbottom. He comes in with film is American Graffiti, book is Fear and Loathing on the campaign trail. He's gone for records instead, which is Toots and the Maytals. Maytals? You're going to have to explain that one to me. My music knowledge is not the best. Or I'd say it's refined, or possibly uncultured. Well, you know, that's the beauty of music. Hit into the covers, but it's going to go over the figure there of Aditya Somvanchi. And Shahriar Hassan, well, he still really hasn't found the middle of the bat on too many occasions. He hit that big 4 and 6 back in the third over. Gets this one to go away. Still not quite his fluid self. We know he can score runs and can go big. Ball of the fifth is clubbed down the ground. Should just be the one. Abhishek in front of me, well, makes a bit of a meal of fielding the ball, but gets it in. So at the end of the fifth, Seaside 39 for 3 as you join me in the commentary igloo. It's heating up nicely out here, and you might have heard us talking about construction corner earlier in the day. The ball is a bit of a hot spot going into that corner. Of course, Vinny, he's not with me in the igloo, but he's come flying in with an update that apparently they're building a retirement village. So, well, I hope the pensioners like a bit of cricket, because we've got a lot of cricket to bring you. Maybe they need to have a little welcome package which includes a hard hat, because the balls are raining down on us here. We've had a big Maximo rate so far. I'm expecting a couple more before the day is out. As we go into the 6th over. This one, well, speaking of Maximos, there might be one right there, but in fact it's going to drop into the infield and then just skip away despite the efforts of Chandan Murthy out there. It'll just be a 1 bounce 4. I suppose it's fitting to the theme, because being in a retirement village, you have plenty of time. Watch your favourite movies, watch your favourite TV series, and read your favourite books. Maybe we'll send out a survey to the new retirement village that will be landing in Landskrona sooner rather than later. There's another wicket to fall. This time it's Abhishek Patel comes in with his 3rd wicket. Shahriar Hassan, I've said all along, he hasn't quite found the middle. Just manages to nick the edge on that occasion. Nitin Ramakrishna behind the stumps makes absolutely no mistake. It's the 4th wicket to fall for Seaside. 43 for 4. Saiful Hassan still out there, 8 off 5. Shahriar Hassan, well, 24 off 14. Certainly the best effort so far for the Seasiders. No one else is quite out of double figures yet. But he will have to depart. Abdul Haq is the new batter. Joins safe out in the middle. It's been a great day so far for Patel, having been on the wrong side of the result just now in game 9. Still picked up 2 wickets. He's got 3 here. So good return for him. Rightfully rewarded with his 2nd over here. He only had time for 1 over in that game 9. That one's half fielded by Patel. They still scamper through for a single. I want to know, Vinny, where you got the information about Construction Corner. You have your sources here in the Swedish local council. That one's hit into the leg side. Chatu is out there. Again, does good work. He's an absolute wall in front of that Construction Corner. Maybe the retirement village just have to hire Kilari to stand in front of their windows. Make sure nothing goes past, because nothing has gone past him so far. Abhishek Patel. Final ball of his spell. 3 for 12 so far. Impressive figures for him. Can he finish with the 4th wicket here? Well, he finishes with a single, so he can certainly be happy with his day's work with the ball. Finishes 3 for 13. Seaside move to 46 for 4 off 6, so 4 overs left to try and scratch their way something towards 100, you'd reckon. Could still be defendable. Let's not forget Hissingen's in that previous game against Ariana CC skittled for 72. So this could be early signs of a low-scoring thriller. But certainly, Seaside need to get a few more runs on the board here. It will be Chatu, who takes a brief rest from his retirement village watch to have his second over. His first went for 12. He was a bit unlucky though. He bowled well. Just went for a 6 and a 4, but otherwise managed to sneak through a couple of dot balls, a couple of singles. And well, he's going to start with a 6, which is exactly what happened in his first over. One gets pummeled away by Abdul Haq. Just take Seaside past the 50 mark, 52. 4 wickets. Beginning of the 7th. Very much just a stand and deliver there from Abdul Haq. Does Kalari have a comeback ball in him here? Well, he zips in the quicker one. Will be a wide, slightly unfortunate. Almost went over leg stump in the end. It will be called. See where this one lands. Yeah, just done on the angle a bit there. It was actually a good stop from Nitin with the gloves. Oh, it gets clubbed down the ground again, and Abdul Haq leading the counter charge here for Seaside. Goes 6-6 with a wide bonus ball in between as well. And just a bit too full here from Kilari. Just allowing Abdul Haq to stand and deliver. I think he just needs to be a bit braver here. Just toss it up a little, get it going over the eye line of Abdul Haq. And see if he can maybe just lure him into a full shot. Don't give him the speed on the delivery to just punt it back over the head. Well, this time he overcorrects, he goes too full, and Abdul Haq just flicks it away. And it's triple boundary, 6-6-4. Abdul Haq moves to 18 off just 6 deliveries. He becomes just the second player in the lineup for Seaside to get out of single figures. He'll want a bit more here. This one's clubbed away into the leg side. Again, it will go for a boundary, not quite all the way, but 6-6-6 is followed up with a 4. This over's already gone magical. 23 runs coming off it, still 2 balls left. This is the over that Seaside needed to really kickstart their batting innings here. Remember, they won the toss, decided to bat. Looked like a pretty risky choice with not too many runs on the board, 26 for 3. This time, Abdul Haq, less power, more precision. It's not a bad delivery from Kilari again. I don't think his bowling has been worth 39 that it's conceded so far off the 11 deliveries, but Abdul Haq just guides that one away for another 4. So 27 runs. Can we go supersonic? It might finish with a wicket, and it does. At least there's a little consolation there for Chaitanya Kilari. It's on the balance of things. Probably does deserve that wicket. It can be punishing for a leg spin bowler if a batter just likes the look of you, and that's exactly what Abdul Haq did. But Kalari comes back on the final delivery, does pick up the LBW. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, I think it hits him pretty high. Hits him kind of above the pad. But he's almost crouched down in front of the stumps. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, well, there's certainly no worry about it going either side of the stumps. It's just maybe a question of height. But he does depart. That's the 5th wicket to fall. 73 for 5 at the end of the 7th as we take a look at what's coming your way tomorrow. It's a big day for Ariana CC. They've got 3 games, starting with match 11 against Malmo, who also have 3 games in the day. And it'll be Ariana CC and Malmo finishing off in match 15 in what promises to be another action-packed day on the European Cricket Network. This one is hit away into the offside. There's 3 fielders. The Bermuda Triangle comes out and it misses the first one. And it's Srinivasa who manages to field on the second attempt. And it'll just be a 1 to start off the 8th over. It's Kartikeyan Sivanandam who's come on to bowl the 8th. Oh, Vinny says he never reveals his sources, but it was Adnan who told us about the retirement village. So Adnan, who of course deserves a shout out for the local organiser here, treating us absolutely superbly the last couple of days. Good old Swedish hospitality. I'm sure more to come as well. Speaking of local knowledge, what happened to Stanley? Stanley, come on. Need to see you in the igloo. He said he might come tomorrow. And we'll be flying solo, so any company, either virtually or in person, is more than welcome. So if you're listening, Stanley, come on down. Come say hi in the igloo. Of course, anyone else in the local area, you can sit on the sidelines and catch the flying grizzlies. And Saif Hassan gets a hold of that one. Starts off the 8th over with a wicket. With a 6, sorry, as that was a wicket to end the 7th over. And that has brought Muchaba Hakim to the crease. It's won the club down the ground this time. There's fielder converging underneath it. It's a tough chance there from Chandan Murthy. Isn't able to hold on to that one. Frustrated with himself. He just couldn't set himself under the ball. By the time it came to him, he was still at full pelt. Manages to get his hands to it. Almost then gathers it into his midriff, but just spills it at the last moment. So Chancer goes begging there. Just slight corrections being made to the scoreboard here. Get that one back up and running as soon as we can, but in the meantime, that's a lovely 4. Just squeezed away there by Saif Hassan. Wasn't too much width, probably would have actually been a wide, but why take a wide when you can take the 4 runs instead? Hopefully gets a fist pump from his batting partner. And Seaside then slowly inching their way up. That one big magical over, the Kalari over that went for 27, means that they'll certainly want to get to triple digits. Expected score 111. Even if they get 100 plus, they'll certainly fancy their chances against a wounded Hisingen side who certainly had their confidence dented in that previous game and been skittled for 72. So the end of the 8th, 87 for 5. It looks like they've turned back to Sombanshi here to bowl the all-important 9th. First one is flashed away. Saif Hassan, who on that occasion is at the non-striker's end as Muchaba Hakim, the right-hander, gets in on the act. Saif Hassan likes what he sees there at the non-striker's end. Smith in the chat. I'm telling Vinny all the Packers games that he could go to, NFL. So well, here's a question for the chat. Any team, any sport in the world, if you could get tickets to see live, what would it be? So bucket list sporting fixture. Of course, apart from watching an ECS or an ECI live. Good couple of balls here from Vanchi just to stop the rot of boundaries here. I think I ticked off a few when I was in New York in October. I went to New York Yankees in the playoffs. That was pretty fun. Especially if you're a fan of bat and ball sports where things don't happen for long periods of time. That's probably why I liked it. Oh, hello. That's the funkiest shot as you ever will see. As the ball just chased Machaba Hakim down, and it was more evasive action than anything, but he manages to get his bat on it and somehow lift it over. It doesn't quite go all the way for 6, but take a look at this one. That's a horizontal shot. And Hakim, he deserves the applause there from the wicketkeeper. He makes sure all of his limbs are still in the right order. Somehow he gets a 4 for that one. What a brilliant shot. That's certainly one we'll see on social media later. What an amazing piece of invention there from Hakim to not only save his head, but also get 4 runs to the total, 95 now. That bouncer just scored 1 for the over here for Somvanchi. That one has been slapped away. You probably heard the crack of the bat here. And says hello to the future retirement village. Chatu just turns around and says, nope, not getting that one back. The builders, they've packed up for the day. They'll come back tomorrow morning to see a grizzly nicely nestled amongst the cement and the debris there. Chatu immediately says, there's no way I'm climbing over that fence, not without a hard hat. They do get over 100 then, the Seasiders. 102 on the board, still 1 ball left of the 9th. Still 1 ball left of the 9th. I think another bucket list one in New York, I went to Madison Square Garden to watch the New York Knicks. I will say basketball very much, NBA basketball. This was a preseason game, feels very American. There's not a single second wasted which is not filled with entertainment of some sort. Kind of like the ECN, I'd guess. Even when they have these little timeouts which are 30 seconds or not much longer, they still have time to fill it in with some kind of mini game. They bring people onto the court, they throw balls into buckets, and you can't take your eyes off it. Whereas baseball felt a bit more my vibe. And even speaking as someone who can happily watch a day of Test cricket, not much happened. I was expecting more home runs. I was expecting more hits off the bat at least, but the amount of times the batter just ran to first base uncontested to a round of applause for not having hit the ball was baffling to me. As it's a wicket to start the 10th over here as Saif goes for 1 big swing too many. Just feathers one through to the keeper. It's almost a meek finger of doom lifted there in apology by the man in black. And you can see just a little, yep, sorry son, off you go. Take a look at that reverse angle. Look at the little finger here. Yeah, it's just a, yep, you're out. And off he goes, Saiful Hassan. Nice little cameo though from him, 22 off 12. He's got his side at least into triple digits, 103 for 6 now. Batter is Abdul Haq. Deborah Hall in the chat saying Stanley Cup ice hockey in Canada, that's a good one. Anything where the sport that you're watching is like a religion in the country, I think would be a good one. I've watched some cricket in India, and that was, I'd imagine, a similar vibe. Darryl Mack saying UFC International Fight Week, first weekend of July. This one is hit over the inner ring, and Chatu, well, he's had a lot of action out there on the boundary. Can't stop it on this occasion. It's a much needed boundary for Seaside. 107 on the board now. How many more can they get? Big finish here, and they could get themselves somewhere near 120. Sivanandam bowling the all-important final over. This one just clothed into the leg side. They'll just trot through for a single. Look at that. Almost into the super Goldilocks zone. This game very much on a knife's edge. Could be a low-scoring thriller still. Hissingen's not exactly blessed with a batting lineup that's full of runs at the moment. Can Kartikeyan pick up another wicket here? He's got one already, 2 balls left. Goes for the low full toss, and that's coming right my way. It's just going to land to the right of the Igloo. You can see there, I was bracing for impact. No, there's only one of me. I can't protect all the equipment. Luckily, the Igloo remained intact there. You can see how close it came. Great camera work there from 2 circles. You could almost see the panicked figure of me inside the Igloo. Big 6 runs to Mujtaba Hakim. 115, can they get to 120? A 6 would do it. No, it's gonna be a run out. Dead eye fielding there by Nitin behind the stumps, just bowls that one, runs out Abdul Haq. So they don't quite get to the 120 mark Seaside, but I think they can be quite happy with where they are. And look at that, with that wicket, it just ticks over to 50-50. Nothing between these 2 sides at the halfway mark as Seaside walk off 115 for 7. Say pretty much even Stevens for 2 teams low on confidence, scratching around for runs, as it was a perfect start, wasn't it, for Hissingen's, getting a wicket on the very first delivery, dismissing the dangerous Umair Chowdhury. But then there was just a few chances that went begging. There was some brilliant fielding on the boundary by Kalari, using his left hand and his right hand. But when he was up in the middle, actually he went for quite a few runs, 39 runs coming off his 2 overs. It was really Shahriar Hassan. He did a bit of damage early on, as that was the end of a reef caught by captain Gokul Srinivasan. That was a bit of comedy fielding there. Shouldn't have been a 4, was a 4. As the middle order then, Saiful Hassan and Syed Galani chipping in with 22 and 28 respectively. Got the Seasiders rolling. And that one was a polite request from Kalari, who toiled away. Did go for a big magical over, but had his reward with the wicket, especially for the good fielding he put in. But the boundaries, they came at regular intervals for Seasiders, and that's probably the best of the lot. That was Mujtaba Hakim putting in a brilliant piece of invention to not only save his head, but also get 4 runs on the board. At least 4 Hissingens. They picked up wickets at regular intervals, 7 of them in total. That was a big final flourish from Hakim. He finished 20 unbeaten off 8 deliveries. As Abdul Haq there on the final ball sacrificed himself, and it was Nitin, the wicketkeeper, who bowled over the stumps to pick up the 7th and final wicket for Hissingens. So at the halfway stage, Seaside have 115 runs on the board. It's certainly going to be a very, very interesting run chase going into the final innings of the day. As we take a look at the glorious shot of Landskrona. Beautiful drone shots. You can see the sports complex here with what we now know is the retirement village being built. So the pensioners of the area can enjoy cricket here for years to come. We've got another 10 overs potentially to enjoy here, with Hissingens certainly wanting to finish their first day in this series on a high. They've won 1 and lost 1 so far. The same Same could be said for Seaside, who've lost one and won one today. So it's all still to play for at the halfway stage then. Seaside put 115 runs on the board thanks to the big hitting of Syed Galani and Shahriar Hassan. You can see there in the middle, that's where they did the damage. Shahriar Hassan, well, he was a bit slow to get off the mark, but he did push up that strike rate in the end. Saiful Hassan also chipping in with 22 off 13, and Mujtaba Hakim showing brilliant invention, getting his side over that 100 barrier, 115 then on the board. Decent enough bowling performance actually from Hissingens. Only the 7 extras bowled, used the 5 bowlers. We've seen teams go up to 7 or 8 bowlers today, but just the 5. And certainly Abhishek Patel finishes what has been a great day with the ball for him. 3 wickets for just the 13 runs off his 2 overs. So there we are at the halfway stage. Seaside 115 for 7 on the board. Hissingens then a batting order that's pretty low on confidence, hasn't scored too many runs so far. Well, they'll need 116 of them if they want to get this final game going in their favour. Could they get the 3 points? Could they get the 4 points? Well, it's certainly a game that's on a knife edge if the win predictor is anything to go by. So you've got about 5 minutes. Grab yourself something to drink, something to eat, and join me, Tina Goff, for the final run chase of the day here in this ECS Sweden on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to the final run chase of the day. We're into match 10 here in ECS Sweden. At the halfway mark, Seaside have put 115 runs on the board. Certainly a little tingly total there for Hissingens to have to chase. If they do it in 7 overs, remember they'll pick up the bonus point. However, if they're restricted to 80, and let's not forget they were bowled out for 72 in the previous game, then it will be Seaside that take home all 4 points in this. Well, it's a Gothenburg derby, isn't it? 2 teams travelling down the coast to join us here in sunny Landskrona. What a glorious day it's been. It's just like being in Corfu. But it's going to come to a hopefully exciting conclusion here. It's day 2 of this series. Still very much all to play for. Remember, it's just a one group of 5 with the top 4 teams going through to finals day. So it's basically just a scrap to not finish bottom. Seaside, on the first 3 games in particular, almost were writing their name into that bottom spot, having lost all 3 by not quite a considerable margin, but they came back strong in game 8, winning by 19 runs against Malmo. Already into the 5th game here. Certainly don't want to be the first time team to pick up 4 losses. As Abdul Haq has the ball in hand. This one slightly overpitched. Probably just about gets away with it. It drifts into the right-handed Chaitanya Kelari. It does by the time it gets to him. Because I think that's even a slower ball. Just dip to about shin height. First ball, first run on the board for Hissingens. Nitin Ramakrishna is out there in the middle. So as we go into this run chase, Seaside just ahead on the win predictor. They do have the runs on the board. Probably with the win predictor, supercomputer, if it does have a mind, in the back of its mind, probably the fact that Hissingens were skittled in that previous game. But let's not forget they did put 130 on the board in their first game of this series. That was match 7 earlier today, and that was enough to ease past Malmo, who only registered 100 in reply. But it's going to be an early wicket here, and it's Chaitanya Kelari, who's not had the best game in the end. He's put in some brilliant fielding, but went for 39 with the ball. And he goes for a second ball 1 here. Just flicks one through to the keeper. There's an early scalp for Seaside. Abdul Haq picks up the wickets. And Kelari has to make the long walk back to the circus tents. So he goes for 1 off 2. That's the first wicket up for Seaside. We've seen that a lot today, haven't we? Well, that was certainly more than a feather. Maybe a couple of feathers. A plume of feathers through to the keeper. But we've seen all the keepers today taking a fair share of catches. Shows that this pitch is, well, it's good and true. When you just bowl a decent length, force the batter into a shot, and the keeper's always going to be in play. There's an appeal there, but I think it very much came off some form of Vivek Sharma's bat. The new batter getting himself off strike immediately, and he'll be one of the keys to Hissingens' run chase here. He scored 47 off just 16 deliveries in that Game 7 win against Malmo. Welcome back to everyone in the chat as well. I was talking about bucket list sporting events. We seem to have moved on to bucket list concerts. Well, you know, what's the best concert you've been to? Johnny, he says Genesis in Wembley and Twickenham. Deborah says Iron Maiden live in Belgium. I think mine might, well, I've seen The Cure in Hamburg. That's probably up there for, I suppose, most well-known bands. At least ones that, you know, possibly generational bands. As we get to the end of the first over. 5 runs on the board. Importantly though, Seaside have picked up the early wicket. I've called it early. There is a slight tingle in the air. Has been 27 matches since a golden ball. I'd like to see that tick down to 0 sooner rather than later. Did have the golden touch earlier in the year. Seemed to have lost it somewhere. This would be the perfect time to get it back under the golden setting sun here in Sweden. So Ashik Hussain comes in to bowl the second over. Chris Smith says he's seen U2 at Wembley. That's not a bad one. So let me know what your biggest concert was that you've ever been at. Oh, just down leg side. And it will not only be a wide, it will be 2 wides as they run through for the bonus run, as Ashik Hussain hasn't quite found his radar yet. Thomas Martinez went to that famous concert in Nebworth and was drinking Vimto, which is a choice. I suppose it sounds like you weren't given a choice. Wouldn't be my drink of choice, but I suppose it keeps people from fainting if you get sugar in your system. I don't know if you saw, there was this Lady Gaga concert in Rio de Janeiro the other week where I think it was something like 1 or 2 million people were in attendance. The pictures of that were quite incredible. My first thought was, I felt like 1 million people would look like more. And then my second thought was, what if you need the toilet? That shows where my brain goes immediately. It was, I think, on the Copacabana, right next to the sea. So maybe that's the answer. Clubbed into the offside. A direct hit would have been interesting, but the only direct hit was straight onto the chest there of the batter who was trying to get out of the way. Nitin Ramakrishna gets into the crease, but has a little grizzly to the chest for his troubles. Throws up his hand, doesn't quite manage to stop it. Does get a run on the board though. Oh, and that's pulled away and pulled hard. Vivek Sharma was so quick on the pull there. There was a man out there in the deep, but you could only watch it whistle past him. It was a brilliant shot. Vivek Sharma, he's been impressive today. We were talking about his action earlier. He's almost crouched down in the crease, just waiting, especially anything short. He's going to be on quick as a flash, and Ashik Hussain just served that one up on a plate. Julian Dawson says he saw the Dire Straits at Wembley in 1985 and he's off to see Kylie in Nottingham in a few weeks. And that's I'd say that's both ends of the music spectrum. I'll let you decide what spectrum that is, but I didn't know Kylie was still performing, let alone in the music metropolis that is Nottingham. Ashik Hussain just trying to overcorrect, trying to keep the ball away from Vivek Sharma. Anything that's close to the batter, he knows that will go. Bit of a tough call there. I've just brushed a bit of that wide line, but he will have to bowl it again. Just wants to get out of the over here. He does manage to get out with not too much more damage. So that will take us to the end of the second. Hissingen's 16 for 1. They've managed to steady the ship a little, but only found the boundary on 1 occasion so far in the opening 2 overs. That run rate is creeping up and up, currently at 12.5. It's exactly 100 runs needed for victory here. We can see what it means to the standings. So if Seaside were to pick up their win here, they would draw level with Malmo, who are the only other side that have played 5 games. They'd be firmly in mid-table, but it's certainly an intriguing standings table so far, with no side really at either end. As that one goes straight through the batter as Abdul Haq comes back for his second over. That was a Brilliant delivery first up, just follows Sharma and then cuts through him. Unlucky there not to pick up the wicket. Just need a little partnership here. Do Hissingen's. It's 115. You'd say that's probably below par. If they just get one partnership worth 40 or 50, then they're certainly in the game. Where there's 6 of them, as that one's hit long and straight from Nitin Ramakrishna's bat. They do manage to get the first maximo of the innings. Comes halfway through the third. Still in the power play, so they don't have to panic in terms of how much time is left. But they just need to keep their cool here and take the runs as they come. We just have got the Grizzly back. I'm unsighted behind me. I don't know if the horses are coming back out to play. That one's flashed over. Backward point. It'll be back-to-back boundaries. This is exactly what Hissingen's need. Just need to get a few boundaries just to get their run chase up and running. This time Abdul Haq just gives a bit too much width to Ramakrishna. He doesn't quite get it off the middle of the bat, but swings and swings hard enough to find the rope. Julian Dawson, I stand corrected. Kylie on a world tour. Packed out the Albert Hall last year. Fair enough. I suppose she's one of these artists that's spanned generations now. New fans coming up and enjoying her music. Clearly I'm out of touch with popular culture. I suppose, would you call Kylie popular culture? Maybe popular culture from 20 years ago, but still seems to be as contemporary as ever. Someone who's putting on a show at the moment is Nitin Ramakrishna out in the middle, 6-4-4. This over 15 runs coming off it. 1 ball left to come off the power play. Will go for a 4th consecutive boundary. Ramakrishna moves into the 20s and he gets his Hissingen side up to 35 at the end of the power play. And that over is a bit of a shot in the arm for the batting side, as their innings never really got going, but now those 4 boundaries in succession suddenly has them, well, pretty much on the rate here. You can see Seaside had quite a few thin overs themselves. It was only that big over that went for 27 off the bowling of Kilari that boosted their total up beyond 100. Hissingen's trying to repeat the trick here, just keeping themselves in the game. They know if they can go at just about 10s, 11s, that's more or less the run rate required. You can see there 81 in 42 is the equation. Gilani here coming on to bowl the 4th. Crack. That is a big, big shot off the bat of Vivek Sharma. It goes on to the top of the circus tent and beyond, as that is the perfect way to start the 4th over. Vivek Sharma, he's just been quietly moving along, 7 off 6 before that delivery. Almost doubles his contribution in that one big hit. It was so big it could have been a 7 by itself. The perfect way to start the 4th side Gilani. Does he have a comeback ball? He does. This one should just be a 1. It's fielded out there in the deep by Mujtaba Hakim. Deborah Hall, she's coming in with a music spectrum. I assume these are the 2 concerts you've been to, Iron Maiden and the Nolan Sisters. That's quite a spectrum. So yeah, that's the next question. What's the biggest range of acts you've seen? Iron Maiden, Nolan Sisters, certainly up there. Nolan Sisters, quite a niche reference. Google that one if you don't know who they are. Viking Bay saying his dad worked, or their dad worked with the Beatles and the Motown Revue in the 60s. That's a pretty cool claim to fame. You see there's this new Beatles film coming out. Well, they've just cast it, so it's probably not coming out for another 4 or 5 years. It's always going to be controversial, the casting. Especially when some of the Beatles are still alive. I wonder what they have to say about it. As that one's high up in the air. It's going to be a chance for a catch. Fielder's steaming in. And he gets his hands at least in the same postcode, but not much more as it bursts through. It's Abdul Haq doing the fielding out there. He just takes a stumble, put off, I think as well, by his sunglasses falling to the deck. There's a chance it goes missing. It's a big chance as well. That could have been the wicket of Nitin Ramakrishna, but he gets himself to the safety of the non-striker's end. This time it should be more regulation fielding for Abdul Haq. Julian Dawson says, let's go with Slipknot versus Joe. I'm going to say Dolce. Oh, I'll have to look that one up. Again, you're exposing my music knowledge here. Yeah, okay. I see a man with a banjo. That seems the opposite of Slipknot. I'd agree with you there, Julian. Get to the end of the 4th over. It's a good comeback from Saeed Gilani. First ball pummeled for 6, but after that just gave away the 3 singles. Hissingens then 44 for 1 of 4. You can see they're pretty much on the run rate, but that's mostly thanks to that big over that went for 19 in the 3rd. That one just going for the 9. They just need to keep within touching distance of that golden ball line. I did say we might be in for a bit of a thriller here to finish day 2. The wind predictor at the moment certainly seems to agree with that. Safi's come on for the 5th over here, first ball of his spell. Hissingens will certainly be content if that run rate stays around the 12. They certainly can't afford to have too many overs go beyond that, below that rate, because it'll just start ticking upwards and upwards, ratcheting up the pressure. Good first 2 deliveries from Rahim Safi. He's happy to just let them take the single. Big backlift there from Vivek Sharma. Only manages to slap it down the ground for the single. Saeed Gilani on the back of bowling the 4th is out here in front of me in long off. This is a good over so far from Rahim Safi. You'd say any over that doesn't have a boundary in it is certainly a big tick in the box for Seaside. Halfway through the 5th, haven't found the rope so far. They will on this occasion though, as that one gets slapped into the construction corner off the scaffolding. Will be 4 runs. It's a nice hit from Nitin Ramakrishna. He saw that the fielder in front of me here, Gilani, was quite straight. He just made sure to work it away to the wide, long off region. Gets a much needed boundary. But still, only the 7 from the over so far. Back-to-back boundaries would certainly help here. And that's exactly what they get, as it's just flashed over point. Again, not quite where you wanted it to go, but they tick over the 50 mark, now to 55. And you can see the wind predictor now ticks into the favour of Hissingens as well. See how quickly things change. If you just get 1 or 2 big overs, even if they're just 15, 20 runs, suddenly what's probably just a below par score seems certainly achievable. Now 61 needed in 31, and that run rate drops below 12. Should be stopped here, but it's a bit of sloppy fielding. Luckily for the man out there, it's not a costly mistake as they just run through for 2. But suddenly Seaside, who are really up and about, just got a bit sloppy here. giving away a few too many runs. It's still only the 12 that come off it, 56 or 57 actually on the board. We take a look at our upcoming events, and we had a mad May so far, and it's actually unusual to see recently that only one event is in progress. That's here in Landskrona, but don't worry, come Thursday we'll be going back to double headers, double trouble as we start over in Estonia as well, starting with some T20Is. So the women will be in action there as well. Seen some shots on social media of the Estonia women in the nets. I know they're ready and raring to go. So it'd be great to see the action over there, as well as some ECIs and some ECS action. And then we're continuing the slight Eastern European theme with Romania, starting just 11 days later. Well, this is, I was going to say, going to be called a dead ball, because the batter here, Vivek Sharma, well, he seems ready to go here. And the last minute pulls away. Not entirely sure what put him off there, because he seemed like he was about to go. It looks like, well, I thought Shahriar Hassan was going to say he doesn't want to bowl anymore, but I think the umpire was just folding up the jumper. Maybe it was the white of the inside of the jumper that was just putting off Sharma. Well, nothing to put him off now, so he crunches that one over the covers for 4. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? With, of course, you often have the sight screens, and the men in black are trying to be as unobtrusive as possible, but Shahriar Hassan took off his jumper in classic boy fashion. He did it inside out, probably waiting for someone to do it for him, and the umpire then was just holding up like an anti-sight screen with the white of the ball and the white of the jumper, enough to put Vivek Sharma off. The jumper is now restored to its rightful way up. That one just drifts down the leg side for a wide. Yeah, that one's clubbed away. Should just be a single. Lovely hat sported there by Abdul Haq. Abdul Haq's hat. Looks like one of the, I don't know, it looks like he's going into the bush in Australia. Crocodile Dundee hat. Oh my goodness, this one's coming right my way. I'm gonna have to dug it out of the way. Oh, it's knocked my chair over. What's going on? And well, it's Saeed Gilani who comes into the tent to say hello. I will say that was more evasive action. As soon as I saw the equipment was not in danger, I made sure to get myself out of the way. There's too many shots of me taking cover. I need to next time show a bit more bravery. The amount of times my arms just flail up. Self-preservation. This one's going up and away, but there's fielder underneath it. Be a difficult catch. And well, I think the keeper's got to go for that one, surely. In the end, Manoj Jadvest, of course, had some issues with his hands, and he didn't want another broken finger, but he's the man with the big old leather gloves on. In the end, he was just about a metre away from where that catch went down. There's another chance that goes begging for Seaside. Big appeal here, and I think it's given belatedly as the umpire sold the Seaside as the dummy here. Take a look at this one. There's a feather through to the keeper. And the umpire at first, he clicks over his counter and then gives the finger of doom. So it will be a wicket to fall, and it's that of Vivek Sharma. It's a big wicket. The danger man goes for Hissigens. It's the second wicket to fall. 70 for 2. Still 1 ball left of the 6th. Vivek Sharma has to depart for a 14 ball 22. Take another look at this one. They were convinced, well, the Seasiders. In fact, there was 0 appeal really for Manoj Jadvest. He thought it was a done deal. The finger belatedly went up. That one though is clubbed away. It's Sachin Kumar into to bat for Hissigens and straight into the runs. Just dug in short there from Hassan. Again, if a batter's just come in, you've got to get his feet moving, try and get that ball up and full on his toes. Just allows Sachin to club that one away. That will be the end of the 6th, 74 for 2. So the tingle is still here. 42 needed in 24 balls. That run rate just above 10. You can imagine Hissingen's more or less happy with the position they find themselves in, especially with the keeper Nitin Ramakrishna still out there, 40 off 19. Sachin Kumar got off to the perfect start at the end of the over there. That's a lovely shot. Ramakrishna, he seems to be a man in form as he just uses the pace of the bowling of Gilani on that occasion. Not too much width on offer, but enough to just guide it through that point region, and a little bump against the box. Yep. A delicate little bump, certainly not one to damage any of the equipment after my near miss in the previous over. Oh, Vinny, I knew I could see the line of the ball. Rule 1 was not in any danger of being breached. In fact, I don't need Grizzlies to damage my equipment because I think I'm just doing it myself at the moment. I'm already 2 monitors down. I think I need a new commentary bag of some sort because I can't keep on destroying equipment. Not even to do with Rule 1. I think I need to implement my own personal Rule 1 here. But nothing damaged on that occasion. Well, almost damage to Ramakrishna's head there as the ball's thrown back in the direction of the bowler. He's on 44 off 21. Ramakrishna wants no ball here. I think it's just the perfect bouncer. You can see, well, we'll put that down to a little questioning hand rather than a no ball hand. 1 for the over is signalled. That's a good call there by the men in black, because that was a perfect bouncer by Syed Gilani. But Ramakrishna knows there's not another one coming in this over. Can he get on the front foot? It's only a fuller delivery. It's just drifted down leg side. Yeah, I will say I've not yet breached Rule 1, as far as I know, despite camera evidence to possibly the contrary. And that's a jinx if ever I've heard one, so next time the laptops are getting slammed down immediately. Take cover under the table. It's a good over from Syed Gilani despite that 4 and a wide. Just the 6 runs coming off it so far. But again, it's just about trying to restrict those boundaries. Especially now, 36 needed in 20. Just 2 boundaries and over, and basically it's the over 1 for Hissingens. Can they find it? The rope on another occasion here. Well, it's a good ball. Zips past Sachin Kumar. Not the smartest of shots from him. He's got Nitin Ramakrishna on 45 at the other end. Kind of caught in between there. Doesn't know what shot to play, ends up not really playing any. There's a big ball coming up, you'd reckon. If you can get out of this over without conceding another boundary, it's certainly a big over for Seaside. Just the 6 runs coming off it so far. Oh, it's clubbed into the leg side. There's a man out there, but he's not going to stop it. Umair Chowdhury on the run, and well, Russ there doing good work, flicking the ball back. So he doesn't escape without conceding another boundary, and that's a much needed one for Hissingens as they stay right on that run rate. Now 32 needed in the final 3 overs. Good work there from Russ. Well, he's got his floppy hat on. The sun has just dipped away here in Sweden. So we take a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Both of these sides will, well, Seaside won't be in action tomorrow. They will have the day off, but they'll come back on the final day of group stage action on Thursday. But in the meantime, Hissingens, of course, they had the day off yesterday, so they've got 2 games coming up tomorrow. It's Ariana CC and Malmo who will start the day and end the day. Matches 11 and 15. 5 more games coming your way on the European Cricket Network. That's a misguided delivery first off by Rahim Safi. The perfect start to the 8th over for Hissingens. Now, runs required below 30, 28 needed off 17. Deborah saying I need danger money and netting in front of the igloo. Danger money, absolutely. I suppose the disadvantage is this one gets chipped into the leg side. Will it go all the way? It's perfectly placed. And it does mark the half century as well for Nitin Ramakrishna. And he gets there in style with a perfectly measured shot here. Just chips it. Doesn't do any more than that. Just a fluid swing of the bat, and he gets to his half century. 53 off just 25 deliveries, but his job is not done. He will want to get his side over the line. 24 now needed in 16. We did have a form of netting in Malta, Rico and I. The trouble is you just don't get the beautiful view of the cricket. Oh, we've got overthrows here. It's sloppy from Rahim Safi. The throw came in, and the bowler here, oh, whose fault is this one? Rahim Safi. He's a bit unlucky because it takes a bit of a left turn, and maybe not aware of the fact there was no one behind him. Either way, bonus run there for Hissingens. The problem with having the netting in front of you is you just don't get quite the view of the cricket that you'd like. So you either get a nice view or you get a relative safety. And certainly the view improved massively when the netting was taken off in Malta. We don't have any netting here. We've got, of course, got it in construction corner. That's more to save hundreds of lost grizzlies. But I reckon I'll take my chances. This one's cut away over the covers. And Sachin Kumar, well, he's pretty much got license here, hasn't he? He's got Nitin Ramakrishna at the other end. He's 56 off 27. Sachin Kumar can just chip in with a couple of runs himself, and he'll get his side almost over the line. Now 17 needed in 13. Rahim Safi, he looks a bit down in the dumps here, doesn't he? This over's gone for 15. Hasn't gone their way. Overthrows in there as well, and 3 boundaries. Let's finish the over though with a valuable dot ball. So we're going into the 9th here, still 17 runs needed. Seaside certainly need it all to happen in the 9th here. Who are they going to turn to? They've just used the 5 bowlers so far. The only bowlers left of the ones who've bowled so far, Ashik Hussain, his first over went for 11. And Shahriar Hassan, his went for 17. Do they have a 6th bowler up their sleeve? It looks like it will be the captain, Ashik Hussain, coming back on for the 9th, taking the responsibility for his Seaside side here. Perfect start for Seaside. They need a few more of those though, with only 17 runs to play with. It's still Hissingen's game here to lose. They can do it in 3 if they find the rope. Still a big if though. It's Nitin Ramakrishna on strike. But it could all change again if they manage to get his wicket somehow. They'll certainly feel like they've got a sniff here, Seaside. Well, it's chipped up in the air. It's a half chance, but it never really falls to the man in the covers. That Shahriar Hassan there, who might be the man tasked with bowling the final over if we do get there. Just a single though, not a bad result for Seaside. So it gets Ramakrishna off strike, but Sachin Kumar, he's no slouch. He's 12 off 5. 16 needed in 10. Oh, it's an unfortunate slip by the man in the covers, and again, it's the bite that does it. And that one will go to the boundary. It was tough because the man in the covers looked like he had this one lined up, but his shoes just gave way underneath him. If it wasn't for the bite there, which of course we have to put in for safety reasons, might have been able to stop that one. But it's a much needed boundary for Sachin Kumar. 12 now needed in 9. That one is clubbed down the ground. It's a chance for a catch. It's an all-important catch, and it is taken by Saeed Gilani. Might be a little too late, but it's a wicket, and importantly as well, it's a dot ball. You can see why Sachin Kumar went for that shot. The man with a double cricket name. He had almost nothing to lose. He knew with Nitin Ramakrishna at the other end, if he could just get a few runs himself, he could see his side home. He got 16 off 7, did his part, but fell on the fourth ball of the 9th for Seaside. If they can just somehow get a couple of dot balls here, even a wicket, they'll take it to the final over, and then anything can happen as Aditya Samvanchi comes in to face the 5th. And it should just be a single. So it gives Nitin Ramakrishna the final ball of the 9th. What does he do here? Does he get a single, get himself on strike for that all-important final over, or does he just try and almost break the back of this innings by trying to find the rope? Final ball of the 9th. He only knows one way to play, and that's stealing in boundaries, but this one doesn't have the legs on it, and it will be taken. It's a comfortable catch for Omer Chowdhury, but it's a pressure catch as the big wicket does fall. Ramakrishna, it's easy to say in hindsight that he maybe should have got himself on strike for the final over. If that one had gone another 2 meters, we'd have said, well, pretty much won the game for Hissingens. As it is, though, it's another wicket to fall. We do have a bit of a grandstand finish set up here. Hissingens still needing 11 runs with 2 new batters at the crease. Aditya Samvanchi, he's faced 1 ball, scored a single. He will be on strike for the final over. He's joined out there in the middle by the captain, Gokul Srinivasan, who will be at the non-striker's end. And it will be Shahriar Hassan to bowl the 9th. It's a big call, bringing on the spinner. Well, I suppose he kind of seams it just off a few paces. Certainly looks like a spinner's action. Just goes off a couple of paces, but going seam up. A good result off the first ball, just the 1. 10 in 5. I'm pretty proud of myself for calling a tingle very early on in this game. And we've certainly got a final over finish. Will it even go to the final ball? What options does the captain Gokul have here? There's a big appeal. There's a shake of the head. I think Seaside can be happy with that because it's not about wickets here. It's just about the dot balls. I'm not sure if this is an appeal for LBW or for caught behind. It's a brilliant delivery from Hassan. Just drifted in and then cut away off the seam. 10 off 4. Hissingens need a boundary. Yeah, wides will certainly help. Oh, it's criminal in the final over. Just get it on the right side of the pitch. He was a bit lucky that actually Gokul didn't get any bat on that because it probably would have flown away to the rope. As it is, it's a freebie. 9 off 4 needed now. This one's clubbed down the ground. Should just be a single. It's comfortably fielded by Saeed Gilani. 8 off 3. 2 boundaries would take it to a golden ball. And there you have it. In the event of a tie, we'll go down to golden ball. It would be golden ball 78 if we do get that far. This one's hit firmly down the ground. It's a chance for a catch, but in fact, Umer Chowdhury does the sensible thing and just gets a single, but they're going to try for the, well, they could have tried for the overthrows there. Luckily for Seaside, Manoj Jadvest was equal to it, saw the danger straight away, scampered from behind the stumps. 7 in 2. 6 would take it to a golden ball. 2 4s would win it. You've pretty much got to deal in boundaries here, don't you, Hissingens? Can they find the rope? It's the captain on strike. It's well bowled. Yes, slight misfield here. 6 needed in 1, so that pretty much takes the golden ball out of the equation. It's hero time here for Aditya Samvanchi. He needs to clear the rope. 6 to win. Anything else, Seaside will claim their 2nd win on the bounce. Shahriar Hassan brought a billion over so far. Can he finish it off? Here we go. 6 to win, final ball. And it goes through to the keeper, and Seaside win it thanks to an outstanding final over from Shahriar Hassan. Oh, he's got ice through his veins. He just wants to take his cap and go off the pitch, but he's not going to get off the pitch before he's mobbed by his teammates. That final over ends up going for just 5 runs. Gokul, he went for the big swing. He had to go for the big swing on the final delivery. only manages to swipe at thin air, goes through to the keeper, and Seaside hold their nerve in a thrilling final game. The tingle was real, and in the end, Seaside, they hold on, beating Hissingens by 5 runs. So they'll finish the day with 2 wins and 1 defeat. As for Hissingens, they'll come back tomorrow with 2 games, match 2 and 4 of the day, 12 and 14 of the series. Seaside, they've got their day off. Maybe they'll go to the Seaside, but they'll certainly go with a bit more of a smile on their faces now. Let's not forget they lost the first 3 games, and we thought, oh well, these are going to be the side propping up the table. But you can see how things change so quickly on the network. And they've won back-to-back games now. This last one in a thriller, meaning that they'll have their day off now with a bit more of a smile on their faces. 2 wins in the bag. They've still got 3 defeats. Work to do for them. Certainly work to do for Hissingens as they started their campaign belatedly today and started it off perfectly with a win against Malmo, but have subsequently lost 2 games, got thumped by Ariana CC, and then losing this one in heartbreaking fashion on the final delivery. And in the end, though, they only lost 4 wickets, so it certainly wasn't a case of wickets tumbling. And while Nitin Ramakrishna was there, the wicketkeeper, we thought certainly the run chase is on. A few drops there in the outfield helped the cause for the chasing side. That one was flashed away. That was Nitin Ramakrishna scoring one of his 8 fours, 2 sixes. For a while, he and Vivek Sharma looked like they might just be cruising to victory. But credit to Seaside as they managed to keep in the game. And well, I kept the equipment all in one piece. Rule 1 was adhered to. And in the end, it was the nerves of steel of Sharia Hassan to bowl that final over with just a few runs to defend. He manages to do it perfectly. We thought we might have a golden ball finish. In the end, it wasn't to be. Seaside claimed the victory. Just thought maybe just a couple more boundaries, a bit more attacking intent early on, and Hissingens might have got the win. And the flurry came just a little too late. That was a nice pressure catch taken by Syed Gilani. That was the end of Sachin Kumar. Aditya Somvanshi came in. And it was down to the captain then in the final over to try and work wonders. But he came across the Iceman in the form of Sharia Hassan, who made sure that his Seaside team got over the line. Only just. Big sigh of relief for them as they managed to continue this little streak that they found themselves on. It's easy to get into a habit of losing. Not quite as easy to get into the habit of winning. Now they've gone back to back. Can they recuperate their energy and go again on Thursday? Well, take a look at the batting lineup. It was just a little too late for Hissingens to chase down that probably still below par total, as Ashik Hussain, probably the pick of the bowlers there, and especially with that final over of Sharia Hassan. It was brave of him to come back. He went for quite a few runs, 17 of them in the first over, came back strong and only gave away 5 in that 10th and final over. So there you have it, Seaside, they are fighting back and they will go into their rest day tomorrow, certainly with a smile on their faces as they came back from a hat-trick of defeats, suddenly found themselves on a bit of a winning streak. As for Hissingens, of course, they had 3 games today and, well, they started off perfectly, didn't they? They got the win against Malmo, but in the end came back with 2 defeats. So they'll be scratching their heads thinking, well, how did we lose that one? The chase was on and we thought for all the world they'd get there, but it was a great final over. As we take a look at what's happening tomorrow, and it's a big day. Well, for Ariana, both Arianas actually, but Ariana CC in particular, they have 3 games, and the other side with 3 games is Malmo. So we have Ariana CC Malmo sandwich matches 11 and 15 in the meantime as well. We have Hissingens, certainly be a big day for them. Just the 2 games for them, they certainly need to pick up 1, if not 2 wins to keep themselves in contention. Remember, it's a 5-team series and the top 4 go through. It's all still to play for. It's great that it's such a tight table already. There's no one who's right at the top, no one who's right at the bottom, which means tomorrow promises to be another amazing day of action. I'll be flying solo as Vinny goes on his little mini break, but be sure to come back here bright and early in the morning to go through some more exhilarating cricket action. It's ECS Sweden here on the European Cricket Network. But for now, have a lovely evening.
my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back.